Members, welcome to this meeting of Highland Council. This meeting will be filmed and broadcast over the internet and will be available for viewing archived for the next 12 months thereafter. Members in the chamber should be reminded to keep their mobile phones and laptops to silent, and those who are online will they kindly keep their microphones muted unless they're actually speaking in debate. I'll now ask the Stuart Fraser to call the roll. Yeah, and there is one slight technological hitch this morning, members. Your names will come up allegedly backwards. And I mean backwards, although it doesn't seem to be doing that at the moment, Stuart. Or is it up there? So I am Libib Nabobble. And if you really are desperate to see it in its original specification, then get a mirror and sit facing the back of the wall. So, Stuart.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. So, members, starting with those of you in the chamber, I ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when you get the option before you. Thank you. Members, has everybody managed to vote this morning?
Drew's not signed in.
Okay, thank you, members. We'll close the vote in the chamber now. Thank you. And then going around those members on Teams, if you confirm your attendance, please. And I'll start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair.
Here.
Councillor Coggle.
Present online, thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Present, thanks.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Morning, present.
Councillor McLennan.
Present online.
Councillor McGilvray.
Online in the Dornoch chamber, Stuart.
Councillor Morrison.
Morning, Stuart. Online, yeah, present.
Councillor Niven.
Morning, Stuart. Sorry, I'm here.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Morning, everyone.
And Convener, we have apologies this morning from Councillors Mackay and Ramsey.
Members, I think it's unfortunate when you miss the first meeting of the council. You've just been elected, but Connie Ramsey has a family funeral, so it's quite appropriate, I think. You should know here today, and I'm sure we'll hear from her next time. Any declarations of interest that you haven't already declared, members?
So, Convener, I have no declarations of interest that have been shared in advance of the meeting, but again, with thanks to those members who have submitted details to us, I have a number of transparency statements. So the following members have applied the objective test, reviewed their position in relation to these items in any personal connection, and do not consider that they have an interest to declare. So working through those members, Councillor Atkin in respect of item 16.5 is a member of the Commission on School Reform. Councillor Christie in respect of items 3, 4, 5, 6, 14.2 and 16.3 as a non-executive director of NHS Highland, and item 14.2 as general manager of Inverness, Badenoch and Strathspey Citizens Advice Bureau. Councillor Edmondson, in respect of item 5, is a close family member, as a part-time employee of Highland. Councillor Gowans, in respect of item 7, is a close family member, as an employee of the council. Councillor Gregg, in respect of items 3, 4, 6 and 16.3, as an employee of NHS Highland. And Councillor Ross, in respect of item 5, is a committee member of the Track Campaign Steering Group.
Members, before we go into the first substantive part of our agenda today, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to two councillors who recently passed away, Jimmy Thompson of Inverness and Anne Glyn Percy of Tomatin. Jimmy Thompson was elected to the Highland Council in the very first election to this authority in 1995, and he served 2 terms until 2003 as a councillor for the Ballyferry and Columba wards, which are the area of Inverness around this building. Jimmy was a Labour councillor who was elected towards the end of an era when Inverness housing estates were fiercely contested between the independent candidates and Labour candidates. In his mid-60s when elected, he was a staunch and long-term supporter of the Labour Party, having contested elections on their behalf as far back as 1973. Locally based, he was an assiduous and conscientious councillor for the whole time that he served on this council. Jimmy Thompson was a photographer to trade. He had a photographic shop and also a studio laterally above Chisholm's, the Kilt Maker in Castle Street rather. He was a freelance press photographer throughout the 80s and 90s and was particularly skilled at linking themes and phrases or titles to photographs. The Highland Photographic Archive, which is now managed by Highland, holds many of Jimmy's photographs. They're a valuable addition to the earlier David White and Jimmy Nairn collections in Inverness, but Jimmy Thompson's are of particular interest because the people and places featured can be recalled because they're well within living memory. Jimmy Thompson passed away on September the 2nd at the age of 94, and we extend our condolences to his friends and family. Anne Glyn Percy of Tomatin, who passed away aged 94 on September the 9th, served as an independent member of Inverness District Council for most of the life of that authority, for 17 years, representing the Strathdairn, Strathnairn and Croy ward. That area is now, of course, part of this council's Inverness South ward. In 1974, her husband Tony was elected to the council. However, very sadly, he died suddenly shortly after the election, and Anne stepped forward to represent their area. She served for 17 years until retiral in 1992, and after that, she continued to serve the local area through the Community Council and many other local organisations. And for much of her council time, she took a particular interest in housing, which then, as now, was a serious challenge for the local authority and particularly in the rural areas which she represented. Anne's grandparents were the owners of Tomatin Estate, and she says spent much of her childhood and almost the whole of her adult life in that village, contributing greatly to its welfare and development. And Anne was very much a non-political independent councillor. At her funeral service in the beautiful church down the glen in Dallarossie, where she had worshipped herself, the Reverend Durald Lowe summed up her stance when he said, Anne was not political, she just wanted to get things done. Anne Glyn Percy is a true pillar for community, and I'm pleased to extend this council's condolences to her family and many friends. Thank you, Convener.
Members, we now move to item 3 on your agenda, and I have Mr. Porter to introduce this paper.
Thank you. Good morning, members. So the report in front of you today is a follow-up to the last medium-term financial plan update that was considered at your September council meeting. And this represents another key stage in financial planning for the next 3 financial years. That September report had highlighted the expectation that the level of budget gap and the savings requirement was expected to increase from that estimated in March of this year, this being driven by an increase in pay award, budget implications, and the need to provide for forecast cost pressures. Today's report updates the financial outlook. It forecasts a minimum estimated gap of £36.7 million over the coming 3 financial years, this including £14.2 million for the new third year now included in the forecast. This forecast gap is after taking account of £23.8 million of savings already agreed by the Council, and also taking account of planning assumptions in relation to Scottish Government grant and council tax income. The report sets out the assumptions used in arriving at the forecast and some of the key risks and uncertainties relating to the plan. The medium-term financial plan and assumptions will be kept under regular review, and any revisions to assumptions reflected in future reports to members. The report also references the budget recovery actions being progressed to address the forecast in-year overspend. With these being budget monitoring and recovery actions, the detailed reporting and considering of these will be through the upcoming round of strategic committees. This budget recovery activity is a key focus of in-year activity, with positive progress being made to date. The report also references risks and uncertainties relating to some national discussions around reducing class contact time and the risks represented by the forecast overspend in the NHS Highland adult social care budget. The report sets out a target level of savings and other strategies for the coming period, with these exceeding the minimum forecast gap, this recognising some of the risks and uncertainties set out in the report. This is to give flexibility in financial planning and also to give some protection against any unforeseen events which may arise. You'll note from the report that due to the timing of the UK Government budget, in late November of this year, the report advises that it will be 13th of January before the Scottish Government will be in a position to publish their draft budget, and therefore the Council will be well into the new calendar year before there is clarity on the level of grant settlement. This, of course, means that the medium-term financial plan operates on the basis of forecasts around grant levels until such times as we have details on the grant settlement in the new year. Section 9 of the report highlights a number of updates and developments since the last report to members. This includes the additional council tax discretionary powers that have now been agreed through Parliament relating to second homes and long-term empty properties. The report sets out a budget timetable and timeline of further actions. And just to conclude, as set out in the report, the intent would be there is a further update on the medium-term financial plan coming back to your December Council meeting. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Bremner.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Convener. And before I make my contribution to this paper, as usual, I'll move the recommendations. I believe that you're happy to second them. This report provides an update on the forecast financial gap for the next 3 years and is based on previous reports and decisions which have put in place a multi-year approach to financial planning in the Council's operations. Those previous decisions included £23.8 million of savings already agreed, which provides a good basis to this medium-term financial plan. I want to acknowledge, though, that the fact is shown in 8.3 of the report, Q1 forecast for 25-26 reflect a net £12.6 million overspend once loan charges, council tax and other budget assumptions and mitigations are factored in. Obviously, that is not a position we would want to be in after the first 3 months of a financial year, and there are already plans in place to reduce that overspend by between 2.3 million and 5.5 million with work that has been committed to. It's fair to say that a number of the issues in respect of a resulting increased forecast budget gap are not in our direct control. That's detailed in the paper, and or are not spends that we would foresee at the time of the setting of the administration's budget, including those that were driven by pay award costs and reduced EPR waste levy funding matters and other cost pressures, much of which are factors out with the Council's control. One of the key aspects and benefits of a multi-year approach is to actually assist with managing the Council's financial position in any of those years on a planned and measured basis. Work to recover overspends is underway at the Strategic Committee level with a focus on the forecast in-year overspend. The Strategic Committees will consider greater detail on those recovery plans as part of the budget monitoring reports, and we will look at working some of the recovery over the next 3-year period of the medium-term financial plan. That's the benefit of an MTFP. Given the context of some of the overspends and our need to address some of the underlying issues, some of which would not have been obvious at this point had it not been for better budgeting systems that we now have in place. Spreading the recovery over the 3-year period of the MTFP will also help reduce any requirement to use our non-earmarked reserves, which we have been keen to maintain at our policy level of 3%. There are clearly a number of financial risks and challenges which this report sets out, and whilst we are working the budget forward for 2026-2027, we're aware that we're not likely to know our grant settlement until well into January of next year due to the timing of the UK Government's budget. Other supporting information and detail is in the report for consideration, but given the importance of financial planning, members can expect a further update at the Council in December. Thank you very much, Convener.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. And I've got an amendment which can be put into the chat. Thank you, Jane. I don't think, thank the leader for his introduction. I don't think I've ever heard you sound so down, Raymond, when introducing a report than you did today. And I can understand that. It is a difficult situation. We've got a perfect storm coming together with this year's finances. We've got the projected overspend, which you mentioned, of 12 million, and the impact that will have on our reserves. We've got the need for budget saving recovery plans to be in place, which at the highest level will achieve 5 million, so it's still not addressing the 12 million. We've got the assumptions that have proven wrong for whatever reason, not our fault, but for whatever reason, on waste and on pay awards. So we're heading for a perfect storm. It's almost like a runaway train situation now with this budget and this financial plan. And if we don't do something and review it constantly, then it is going to get out of action. We have a council meeting in September. We have one in October. We have one in December. And then we have a gap to March. We have 2 clear calendar months where members of this council are not able to have a council meeting to discuss it. So my amendment actually says, let's have a council meeting in January and review these very important things that the leader has brought and raised this morning. What will the gap be? What will the settlement be? What will the impact be on the Highland investment plan? And how can we make sure that we actually do something for the Poverty Commission? Members will note that Council last time asked a question about the Poverty Commission, my supplementary, and the answer that came back was, we're not planning to have funding for the Poverty Commission to April 27. Well, there's a solution that we can actually do that by actually having a special meeting, taking interim recommendations and setting money aside so we can get going with the Poverty Commission recommendations in April 26. I fully accept this is not the position that the leader said that we want to be in, but the reality is we are in this position, and we as members need to take control of this situation, not have 2 months where we don't have a meeting to review it, but actually have a meeting in January to actually go through this in more depth and to make sure that we can perhaps collaboratively come to an agreement on this. There's a lot that needs to be done, and the report makes reference to further budget savings on top of the 23.8 that have already been approved, and then on top of that, additional 5 million to make sure we've got cover on those. This is going to have a devastating impact on the Highlands, and the sooner that we actually collectively address this, the better. And the way to do that would be to accept this amendment I'm put forward in good faith, that we have a meeting in January
and that we work collaboratively to try to pull the Highlands budget back round and put us on a more sustainable, stable financial footing. And I move my amendment, Convener. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk about what we're doing in health and social care as regards the financial plan. On NHS adult social care forecast, the Joint Monitoring Committee has already agreed to holding a special workshop in November where we can look at that. For children's services, we have a budget recovery plan to address the 4 million predicted overspend, and that will be presented to the Health and Social Care Committee in November. It's worth noting that the improved reporting system has helped us take some early action, and the overspend has been reduced from 4 million to 3.5 million. And I've just lost my page. The recovery plan has been developed from a full review of how we deliver services, and very importantly, listening to the views of social work managers within children's services in terms of what options for efficiency and saving are available to us. We've developed a children's services plan based on Highland and national data and research. And whilst it is ambitious, we believe it is realistic in terms of outcome and timescale. In addition to this, we believe we can make savings without affecting the quality of services delivered to our children. We've developed a 5-year tracker for each placement type, and that will be reported on a base regularly to committee. Finally, and again through the Joint Monitoring Committee, we're looking at the current lead agency model and whether an alternative arrangement may deliver improved results. Information on that will be brought to full council at the appropriate time. So on an ongoing basis, we'll be reporting to the Health and Social Care Committee in detail, the Joint Monitoring Committee, and bringing things to full council. Thank you.
Councillor Back.
Thank you, Convener. Maybe I can draw members' attention to the section of 10.8, which refers to budget engagement. And there it says grandly, understanding and listening to the views of community partners and key stakeholders is a core part of the budget setting process. It then goes on to say, an extensive engagement programme was undertaken which shaped the budget. And then further on, broader themed engagement at early stages and engagement on specific proposals later in the budget process. The Leader of the Council has now told us that in terms of addressing the budget overspends, we are now going to be engaged as councillors in this current committee cycle, even though the work was being undertaken in the previous committee cycle, and we know that because councillors were told when we made questions at individual committees. But when are you, more importantly, going to have engagement with those most likely to be impacted by any proposals to address those budget overspends mid-year? And maybe Councillor Gowans, if he's going to contribute this morning, would like to tell us what your experience was of engaging with Lochaber communities most impacted by your changes to Corran Ferry fares. Why was there no direct discussions with local businesses? Why could officers not answer questions to local members at January area committee about potential changes? Maybe Councillor Finlayson would like to contribute by telling us what was your experience of engaging with parents and teachers, like the mother that I met in Drumnadrochid on Saturday, who was worried about how resources are allocated to help our schools meet the needs of pupils with additional support needs. And maybe the Leader of the Council could tell us what was your experience of engaging with third sector organisations, our citizens' advice bureaus, food banks and numerous charities at the forefront of helping those who are struggling most with the cost of living. Did they tell you that we needed to spend money on setting up a poverty commission? And did they tell you that they can wait until 2027 for action? maybe I can save all the 3 councillors from standing up and telling me about their experiences, because if you ask any of those people, it's a very simple answer. Failed to engage, failed to engage, failed to engage.
Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Thank you, Brian, for the report, and also thank you for the leader for his detailed introduction to this. I think it would be, I should emphasise the same thing that Councillor Brendan was emphasising, which is the medium-term financial plan has made a real difference to our ability to be looking beyond the single year and to see things that are coming. I want to concentrate on the £12.6 million overspend the budget. Being over budget, of course, is nothing new for this council. The difference is that we now have visibility. We have visibility in real time, which we didn't have before. So managers can scrutinise their reports right down to the core level. And I do, if you're talking to any manager in the council who has a budget, sorry, any member, officer has a budget, I do recommend asking to see the dashboard, because it does illustrate quite what powerful software they now have to see what is going on and to have control of their budget at that core level in a way we never had in past times. And that reflects then up the chain, so the managers can see what's happening and so on up and down. So we have full visibility up and down, and we have full scrutiny as to what's happening. And that same thing is happening with members, where, as we'll be talking about, we should be scrutinised this at committees. As Councillor David Fraser has already showed us, we are now in the process of the strategic chairs and the strategic committees scrutinising their budgets, looking at how we can bring them under control, and I'll be doing the same at corporate resources. The next update of the medium-term financial plan is in December. I'm confident that we will see improvements at that time. Thank you.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Convener, sorry for the pause. It's an embarrassing overspend. It is very embarrassing for the administration, and it really calls into question how we can trust the plans for future dealing with the problem. But I have only one question relating to this paper, and that is that in 10.10, excuse me, in 10.10 references the public consultation asking for views on savings, efficiencies and improvements, but it says nothing about increasing income. And a Green amendment to the 2025 Housing Scotland Act allows the council, as the paper says, to raise council tax on second homes and long-term empty homes by as much as we like. These are houses which offer almost nothing to the Highland economy in the middle of a housing crisis. So I'm wondering, given that increasing this tax by 100% of the base council tax rate increases our annual income by £9 million, can I have assurances that that option of increasing income rather than just reducing expenditure and making cuts, whether that will also be on the public consultation? Thanks.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. It's good to hear some clarity from Chris Balance, because the way the Greens have been cozying up to the SNP in this chamber, you'd think they were in administration. But, Convener, the report makes one thing painfully clear. The situation has not stabilised since September. In fact, it's deteriorated further. Despite repeated warnings, the financial position continues to get worse. The pressures in this council are deepening rather than easing. The situation that we see and we're presented with is getting worse, not better, and that we're being told that in order to stay afloat, the council must plan for savings much higher than the existing black hole, because even that is likely to grow, with adult social care nearly 20 million overspent, and the RCCT with the teaching contracts potential another £6.6 million. Now, yes, there is recovery plans, but let's be honest about this, members. It's far too little and it's far too late. Overspending is entrenched in this council. Reserves will shrink, and even this report admits that some pressures will take years to fix. That's not prudent management, it's firefighting and it's managed decline. And yet some in this administration still think that, we've got things under control. But the truth is in this report, members. Overspends, rising pay pressures, unknown grants, and no provision for key national policies. This council, in its present form, is being kept afloat by hope and hope alone. Everyone outside this chamber can see it plainly. The only people who can't or won't are sitting on these benches. So I welcome a contribution from some more members of the administration, from Councillor Cameron, whose honesty last time cut through the spin, because I would genuinely like to know, is he happy with this report? And to the leader, after months of defending this, it is good to see some form of understanding that things perhaps aren't all good news. Because in my opinion, and none of this is good. It's not good for us as members. It's certainly not good for the communities that we serve, because fundamentally it's the taxpayers of Highland who are going to be left to foot the bill. It's them who this administration's pockets are going to have to pick to foot this bill. So I support having this brought forward, because we need to monitor the situation far more regularly so members have the best information available to make an informed decision when it comes to the budget. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, and thank you for this report. I think everyone in this chamber should find this report very worrying. It's actually based on uncertainties, risks, assumptions, not sufficient information, and I think we should be monitoring it more closely. One of the things I would ask is, when do we expect to receive clarification and further information on the impact and pressures of the Highland adult care overspend and cut in class contact time, and which will have a massive effect on this MTFP? I think we all need to read this carefully. It's not a good report, and we should be very, very worried, and we need to monitor it more closely. And I am supporting the motion to bring it back in January, when we might have more clarifications and not be reading assumptions and risks. Thank you.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. Referring to Appendix 2, the medium-term financial plan risks, where is climate change? Climate change has to be included as a risk. It is on the Council's corporate risk register. We are experiencing the impacts of climate change with increasing frequency and intensity of storms, causing more and more damage across the region. Just a month ago, the Highlands was battered by Storm Amy. Storm damage is becoming an increasingly significant cost for the Council, so climate change needs to be included as a risk on the risk register. Please can it be added? Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Clearly, the position outlined in this update on the medium-term financial plan is not where we would wish to be at this stage in the financial year. However, we are working from the most accurate and up-to-date financial information that has ever been available at this point in the year. It is far better to have clear visibility of these challenges now, while there is still time to review and mitigate them, than to discover them at year-end or indeed after, when it would be too late to take corrective action. A significant proportion of the current overspend relates to essential services such as the Corran Ferry and adult social care. These are areas where we have a clear responsibility to provide support and funding. Substantial work is already underway within adult social care and also in the area of looked after children, for example, both of which represent particularly high cost pressures. As referenced in section 8.3, between 2.3 million and 5.5 million has already been earmarked for cost recovery, and the associated budget recovery work is of critical importance. It is the responsibility of strategic committees to consider and scrutinise service budget recovery plans. As the next cycle of strategic committees begins, starting with housing and property next week, these budgets will be subject to detailed examination, enabling informed decisions to be made on how to best manage the remainder of this year's financial position.
Councillor McIntosh, the younger. Sorry, the elder.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There are many reasons why a budget is messed up. There's no other word, right? We can call it whatever we like. Some of them are within the control of this council and some of them aren't. I asked, have the administration, are the assumptions that they were made at the budget setting time, were they correct? Did they have the right information? Were they too optimistic? Was it too much time spent trying to maintain their own reputation than creating a budget? I don't know, and the way our budgets are set here, we don't really know what goes on in the smoke-filled rooms. Although they be tartan smoke, they're still filled. There are things out with our control. There are increased costs that we don't know about. We could probably guess, but we're not very good at that. There are national policies that are not being properly funded. I think we saw school meals, free school meals going around without getting proper funding. We have the reduced class contact time. That doesn't look as if it's going to be properly funded. We had the rise in national insurance that was not properly funded, although at what point the funding was cut to us is up for debate as to which Parliament was responsible for that. If you make a policy, then you are responsible for funding it. And that's a point that this administration should be making to their political masters frequently. I think the council are fed up getting the blame from the public for cuts that are not our fault. If we are underfunded and we have to make cuts, that's not really our doing, it's imposed upon us. And it comes back again to where decisions are made, the fault should lie. Whether that is rectified in May or not, we will see. I want to think about what we call mitigation or savings, or for anyone else, cuts. Are there expected cuts in services to make up for this? Whereabout will they be? Are there going to be cuts in employment? Are we going to cut our staff? May I remind the administration that we have a policy of where possible or where practical, there will be no compulsory redundancies. I would like to see that policy reiterated again now, or at least very soon, that we will not make cuts through cutting employment through compulsory redundancies. It's a sad time, and hopefully multi-year funding, multi-year budgeting may help the administration to see further than the next manifesto, and may actually help us all in proper planning for this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Gowans.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'd like to turn to a couple of points here in the paper, or a point made by Councillor Willis. Firstly, and for acknowledgement of the costs that the Council have had to bear due to the storm that preceded Storm Amy. That cost this Council £1 million, which was unexpected, and we have yet to assess the cost of Storm Amy, which is likely to be more than that, so we can expect a further increase. Turning to Councillor Baxter's point about Corrin and engagement, I would just like to say that the overspends that we have are reported to the E&I committee regularly, and the last committee was no different. We had a £5 million overspend. £1.5 million of that was repairs to the Corrin Ferry that this council has invested in supporting communities in the Lochaber area. And we will not shrink from that. We will continue to spend to ensure that these aged vessels provide a service as best they can, whilst we wait on the new ferry improvements, which is currently under tender at a cost of £62 million for the total package. That's money, remember, members, that we did not have in our coffers a couple of years ago, and it's only by the efforts in this chamber and by the officers that we've managed, and the convener and the leader, that we've managed to get that money to support that community. In terms of engagement with the community down in Lochaber, then we have regular ferry steering group meetings, and Councillor Baxter has attended some of those. However, we understand that as the process of supplying the new ferry moves on, that we need a different model. So to that end, we have set up a meeting, which is a week on Friday, with the Lochaber councillors to discuss our engagement. And I noted today, Councillor Baxter, that you have yet to accept that meeting. You have not said that you will attend. Neither have any of the other opposition members agreed to attend that meeting. So the fact is, in terms of engagement, we have engaged very, very well
Andrew,
with the Lochaber, with the communities in Lochaber.
I think you have to allow members to speak without chattering at them. Well, that's not the point. That is your opinion. If you kindly let the member... Councillor Baxter, when I speak, you shut up. This is one of these occasions whereby you're interrupting a member in the middle, and I don't remember any member interrupting you. So kindly provide some decorum. Councillor Gowans, continue.
Thank you, Convener. Well, I certainly don't think it's rubbish the fact that we have held meetings in Argyll face-to-face with the communities and with the Deputy First Minister to discuss the very real issues that we've had with the Corran Ferry. But suffice to say, and I'll just end here, Convener, that this administration has done more than any other administration to support the people of Lochaber, and I think they deserve a great deal of credit for that. Thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. A few short points. First of all, a detailed one, and slightly springing this on you, but and it may not be possible for Mr. Porter to give it much detail, or maybe the leader. In terms of the recent announcement about the loss of the air service at Wick, I'm very like to thank the administration for putting forward already a response to Transport Scotland to try and get the service reinstated. Are we factoring into our budget plans the possibility of any extra financial assistance to make sure the airport service remains open? Secondly, also paragraph 10.10, which I think Councillor Oldham touched on. Can I ask the administration's plans for public engagement? The paper says that we're going to use, quote, tried and tested methods. Whether those methods, is there anything else that can be done, or can the opposition help with this? But even at this very early stage, is there any detail on the public engagement? Secondly, in terms of the January meeting, it just seems to me that the financial situation is changing more quickly than usual. Councillor Willis talked about the storm damage. If we spend more on building maintenance, we might be able to reduce some of the costs that you referred to. Having a January meeting would enable us to keep an even tighter grip on the trends and to work out where the financial situation is going. Listening to the contributions, this probably sounds like a backhanded compliment, but it's a genuine compliment to Councillor Gowans and Councillor Oldham. They kind of reminded me a bit of King Canute. And I'm not talking about the budget tide coming in and that we can't stop the overspends, but King Canute said to his flatterers and followers, there is a limit to what I can do. And I think it was what Councillor Gowans and Councillor Oldham have said it's sober, honest realism. This is too important to gloss over, and that is the reason why, in terms of having that realism, having the meeting in January, as Councillor Baxter suggested, or Councillor Christie, sorry, it would enable us to keep an even tighter grip on where things are going, and maybe even the unexpected Wick Airport situation is just another example of where things can come from left wing to cause a problem. Thank you.
Matthew, I appreciate your concern about the demise of Eastern Airways. I think that's more for the leader to answer rather than Mr. Porter. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. As usual, when it comes to budget items, I think it's prudent on us in the Chamber to note that whilst we are trying to do our best to keep ourselves updated with a medium-term financial plan, that the fact that we only get updates from the UK government on their schedule, there is no obvious consistent plan for when this happens, is extremely frustrating. But given the Chancellor can't figure out what licence they need to rent a house, maybe planning ahead for a budget is beyond them. I appreciate the Scottish Government will aim to get things to us as soon as they can, but there's no guarantee events won't overtake Holyrood. We've seen 2 big storms in the last couple of months. We never know when things are coming out of left field. The earlier we could plan for this, the better. And I think the idea of having a meeting in January to try and keep an eye on where we are is important, especially given the change since the last update we had. I think the last update we had was sobering, but wasn't as bad news as this. And if we wait till March, we may be hit with another dose of news that is as bad as this. If we get an update in January, we can at least mitigate expectations and try and plan for things more smoothly. Councillor McIntosh, you gave many a euphemism for cuts, but you missed the one which I think is most scattered throughout the report of budget recovery, and budget recovery reference for the adult social care. A projected overspend is 19.8 million, something that comes up on the doors. If you speak to people, they go, where did the money go? This is where it goes. Adult social care is an increasingly massive cost for the council and for the NHS, and the line in the budget is extremely worrying of this is not a financially sustainable position with risks in relation to service delivery and NHS and council financial positions. We had to give the NHS 5.6 million last year, and we have set aside 20 million. We've spent 8 million of this. What I would ask for is, what did we get in terms of transformation? Did we generate savings as a result of that transformation? Was that the aim of that spend, or did we just keep the lights on? There's a reference here to some level of financial provision within the medium financial term plan need to be considered. I know that specific numbers may not be possible, but are we looking at more or less than that 5.6 million we gave before? And again, with reference to a budget recovery plan, are there any details we can get of this today, or of what is being considered here? Moving on to 2 other items, which I think are great. The other big item in here, reducing class contact time. We've budgeted 2 million in reserves for this. The projected cost is 6.6. We can't plan because of a lack of clarity around this. And I appreciate that this isn't just a position I hold. This is a position referenced in the report, referenced by the administration. And we're all in agreement that not having clarity from Holyrood on what this policy is going to cost is exceedingly unhelpful. And I would really urge anyone from Holyrood who is listening or watching today to please give us that clarity as soon as possible. And I think I agree with Councillor Willis, actually, that climate change is coming and isn't going away. I lack the expertise to figure out exactly how much this we might be able to model the costs, but I think, as Councillor Gowans, I'd like to thank you for providing the costs of Storm Florence, and I think getting an update on how much Storm Amy would cost is useful, because this isn't going away. We're likely to see these again, and knowing how much we might need to plan for storms is a useful thing to know. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Convener. I think other members have made the points I was going to make.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McLean.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Brian for the report. It brought me hope. In this dark world, hope shouldn't be undervalued. The Poverty Commission that was dismissed there wouldn't have existed at all if was it not for this administration. And as with Brian's data, future plans will come from clean data that we are gathering just now. So I would like to recommend we accept the report, and I support it.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Brian, for a very, very good but very sobering report. I just wanted to pick up a small point in paragraph 9.1 on page 11 to do with council tax on second homes and long-term empty properties, noting that there's 2,300 long-term empty properties in the Highland Council area, which I think is probably 1 in every 50 properties, domestic properties approximately. And I was just going to ask a question. Has the council considered or has it carried out any exercise where it might canvass the owners of long-term empty properties to see whether some of these could be or are suitable for acquiring to renovate housing stock and thereby go in some small way towards meeting our housing challenge? Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Brian, for the report. I think the public will be very concerned about the costs, as Councillor Gowans has highlighted, of the storms, and we're well aware of them, and they've come hard on the heels one after another, and we've all seen the damage of the storms, and thank goodness Storm Amy didn't occur in Lochaber during the Mod, because it ended up being a wonderful occasion, but everyone said, what a blessing it didn't happen during the time when the trees were falling down. And it falls to the local authority. And I want to applaud the local authority for the great work that was done during that time for opening roads as quickly as they did and helping things get back on track. So the council's resilience certainly to be truly commended for that. But I think it's something we all need to look forward to as the climate is changing, as the temperatures are rising. It's something that can come all the more frequently for us. It's particularly on the Corran Ferry. I know that the Corran Ferry is the current Corran Ferry, the actual Corran one itself, is going off for a refit. Now, it used to go off for a refit for a period of maybe 1 week or two. I understand it's going away for an entire season for refit. So I'd like to find out why, because that's putting added pressure on this replacement ferry, the Maid of Glencoe. But we've been told here in this chamber that the cost of fuelling the Corran Ferry is equivalent for a year, equivalent to the entire funds spent on our entire HGV fleet in Highland Council. So the replacement ferry can't come quick enough, and that will certainly save us huge costs. But on these costs, I was talking to business people in Lochaber recently, and they've asked me the question about how is the council looking at procurement for a new Corran ferry? Will we examine every potential option? Because a businessman called Andrew Banks from the north of Scotland, who runs the Pentland ferries from the north coast of Caithness across to Orkney, he took himself off to Vietnam and came back with a £15 million ferry that plies not a 5-minute crossing, but a 50-minute crossing across the Pentland Firth, one of the fastest flowing waterways in the world. And he got that for 15 million. So we could get 4 Pentland ferries for the price that we've been quoted, according to Councillor Gowans, the price that we've been quoted for 1 Corran ferry. And Mr Andrew Banks is renting out his ferry to the Scottish Government at the rate of £1 million a month. And I've also said in this chamber, this council should spend £15 million, go with Mr Banks, buy a ferry, rent it out for £1 million a month, and after 15 months, primary 6, after 15 months, how much would it be costing him? That's correct, nil. He would have it for nil. So will we be exploring every opportunity for a replacement Corran ferry and not just going ahead with the most expensive option? If Andrew Banks, a businessman from Caithness, can build 4 ferries for the price of 1 Corran ferry, what is this council doing wrong? Thank you.
Councillor McPherson, you know well that the council's purchasing like this is subject to procurement, and it's not a question of you, anybody else in this building, going off to Vietnam or South Korea or anywhere else and going on eBay and buying a ferry. There are rules and regulations behind this, and you know that full well. With respect to the discussions that have been going on regarding second homes, unoccupied properties, I can let you know that other discussions have been going on very recently as to what we do about this, and it is a quite important issue, but it's maybe not something you can get an answer for today. Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, members, for the contribution. You'll all have had a chance to see our amendment. It's not political, it's about process. It's about having a meeting in January to review. You know, the comments we made, I think Councillor Oldham and Councillor Reid must have the same script writers today, because they both used almost identical terms, or maybe they're just so aligned with their thoughts, but they both talked about visibility and how up to date our figures are. The report talks about Q1 projections. You know, that's June. We're in October. If we're up to date, why can't we have Q2 projections at the end of September? Now, if people can drill down, like Councillor Oldham says, into the data, then there's no reason, from what he said, that we shouldn't actually have the Q2 projections here, rather than get them at December, when, of course, time
advances on and we're looking at old data. I do hope that the Green councillors were able to support my amendment today, because it's along the lines of much of what Chris said about we need to get a grip of this, we need to understand what's happening. So I hope they'll be able to support the amendment and we can actually have an extra meeting to deal with this whole situation. Councillor McLean talks about hope. Remember, Councillor McLean, the only thing that was left in the box when Pandora opened it was hope, and all the other evils had come out. So maybe what you're really saying is all the other evils are here around about us, and all we have left now is hope. The Poverty Commission was the administration's idea. I welcomed it in my question to Council. Last meeting it actually says I welcomed it, and the leader thanked me for welcoming it. What I don't welcome is that the first spend from this administration on it will be April 27, when there is a way to get spend at April 26. And I think we should all do that and make sure we can actually get it there in time. It's a simple amendment. It specifies what's required. To vote against that amendment basically means you want to hide away and not actually face the reality of the situation that this council is in. It's a runaway train financially at the moment. We need to stabilise and get on top of that and get a grip of it. The uncertainties around adult social care could actually add an extra anything between 10 to 20 million on it. The class reduction time, yet alone the review of what the Q2 numbers are telling us. At this moment in time, the only sensible thing to do is to make sure we have a meeting when we know what the UK budget is, when we know what the Scottish Government budget is, when we've got a bit more certainty around our own projections for this current year. And to vote against it really is, you might as well go to a sandpit and stick your heads in it and become ostriches.
As a member.
Thanks, Councillor Christie, and hello to all the ostriches in this chamber. Thank you, Councillor Christie, for recognising and appreciating the in-year issues that aren't in our control. Our mitigations after Q1 can't be expected to mitigate the whole expected in-year shortfall. You're trying to read forward 3 quarters in advance. What we're doing is reporting what our plans are at this moment in time following the presentation and understanding after Q1. And that's why the strategic committees are tasked with the recovery plans that they're working on. And thank you to some of the strategic chairs for their contributions at previous meetings and today in terms of the reference to the work that they're already undertaking in respect of that recovery. We also have a number of meetings between now and the budget meeting of the Council. We actually have all the strategic committees. They will all meet between now and then. The Corporate Resources Committee will meet between now and then, and there will be a Highland Council, full meeting of the Highland Council between now and then. There are many opportunities for us to be able to review what we are doing. That's why I don't believe that we need another meeting on top of that in January prior to the budget, which will be at the early next year. I understand that the amendment has been put forward in good faith, Councillor Christie, but there are many occasions yet for us to regularly monitor the work to reduce the forecast gap. The Poverty Commission and the money to support that in 2027, the very essence of the work of the Poverty Commission is about engaging with communities and identifying with our partners the best way that we can understand funding the work of that Poverty Commission. And if it wasn't for this administration, there wouldn't be a Poverty Commission. I'm happy to discuss any matters that can relate to our budget planning, and despite the smart comments that we continually get from Councillor Stewart, who doesn't engage in the budget planning process with us, I'm happy to meet with Councillors Ballance and Willis, who do engage with us in the budget process in respect of the points that they raised, including options for increasing income. Councillor Ballance, I don't think that the wording in the report was actually meant to be exclusive to the income generation. I'm just confirming that we'll happily have those discussions with you. And past budget engagement activity has included income generation as well as savings, as members in the chamber will know. When it comes to Budget planning, Councillor McIntosh. This administration has a track record of protecting jobs, and there are no plans to be cutting jobs as part of the work of the strategic committees. And for you and Councillor McEwen, I really hope that you understand that the fact that the MTFP is planned over 3 years, that helps us mitigate any issues in any one given year, like this current year, over that period of time. The EPR budget assumptions were based on a notified assessment from the UK government, Councillor McIntosh. Yeah, it was only post-budget setting in the summer of this year that the UK government turned down and told us we weren't getting that. We were going to be short-changed by about a couple of million quid. That's what's happened to our budget in the middle of that year. If you've got any chance to be able to talk to your pals down there, that would really help us. A wholly unexpected situation. Councillor McPherson, notwithstanding what the convener said to you, you will know you will know well about my representation in respect of the power of general competence, and a lot of what you were actually saying would be, in terms of the council, would actually be restricted because of the power of general competence. So maybe you want to reflect on that. But thanks to Councillor Rees for his comments in respect of the demise of Eastern Airways. I'm sorry that that has happened, but the funding, that will be part of the budget process going forward. I can assure you that it has been over the past few years. And Councillor Fraser also referred to the JMC process for reviewing the budget recovery for adult and social care. So there's a lot of work that's still going. It's very fluid. And we have the MTFP over 3 years to be able to help us with this. This is not something that we are going to slash and burn within the remaining period of this budget year to be able to recover the position. Thank you very much to our officers for being able to let us see that that is what's in front of us here. And I'll be moving the recommendations. Thank you.
Stuart, we have a motion on the minute.
Thank you, Convener. So first, could I just check with Councillor Christie? Do a seconder for your amendment, please, Councillor Christie. There's a wave of hands. Councillor Gregg. Councillor Gregg, thank you. Members, we have a motion from the Council Leader, seconded by the Convener, and that is to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Gregg, which is to add a further recommendation, the terms of which are available to view in the chat. So for those members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from the Council Leader, press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Christie, press the red button. If you wish to abstain, press the white button, and we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you.
That's it, use this on.
Members, there appear to be 27 of you who have not voted.
Which 27?
No, I have no idea.
Let's check. Everyone in the chamber has voted that wanted to vote. in this one? Okay, members, we've had a number of members who don't appear to have managed to vote in that one, so what we'll do is we'll do this vote again. I'll run it again in the chamber. So again, when you get the opportunity to vote, members, if you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, it's the green button. The amendment from Councillor Christie will be the red button, and to abstain will be the white button. And we'll start the vote in the chamber again. So thank you, members, for your patience. So if everybody has voted, we wanted to vote, we will close that vote in the chamber. Thank you. And now going round those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, the amendment from Councillor Christie, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Coggle.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Andrew Jarvie. Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Councillor Robertson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 36 votes for the motion. The amendment received 31 votes and there was 1 abstention, so the motion is carried.
Brian, I would like you to pass on from all of the members in this chamber, irrespective of which way they voted or which way they spoke, how much we appreciate the efforts that you and your staff have put into this. So thank you very much. Members, item 4 on your agenda is the Highland Community Planning Partnerships 2024 to 2025 annual report. And I have Alison Clark with us this morning to lead you forward on this.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. The paper in front of you introduces the Highland Community Planning Partnership Annual Report. Combined within this are updates against the revised Highland Outcome Improvement Plan, the HOIP, the delivery plan, along with progress activity of core partnership groups such as the Poverty Reduction Group, Mental Health and Wellbeing Delivery Groups, and the local community partnerships as well. So members, you'll recall that the revised HOIP and delivery plan was agreed last September and particularly focused on ensuring the partnership priorities better reflect the wider challenges facing Highland, but also organisational priorities. So you can see the links in the links to the Council's delivery plan within the priorities of the HOIP as well. So we're 1 year into the delivery plan, and so whilst progress has been made in a number of areas, there is still work to do. The monitoring framework is contained within the annual report, and this includes baseline monitoring figures which will be updated on an annual basis as the plan progresses. So updates will continue to be made to the relevant strategic committees on specific elements of the Hoyt delivery plan, with a 6-monthly update also to the Communities in Place Committee, in addition to this annual report that will be made to Council every year. And members, happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Graham Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener. Very happy to welcome the report, and thank you for it, Alison. The first iteration of this was in 2017, and the world has changed a great deal since that time. So it was time to review and plan for the future, and to recognise that some things we can do on our own, and with others we can be more effective on occasion. The revised Highland Outcome Improvement Plan is far more reflective of the current challenges and priorities of the Highland area. It's important for us to scrutinise the partnership work that has been taken forward, but also to see how it is contributing to key priorities that we have within the Council. And I'm delighted to ask you to note that the annual CPP annual conference in 2025 was extremely supportive in terms of the report and where we're going with it. I'm particularly pleased to note the progress of the Highland Property Partnership. That is going to be critical going forward in terms of how this Highland Investment Plan is delivered and the future operating model, but also identifying potential properties for repurposing housing. The work around housing is really important in contributing to the delivery of the Highland Housing Challenge, supporting communities to take forward housing projects, but also focusing on understanding the needs of key workers within communities. I'm delighted to see the progress being made around these different models of childcare and moving forward to testing these over the next year. And I'd also like to highlight the continued excellent work on the suicide prevention plan. We have now only completed 1 year of the plan, and there will, of course, be risks and challenges to be overcome as we make our way through them. And I would draw your attention to point 7, section 7 of the report in relation to these risks and challenges, which hopefully we're well aware of and looking forward to taking them on. I'm happy to support the recommendations, and I seek a seconder. Thank you.
Convener, if I can second that, Councillor Morrison, please.
Thanks, Councillor Morrison. Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Graham, for the introduction. I agree with just about everything you say with your introduction on that. And I've got an amendment which can be put into the chat. It is the end of year one, and I think what we need to pick up on, I think Alison recognised that totally in her introduction, is the evaluation and the measures as to this is what we said we're going to do. Now here's the evidence that we've done it, and these are the statistics and the information and the data sources we've pulled into it. But one area that does worry me, where I think, and this is not our plan alone, it's the Community Planning Partnerships plan. One area that does worry me is, to me, the biggest challenge in Highland in the next 30 years is going to be depopulation. And I think we ought to all really take time to discuss and look at that and what that will mean. You know, we've seen some horrendous figures, especially for Caithness and Sutherland, of the population going down and the projected increase of the older population in these areas. And I don't think that the Community Planning Partnership has done enough to address depopulation. If you actually look in the annual report, it mentions, it name checks depopulation, but nowhere in the annual report does it say what it's done to address it, with this small exception of childcare provision, which I think has been the shining success of the year. But in terms of transport, health and housing, there's a gap, and of course all my comments are political, so I wouldn't expect the officers to need to address me on this. But the real issue here is, what have we done on transport, housing, health and jobs, to address depopulation. It's silent in the annual report. It's pretty much silent, and I should have picked this up earlier, so that's my fault, in the HOIP delivery plan that's used. And it's, however, it is referenced in the Highland Outcome Improvement Plan, which is the overarching strategic thing. So at a strategic level, we're saying we've got to address depopulation, but in the annual report, silent, we're not saying how we do it, and the delivery plan. So my amendment is basically saying to the Community Planning Partnership, can you just have a look at this? Can you refine up your interventions on this? Because what we don't want to see is vast areas of Sutherland and Wester Ross becoming so depopulated that there's nobody there and we can't support communities properly. And that's the risk we run if we don't do something. So the amendment is basically saying, look, can you have a look again at this, specifically on jobs, housing and transport, because childcare is doing quite well in these areas. And can you update us in the future on what's happening on this? It's a simple amendment to probably tackle what I believe is the biggest challenge that Highland faces. So I hope we can all support this and give this task, piece of work to the Community Planning Partnership and then get reviews back from them as to how they're progressing on it. Thank you, Convener. I move my amendment.
Councillor Hendry.
Thank you, Convener. This is an excellent first annual report of the HOIP with detailed information of the partnership working and subsequent achievements so far. Therefore, I won't repeat what is written verbatim. However, it's important to recognise the work being done and in the pipeline. So I'll pick out a few important points, specifically in relation to young people and how this work is having a positive impact in our communities. Due to the collaboration and work between Highland Council, High Life Highland, UHI, the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, Police Scotland and more, our young people now have access to and benefit from Skills Development Scotland, who help deliver the plan through career services and apprenticeships. Work Life Highland, who again help deliver by being a gateway to career services. Workforce North, which brings all the partners together under one umbrella to tackle demographic challenges faced in the Highlands. We should also note the other organisations which come under the Active Highlands Steering Group within the partnership programme. The activities are facilitated through our schools as a multi-collaborative approach to reduce social isolation and promote healthy physical and mental well-being. We shouldn't tell young people what to do and what we think they need. They can lead on projects and help us to ensure that there is strategic alignment and sustainability. We don't want small pop-up projects which disappear after a year. This is why delivery of the plan is so important. By the way, a shout out to the Highland Whole Family Wellbeing Programme, who so far have funded at least 51 projects through targeted investment for children and families. Again, they do not tell families what they need, they empower families to shape services within their local community. From this report, we can be assured that the foundations are there for the successful 3-year Highland Outcome Improvement Plan. It's a really good start, but we need to ensure the strategy and funding throughout the period is consistent and hopefully be in the bricks for years to come. Thank you.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you, for convener. Thank you for the report, Alison. I'm going to talk obviously about housing. Housing is a challenge that cuts right through the 3 strategic priorities of the HOIP. It links people with places, and it's also an engine for prosperity. But in addition to this, it does address the 2 other P's that we grapple with, namely population or population decline, and the effects of poverty. So, I mean, just to give the impression that I've read in the press that because the Poverty Commission reports later that we're not doing anything to try and mitigate poverty, I think it's slightly disingenuous. But anyway, that's another argument. One target of the HOIP I especially care about, also as a children's champion, is children living in temporary accommodation. Prolonged periods in temporary accommodation can have an absolutely disastrous impact on the longer-term life chances of children, on their education and their physical and psychological state. A life of instability as a child is more likely to lead to a life of insecurity as an adult. So a specific target of the HOIP to reduce numbers in temporary accommodation, especially with families, is vital. Progress is already being made on this front by our really excellent housing officers, but it will remain a challenge without a greater supply of housing. I just think housing is the key to so many of these issues. We read these papers, but I think it's actually important to, imagine real life scenarios to illustrate the challenge we face. There'll be the 20-something starting out having landed a really good job in the Highlands, either moving here, wanting to move here, or already being here, and they're chomping at the bit to fly the nest and lead an independent life. One snag: there's nowhere affordable to live. And the chances of a social rent currently for this category of person is pretty non-existent. I mean, let's admit it. So an opportunity is lost, an ambition is quashed, and a life is left static. The societal implications of a generation with no stake, held back because of lack of housing, and then angry, doesn't bear thinking about. Never mind all our businesses and services that need workers. Then there's the elderly couple who want to downsize. They want their family to live in their bigger house. They're planning future-proofing their old age so they have support and company in old age. Great plan, no suitable houses. Yet we need our elderly to happily and securely remain within their communities. So increasing the supply of affordable housing options of all types and tenures is a priority, and everyone in this chamber knows it. The market alone has not and cannot deliver what is needed, and the state has a proactive role. So the HOIP and the housing challenge are about addressing the above scenarios I've illustrated, but also depopulation and poverty and the economy. Alongside more social housing, this council is committed to developing its own mid-market rent model to become a player in this marketplace. I've said before, and I still believe it, that this has the potential to be a game changer. The report summarises very succinctly the work that's already been done to propel the housing challenge, but of course members are all welcome to attend next week's Housing and Property Committee, where I think we have a 19-item agenda with everything that's going on in housing to look at these big issues in the round. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Mrs. Clark, for the report. I would like to ask, while the ambition of the Highland Outcome Improvement Plan is clear today in the report, I feel that are there actually any new resources being committed? And as I often mention, our older residents, particularly those in the rural and island areas, that still we face gaps in health and social care access, along with digital exclusion and, importantly, transport barriers. Success will depend on whether our partners, agencies, are able to align the budgets and the workforce capacity, not just agree in principle. So I would like to query what actual evidence do we have that the partnership work is improving the quality of life for older residents? How is the CPP ensuring age-friendly priorities such as accessible transport, care integration and digital inclusion? Are they actually going to be delivered? And will the next HOIP phase, 27 to 37, can we make an age-friendly Highlands a cross-cutting theme with clear, measurable indicators on healthy ageing and community partnerships? Participation. Sorry, I'm feeling chilly today. I don't know about anyone else, but I'm actually feeling cold. Yeah, so my hands are cold as well. We need more intergenerational proposals. We need an older people policy embedded in our future workings in Highland Council. We need to create intergenerational and age-friendly communities in future housing developments, as Councillor Aikens has pointed to. And we need to tackle the housing, care and transport in the region of our Highland model as a going forward competent proposal. And I'd like to just finish up by saying our ageing population should be seen as an asset, not a challenge. Many older people still have a lot to give to our Highland community. These plans must lead, I feel, to visible and local outcomes. We need safer, connected and age-friendly communities where older people can live well and feel valued. I cannot stress that enough. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Alison, for this report. It is a good report and it's hopefully moving forward to be even better. The Community Empowerment Act Scotland 2015 is about people, place and prosperity. Now, especially in the rural areas, the people and the people's health comes into it. The rural areas' health, and particularly Caithness, the health is absolutely, well, we all know about it with the hospital, the maternity, the lack of GPs, etc. Now, place as well is about housing, and although we don't have a housing crisis in Caithness, it's actually the state of some of our houses. And if we want younger people to get into some of these houses, they just turn their noses up at them. There's no way they want to live in that condition, leave a nice warm parents' house and live in some of the houses that's really needing upgraded. Prosperity as well. For prosperity, we need people to come into the area, and people won't come into the rural areas if there's no education, health services, housing. We need good health, good housing to get prosperity going. And, well, to get the lack of recruitment. Caithness and Sutherland are depopulated, and I would like to see an actual report and a plan how we're going to repopulate these areas and bring prosperity and people into these areas. So instead of us always talking about depopulation, I think we should be talking about repopulation. And also, I was just wondering when the health inequalities report would be produced, tackling some of these inequalities. But thank you for your report, Alison.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start by thanking my colleague, Councillor Mackenzie, for raising the issue of older people. We see in the integrated impact assessments that accompany most papers to this council that children's rights and well-being is one of the issues that are assessed against. And I really do think that age-friendly communities and our older population, given we have an ageing demographic, is something that should be taken into consideration when we're making decisions, if we're serious about making sure that we're providing best services for our older residents. But reading this report, one can't fail to notice how many times, members, that it tells us that something's been launched, re-established or being developed. You know, a housing challenge action plan's been launched, a property partnership's been re-established, a single care model is being developed, charters have been launched, platforms have been launched and strategies have been launched. Each of these signals some form of intent, but it's not the same as outcomes. You know, intent's good and we like to see this, but for elected members and indeed for members of the public, what matters most to those is, you know, what have these launches delivered? How many additional homes are occupied because of the housing challenge? How many services are co-located to the property partnership? What measurable difference has the Home Family Wellbeing Programme made to families it supports? Without answers to these things, it's very difficult to see this as anything more than counting announcements rather than achievements. And the same pattern appears in the community partnership as well. You know, they've met, plans have been implemented, online platforms created, but we still need to know what effect these are having. You know, what are the health inequalities narrowing? The public can't see these from the verbiage. It just says launched and being developed. So I welcome assurances that we'll be getting some form of KPIs and outcomes, because I think that's really needed in this report, and I think that would be welcome. So I think when this comes round again, when this comes to council again, we need to see a report that moves beyond describing activities and demonstrating impact. You know, the future updates, I think I'd like to see the words like launched and being developed replaced with figures such as delivered, completed and improved. And a concise sort of table of indicators maybe. I know that there's baselines in it, but just would let us judge what real progress has been made to ensure that all of these initiatives are delivering measurable outcomes for the people of Highland, because fundamentally, members, that's what every one of us wants to see. We want to see a Highland that is better tomorrow than it is today. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. Hopefully the voice will hold out. First of all, I'd like to thank, on behalf of the team that work in the Community Planning Partnership in Badenoch and Strathspey, I would like Alison to convey the dedication, the teamwork working with the third sector that they put in, because a partnership's only as successful as the team behind it. So I think a big shout out to them. As one of my colleagues earlier on mentioned, data is key. We are gathering data and sometimes we're having to change direction, and that is happening too. But we are identifying and describing the needs of each partnership area, and I think we've got to reflect on that. This is not Highland-wide, this is identifying locally what we're focusing on. This is year one, and we're looking forward to, as somebody mentioned transport, but in our area we're looking at integrated transport with our rail colleagues as well. Obviously access to housing and learning opportunities as well, and I think we are very fortunate both our high schools are deeply engaged at this, turned up at a meeting on Wednesday with great ideas. The other thing that's not mentioned is the arts. A lot of our younger people, and we talk about our older population as well, but the arts is an important thing, and that seems to be drawing attention with our third sector. But we are talking about accessibility to all and working with all our partnerships. This is year one, and going forward, I look forward as to how this develops, working with our other public sector partners. And just a shout out again, we are very fortunate that our other colleagues in the various organisations, fire, rescue, police, NHS, are all participating to that. So thank you, and I look forward to next year.
Councillor McIntosh. Andrew.
Thank you, Convener. Thanks to Ms Clark for this comprehensive and thought-provoking report. Can I refer to the poverty reduction section, please? I'm delighted to say that the life expectancy in the Highlands is longer than for the mean for the rest of Scotland, which shows just what a fine place it is to live in. However, there is a range. There is 10.5 years between the life expectancy of the poorest woman in Scotland and the richest. When you go to men, that's 13.2 years difference between those in poverty and those in wealth. So poverty reduction is incredibly important. Sometimes I feel that we pay lip service to it. I think it's also marks in with depopulation. Much of the reason is the same. We are a low income area, we're told, and so people leave areas to find better jobs that pay more. So it all works in with the same. I think we're also getting to the point where we are accepting things like food banks and the sanitary products access. We accept these as good things, and they're not. They're terrible things that are there because of our poverty. And as long as they're there, they are a reminder of the poverty of the area. This HOIP does list, I love the word HOIP, it sounds like an ancient Pictish dance done before the Battle of Montgravius. You know, here he picks who can
book before the Romans. Anyway, the Hoyt does have a whole range of deliveries to do, and I look forward to that. Can I put in a word for the Poverty Commission? It is a bit disappointing, but I think perhaps unavoidable. It will report back to here in June, they hope, but it will be another whole year before anything happens. And I hope that when they're preparing budget for this year, they put into at least preparation for being able to finance any of the recommendations of that commission as soon as possible. I thank you once again for this report, and I look forward to addressing us all when we're a lot richer and live a lot longer. Thank you.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Alison, for the report. There's safe to say there's quite a lot of positives in the report, and a lot of things I can support and feel comforted in that we know the direction of travel we have. However, I do have some concerns about the community planning partnerships around the area, and I'll speak about Sutherland in particular. I've always been an advocate for the partnership in Sutherland. It's been very productive. It's achieved an awful lot of really good things over the years. But I'm afraid to say that it is in decline. There's absolutely no question about that. But first of all, I'd like to thank my fellow Sutherland colleagues who have done tremendous work both on housing, on poverty, both fuel and food, transport and mental health. All of these things have been done and led by councillors in the Sutherland area, and they've done a fantastic job. But we've been supported so well by the Crowell Sutherland Development Trust, and they've done so much in terms of taking notes, arranging meetings and pulling things together. And without that, we wouldn't have achieved nearly as much as we have done over the few years. Of course, their support depends on the funding of their officers, and that's in question at the moment. When I first came into the council back in 2017 and we got into the partnership process, the meetings were so well attended. We'd be packing out a community hall in Lairg or in Golspie, and there was community councils coming from all over the county. Now, if we go to a meeting now, it's the statutory agencies and nobody else. The communities have lost faith in what's being done by the partnership. And if we don't get the partnership, the communities back on track with this and get engaged with them, then we're not going to achieve anything else. It's going to grind to a halt. And that would be a terrible, sad waste of all the things we've already achieved up to now. Depopulation in Sutherland is obviously a big issue. It's been talked about already today. And it's a concern because we talk about things like housing, for example, and we talk about housing across, say, the Murray Firth, and there's hundreds and hundreds of houses going up here, but we have to appreciate that to build a house in Durness, for example, costs probably twice as much as it costs to build elsewhere. But 10 houses in Durness would make a huge impact. 10 houses in Betty Hill would make a huge impact and help to reduce the depopulation issues. Childcare is another issue. If we're going to really provide childcare and encourage people and attract them into the area, we have to provide childcare and accept that there's going to be a loss in terms of of the funding for this. We'll have to take that hit because if you have to have it there to attract people in. If you don't have it, they won't come. Simple as that. And not only will they not come, but the younger ones will go away and they'll go somewhere else and they won't come back. So we really have to take this really, really seriously. Re-engage the population of the communities across the county. And I'm sure Sutherland isn't unique in this. I'm sure it's exactly the same everywhere else. To re-engage with the communities, the community councils, get them on board, and the community organisations, and get them to engage with us. Because even the statutory agencies are starting to drift away in Sutherland now. So the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service very rarely attends meetings. NHS very rarely attends meetings, and we lose that continuity. So I really ask that we focus on properly funding the partnerships and actually encouraging our stakeholders in terms of community councils and other organisations to get back engaged. Thank you.
Councillor Gregson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, excellent report. Very valuable work. Obviously, the place-based, community-based ethos, and including, as Councillor Coburn emphasised, the third sector, which is so important in a lot of this work. And the colleagues have identified how well the issues of housing, employment, education, etc., are all interconnected in this work. And especially, I support the refocusing or the kind of emphasis on fighting depopulation, which is such a scourge of our North communities, and particularly meeting the needs of older populations, as Councillor Mackenzie has said, and Councillor McIntosh, with his memories of the Battle of Mons Graupius, emphasises how we have an ageing demographic. But I would make one specific request, perhaps Workforce North, which is obviously a valuable initiative here alongside the property partnership. Should Workforce North not, in fact, embrace our neighbouring authorities rather than simply be relating to Highland Council area? Thanks.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thank you again for the report, Alison. It's what I wanted to talk about was connections. I think the big thing that this report actually highlights is that the connections in our communities are so important. I know I get a lot out of going to the community planning partnership meetings that happen in Mid-Ross. I know Angela does as well, and obviously Sarah has too. And it actually is such a fantastic way of not just bringing together the statutory services like the fire and the police and the council, but it's also bringing in the really, really important third sector services and community groups that are really at the heart of our communities. What I particularly enjoy is the fact that the networking opportunities that gives many of our organisations to learn from each other, see what's out there and provide the best service to the residents in our communities as possible. I do think that a lot of the wheels of our communities wouldn't turn without the work of the third sector. So I think we should all give them a very little round of applause in our own way. What I would like to highlight though in the report was in particular the issues around children. I particularly loved the work of the Children and Young People's Participation Strategy that happened earlier in the year. I think it was such a record-breaking number of young people who were involved and engaged with that participation strategy, and it's such a fantastic document in its own right. And leading on from that, I think the work that's happened on the promise within the council has been brilliant. I think Carrie and the team have done an amazing job of really highlighting the promise, which is obviously that Scotland's young people should grow up safe and loved and respected. And although we would want that for all of our young people, I think it is particularly important to recognise the needs of our cared for youngsters within Highland, and even just the work that's gone on to not just have young people in care, but making sure that they're as close to their scaffolding and their local community and their networks as possible is so important. And I would just like to finish off by saying that I think all of that tying together with the Vision 26 events have been fantastic. But again, like Muriel has said, I think the work of your teams has been amazing, Alison, in bringing the community planning partnerships together and being that cohesive glue that keeps everything running. So thank you very much.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you for the report, Alison. It is incredibly detailed. I have just two very small points that I would like to raise. Under the Employment Delivery Plan, I think it would be really nice to have a link there to the Armed Forces Covenant. I know the Armed Forces Covenant is mentioned in its own right later on in the report, but I think a direct link there would be really good. I also think it's really important to raise the issues of childcare that are detailed in there, and everything seems to be pointing toward issues in rural areas. One of the inquiries I get most is childcare issues in Ardeshir, in Croy and in Smithton. There are no childminders. The childcare provision that is there tends to be within the preschool. There's no wraparound, there's no after-school provision. And when the schools are closed, the parents are using preschool for their childcare, lose that. So I think we need to be looking, part of my ward is rural, but this concept of it just being the wider, far away flung areas in the Highlands is where there are issues in childcare. It's not as simple as that. and I would like that to be considered a bit as well. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report. Certainly very detailed, and can't fault the amount of information we've been given here. I am aware that we're somewhat at the mercy of some of these reports that come from external agencies and other partners, but I think I find myself in the worrying position of agreeing with Councillor Stewart, which is always distressing, that quite a lot of these achievements that this is probably a personal thing, but I quite like numbers, and a lot of these achievements are more qualitative. Of the key achievements in our executive summary, we've got 15. We launched a plan, we established 3 partnerships, we've written a report but not yet got it out. A chart has been launched, we had 36 quarterly meetings. Not many of the executive summary achievements mention solid numbers. There are 4. Councillor Hendren mentioned 1, and we've mentioned 51 projects funded in the executive summary, but later on in page 51 we say there's 46 projects. Which of these numbers I think is correct? I may have missed something on page 46, and if I have, I apologise. The outcomes of these projects, whose are these reported to and where do they get scrutinised? The 6,000 users for the Work-Life Highland platform is one of the outcomes with a solid number, but there are no actual outcomes of what these users generated on page 47 where this achievement is mentioned. There's 2 projects which mention numerical outcomes, both of which I think are really, really good outcomes and really important, and are what I think I'd like to see personally more of the next time we see this report. We've got 346 people participated in suicide training, and we got 2,325 people supported into apprenticeships, both of which are fantastic, solid achievements. I'm really pleased to see that we now have performance indicators that can be used to measure some of these numbers next time. I do have a struggle in understanding what the 3rd outcome under the place section actually means. Record annual population projection numbers against projected by 2030. I cannot comprehend what that actually means, and it says there's be 433 people aged 85 plus. I presume that's not the total number of 85 plus, because that would require lots of people to not be here anymore. And I would like, while we're here, to make a bid for an additional outcome, though I do appreciate this would be harder to measure. We hear a lot about the ageing population. I think it's projected that we're going to have a massive increase in people aged 75 plus. Though actually, I think I said before that age isn't really the key thing, it's the quality of how you age. If you're 95, but you can still get on a bus, get to the shops, live independently, then you are very different to someone, as Councillor McIntosh mentioned, who's not here anymore, that 20 years younger, people in poorer areas who, they might, despite being 75 or younger, who need help with care, can't get out to the shops, are physically more frail, are physically more ill, that actually that's the real important outcome. If we could have 100% of the population be 95 plus, but if everyone was actually just cracking on fine, that doesn't have any impact on services. That has much less impact on services. Whereas what the actual important measure is how many of our 75 plus, how many of our older population are frail and requiring help. I don't know how you'd actually get the data for that and measure it, but I would like to make a bid that that's something we try to look at. Thank you very much.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener, and I agree with most of what has been said this morning. As others have said, people, place and prosperity are the three major strategies from the community, the HOIP here today. And I have been, as Lindsay said, to quite a few meetings, and as many of us in this chamber have been. And I think over the last few years, with all the different place-based planning, the delivery groups, with the 20-minute neighbourhoods, everything that's been going on, as Richard has said, at the start there was lots of people at all these meetings, but now, even in our delivery group for making sure the outcomes happen, there's only 2 community councils attending. The rest are all officers. So I think there's really in the community, people are fed up going to different meetings, and the groups of people are reducing and getting much worse. I would say that it says here, as we go into year 2, that we should be looking at wealth building and about co-production and co-designing services. As Lindsay said, many third sector organisations have been working in partnership and doing that for years, and it's more the statutory bodies that are a bit slower at working together, and in some cases it's due to funding cuts that this has improved. But for me, I think that what's come out of this, and even the police report, the last 2 community councils that we as ward members have gone to this week, what they say is the information that they get from the police isn't reflective of what they know is happening in their community. And there's different reasons for that. And I find that even the fire service, what's been happening there, reducing fire officers throughout the whole of the Scotland, is having an impact. So while there's a lot of good stuff in this, and I absolutely agree, there's been a tremendous amount of work from all of our officers and officials and our community planning partners, it's getting more and more difficult. And when you speak to people on the doorsteps, there is a anxiousness there, and I think it comes from COVID, from after COVID, and how people are engaging again in their communities. Isabel asked about older people and their place in society. Many of the volunteers we have in our organisations are older people, and that's good, and we wouldn't survive without them. But it's becoming more difficult to get support, and with reduced fundings, not only within organisations but within people's pockets. Andrew, he's away anyway, he talked about food banks, and many food banks have got less donations nowadays because people don't have that money to spend. And in our own wards, we have 2 community fridges. They weren't set up just to feed people, they were set up to reduce food waste. That was their primary objective, but they are used more and more regularly because people can't afford to feed themselves. Absolutely, Sarah. Every word you said, I totally agree with. Without proper housing, it affects every part of an individual's life, and it does affect their mental health. We, this week, had a look at new flats in Dingwall, and they are fantastic, high-quality flats that the council has helped to develop, and they'll be used for single people within our town. And it's more of that that's needed, the high quality accommodation, so that people can feel safe and live in the communities that they want to be in. I think for the last few months going out, some people might know there's an election next year, but talking to people on the doorstep, their priorities are not always the priorities that we have. And their concerns are not always the concerns that we in this chamber may prioritise. And I think that this is good, and there's more to do, but there's other things that communities are wanting to do for themselves.
It's a balance.
Thank you very much, Alison, for this report, and thanks to everyone for the hard work that's done within the community partnerships. As chair of the Inverness Community Partnership, I would like to thank in particular Sandra Brown of the Whole Family Wellbeing Team, who brings to every meeting positive stories of how their team has made a real difference to real people who need it most. I was very disappointed earlier this year when Judy Hill of the police was promoted to superintendent and actually had to leave the partnership, having been a real trailblazer in Markinch. And I'd also like to offer my respect to the Green Health Partnership, who ran a very successful event at the Botanic Gardens last year. Though I'm sorry, Raymond, that we never managed to get you to sign the pledge to make just one change to reduce your carbon output in the coming year. maybe we'll work on that next year. And finally, the Creating Hope in the Highlands team, the suicide prevention team, who moved even politicians to silence by their impressive, deeply impressive presentation to us last month. The difficulty we have with community partnerships is identified in paragraph 3.1. I quote, "No new resource implications from this report." It is difficult to tackle inequality, address poverty, and transform lives with no resources, no money, and just a group of people who are already overbusy to do it. 7.1 sums it up, and I quote again, "Ongoing budget constraints across the public and third sector organisations have limited the ability to scale successful initiatives and invest in preventative approaches." And I was interested to hear Councillor Gale's contribution, because it's often been, the Southern Partnership has often been outlined to us as the most successful one, having officers who are paid, I believe, from wind farm money. But if that has now itself changed, I'm very sorry to hear that. I think it does give the message that actually the community planning partnerships need some resource in order to work efficiently. So one of the achievements that's listed in this report is that most community partnerships held quarterly meetings. For me, to describe holding a meeting as an achievement would be laughable if it wasn't actually true. Everyone round the table is already too busy, and indeed one of our Inverness core partners announced earlier this year they were simply too busy to attend meetings, and although their superior promised that they would ensure a reshuffle of roles which would sort this, 6 months on it simply hasn't happened. Again, this is referenced in 7.1, the challenge of ensuring consistent participation across all partners. I'd like to very much endorse the comments by Councillor Coburn about the importance of the arts, and by Councillor McIntosh about the crucial importance of poverty reduction, which has to be at the heart of the work of the community partnerships. And also Councillor Johnson for her comments on the importance of the third sector. I was very saddened to see in the third sector's review of, I think, last year, a comment that they were so disillusioned with the community partnerships that they were thinking of withdrawing from the whole system. I think that has to be addressed, and we really have to work with the third sector far better as a council and as community partnerships. And indeed, as has also been said, the public are fed up with coming to meetings, saying what they would like, and then not getting it. And we have to address that if we want public engagement and involvement in the community partnerships. One of the difficulties we have is achieving a corporate identity for the partnership. Partners do individual things, the police in Merkinch, SFRS in Hilton, but they do them as police or fire service, not as partnership. Frankly, the public has no idea of what the partnerships do, even when its members are active. And indeed, the first I ever heard of the Inverness Community Partnership was when I was asked to chair it. The one thing that really disappoints me about this report, if I may, and this is a consistent theme actually running through almost every paper today, is the complete lack of mention of the Council's net zero strategy. Having a strategy is pointless unless everyone is working towards it. Climate change is not coming. It is already with us. Ask the residents of Jamaica and their 185-mile-an-hour storms about that. Thank you. Climate resilience and adaptation is mentioned in this
Chris,
report.
that means wind up. It doesn't mean you can continue on for another 5 minutes. So. Councillor McGill.
Thank you, Convener. I think it's my turn. I'll just follow on Councillor Gale's comments, if I may. I'm Vice Chair of the Southern Community Partnership. We seem to have been modestly successful, despite the little I have ever contributed. We are now at a point where we have run out of resources, run out of capacity, and run out of steam. And the only future I can see is to revert to being a talking shop, which would be tragic. So that's my message for the frontline, Convener. Thank you.
Thanks for being brief, Jim. Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. Thank you, Alison. It was 20 years ago today, approximately, that I arrived downstairs in the Chief Exec's office as a partnership development officer, and one of the people I was sitting very close to, next to, was Alison Clark. And those were the days, to paraphrase Councillor Kate McLean when she talked about hope, or the lack of it now. Those days were really hopeful. We were talking about introducing, if you remember, Alison, community wardens. We were talking about the Antisocial Behaviour Act 2004 and how ASBOs were going to sort out everything and everybody. We were talking about improving travellers' sites. There were new police stations, new fire stations, even new council buildings. And I think back those 20 years, and Councillor Balance, who was very benevolent until his last 1 minute today, benevolent Balance, actually hit the nail on the head. If you haven't got money, what's the point of half of this stuff? And I'm being as blunt as he was. And I think, Kate, that's the difference between 20 years ago, perhaps, and now. Slowly but surely, the money has been getting tighter and tighter. Councillor McEwen said we need to have a plan about depopulation, and I almost feel embarrassed standing up here yet again going on about depopulation, but I represent the ward with the worst depopulation, according to our own council figures. And, you know, actually, and I'm tempted to ask my SNP friends and colleagues, but actually we do have a plan. Councillor McEwen doesn't know about it, apparently. It's the Addressing Depopulation Action Plan. Yes, some people do know about it. The mischievous point is the Scottish Government put the princely sum of £60,000 per annum into this, which perhaps indicates where it sits on their priority list. But I believe, and my question for Alison is, we employ 2 officers, I think, who are tasked to try and reverse depopulation. One of them, I think, is based in northwest Sutherland. I would like to understand more about their work, which is really important, and you know what they are achieving. I also want to touch really on what Angela McLean said, because I think it was brutally truthful, you know, that people are losing some hope, unfortunately. We have a phrase, I detest jargon, but I think this is a good phrase, volunteer fatigue. It might even be councillor fatigue, because occasionally, even someone like me end up with 2 or 3 evening meetings. There's just so much going on, and you can't go to all of them. The Sutherland Partnership, in my view, correctly was held up as a good example. And I believe, but I can be corrected by Richard if I'm wrong, it was partly because Police Scotland put an officer in to lead and chair it. Yeah, thank you, Liz. You know, that's because not all the partnerships are so as fortunate as that. And I'm going to describe him as a newish councillor, how much of this discussion he understood, and the honest answer was about 20%. And Dr. Gregg said earlier on that he didn't even understand one part of it. And this is not a criticism of Alison, because these reports have to be written in a certain way, but they have to be comprehensible to the public. They absolutely have to be, because if they're not, if people click onto one of these plans or reports, they read it. If they do only understand a small part of it, that's not going to encourage them to come along to these voluntary meetings. Certainly in Caithness, you know, a lot of the third sector organisations are not in a good place. They are struggling, but there are things that can be done. Some of them are big ticket items. We're going to come on to them this afternoon, improving the A9, the work of Caithness Health Action Team with how things could be improved at Wick, developing tourism. But my very last point is simply the bottom line of democracy, where the public can have contact directly with politicians, are the community councils. And for so many years, and this has been a bugbear of mine, but I'm just struck by the fact that we just give the community councils a few £100 each year. I was at a community council meeting with Councillor Gunn and Councillor Mackie 2 nights ago. They are wanting to do their absolute best, but you know, sometimes, not on this occasion, but sometimes they struggle even to find a minute taker and that sort of thing. It's so basic, and I just feel if we're serious about some of this stuff, supporting the community councils is a practical, down-to-earth option, and a very small percentage of the money we spend will go a very long way to supporting the community councils and helping them in their work. Thank you.
Matthew, I think it's quite a comprehensive response you'll be expecting about the remit of the 2 bits, so we'll take that offline. you don't mind.
Absolutely, that's fine.
I know you didn't plan for me to stand after Councillor Rees, but I'm glad that I am. Because, a lot of what you say, yes, we can agree that there's not that you know the amount of money that needs to be channeled in certain directions to make things work. Whether it's Scottish Government in terms of depopulation, whether it's Highland Council or another agency or another funding mechanism to be able to come along and help community councils. But if you're looking particularly for the council to do that in terms of community councils, engage in the budget process. Yeah, you know what the standard is going to be. Engage in the budget process. If you know where we can actually get that money to be able to give to the community councils or a funding mechanism that can do that, let us know about it and see if we can work that into the budget going forward. Convener, I just want to talk about a couple of things that have come out of the discussion, which I've found really, really interesting. But doom and gloom, but you know, sometimes we have to recognise that and work with, you know, where if there are things that we need to do to strengthen community partnerships, to change their direction or to support them and to encourage communities to believe in the work that they're doing, then let's have a look at how we do that. But a number of comments have been made in terms of Workforce North. I was actually I was going to speak about this in the next item. But in terms of Workforce North, I was there with Kate Forbes this week at the launch in Henderson Road at SSE. And you've no idea the amount of excitement that there is in industry in terms of what they believe are sustainable jobs and good, well-paid sustainable jobs that are just that are actually being delivered in Highland at the moment, and also have we have a future where we can see that sustained and increasing, and also where we engage with other local authorities in terms of the joined up work for that. For those of you who know that, you know, I've just moved on from being the chair of the Highlands and Islands Regional Economic Partnership, and they recognise and are working with other local authorities in the development and the attraction of jobs for that in that bigger area. I think it was Councillor Gregson that maybe mentioned that. But so just so that you know, that work is actually going on. And one of the other things that I was going to mention is, in terms of depopulation and the work that's going on in terms of depopulation, even though there may be a consideration that it still needs better funding, there's a huge amount of work that's going on in terms of depopulation, in terms of that increase in jobs, in terms of retention of people and our young people in the Highlands, and making sure that they have the ability to be able to increase their skills and without having to go away to Edinburgh and Glasgow and come back to the Highlands, but to actually do that on the job. We met them this week on the job, here located in the Highlands, met the young girl from Thurso who's on one of those apprenticeship schemes, and she has the opportunity to be able to come out with a degree at the end of her apprenticeship and without having to have gone away from the Highlands. That's fantastic news. And that is also being discussed, and all those opportunities being discussed through another forum, and that's the Convention of the Highlands and Islands, and I head there at the beginning of next week. And these are exciting opportunities. What sometimes frustrates me in a nice way maybe is the fact that if we can't see that in this chamber without having to go to these forums and understand and read all their papers, which I have to do, then let's see if what we can do, Councillor McEwen, about getting something that allows us in here to see, what that focus looks like in a single way. Yeah. And so with that, I'd be looking at maybe, let's see if it would be a paper or a members' workshop. Sorry, not a members' workshop. Oh, good grief, no. But a briefing as part of the training and development sessions for members going forward, or all of that, and specifically being undertaken, the work specifically being undertaken by agencies in the north and particularly in the Highlands to reassure you and to give you confidence and hope for the future that you were talking about earlier on. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Thanks, Convener. I'd just like to join
Councillor McLean fan club, because I think she's articulated really well what we're probably all seeing in our local areas. And I think it's fantastic that we are seeing the achievements, the delivery achievements of the HOIP. But we have got a situation where I think community planning partnerships are not just fatigued. I think maybe they've lost sight of what it is they're set up to do. And I certainly know from my own area, looking at all the partners and all the agencies who were initially involved and came along with great enthusiasm, I think maybe they've lost a sense of direction as well. So I don't know what autonomy we've got, Alison, to maybe start going back and looking at what are the key criteria and the key principles and the key outcomes we're looking for in terms of our community planning partnerships. I know there'll clearly be legislation around the expectations, but we always say in this chamber, we are unique in our own different localities. So it's time to understand, have we got enough autonomy at local level to be really addressing the issues that we have and prioritising? Because I sometimes find that when we go to our community planning partnership, the dedicated people who do turn up, it is a bit of a scattergun approach, and we're not targeting and being strategic enough in what we're trying to achieve. And very clearly what Councillor Ballan said, you can't do anything without resource. And also, as the leader said, if we are serious about the importance of our community planning partnerships, then it needs to be a consideration during the budget process about how we support them and get the best from them. Thank you.
Members, quite clearly we live in a time of the twin scourges of poverty and deprivation, particularly rural poverty and rural deprivation. You know, give someone a handout, you keep them in poverty probably forever. Give them a well-paid job and somewhere they can afford to live in, a home, then you take them out of poverty forever. I was quite struck with what Councillor McIntosh said earlier, in that, you know, he extolled the virtues of food banks. And I don't know about you, but I continually see photographs of politicians, both local and national, standing and smiling outside a food bank. We should be collectively hanging our heads in shame. This is one of the richest countries in the world, and our people are condemned to getting handouts from food banks. That has to stop. I'd love to see them all closed. So, members, Alison, are there any specific questions that you can answer?
Thank you, Convener, and many thanks, members, for all your comments and reflections, and we'll take those away. There were a couple of specific questions. Councillor Gregg, in terms of the figures around whole family wellbeing, there was an error in one of the sections in the paper. The total figure is 51. That's made up of the 36 awards around element 1 of the funding and 15 for element 2 of the funding. So there are two different elements in there. I will clarify with you separately in terms of the indicator description that you were raising around about that. Councillor Mackenzie, in terms of older people and age-friendly, you asked specifically about whether for the revised HOIP and the work around about that, whether that would be included as part of that, and certainly as part of that process there will be a wide engagement process with members as well as communities in terms of what those priorities are for going forward, so we'll certainly pick that up separately. And you'd also specifically asked quite a broad question about evidence around improving quality of life, and happy to pick up with you offline on that one. The convener's already mentioned, Councillor Rees, that we'll take, I'll get a particular briefing around the addressing depopulation work and the work of the officers in relation to that. And finally, Councillor Finlayson, you asked about what autonomy we have at a local level in terms of community partnerships. The partnerships are specifically there. We have complete autonomy at a local level. You have complete autonomy at a local level in terms of the priorities, and it's for the partnerships to determine what those priorities are within that overall HOIP framework, which of course you've all agreed as part of that. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Mackenzie, you have the opportunity to wind up if you so wish, because I have to be honest, I will be supporting the amendment.
Well, that's an interesting touch to go forward on. I'd like to thank all members for the very largely positive responses to what's going on today, and yes, I agree with my ward colleague, Councillor McLean, and much of what she said. I'd like to touch on Councillor Stewart. He said that we should be looking to be better tomorrow than we are today. That is the whole point of the Community Planning Partnership. And that's what we seek to do. You talk about launching things. Well, as I mentioned earlier on, this has been around since 2017. And I wouldn't describe it as relaunches, I would describe it as updating and refreshing the policies and principles that are already there. But we're, as we've said again, we're year one into a three-year programme, and we will be focusing very heavily on outcomes as we move forward. It's been interesting and somewhat depressing to hear the comments on community planning partnerships, especially the Sutherland one, which has always been presented as the forerunner, the principal forerunner in all of this. And I think that's something that perhaps Alison, you and I can talk about reinforcing that in terms of the balance and the consistency that needs to be there in order to allow these community planning partnerships to continue, because they have, since the start, varied in quality and enthusiasm. In terms of the amendment, while I would point out that the issues raised in terms of the housing, the jobs, etc., they are all covered in the report. I do take your point about depopulation. I do in particular take your point about the jobs. And I think we have to be positive and look at the opportunities that are going to be presented in terms of jobs. I was fortunate enough to be out at Ardesseer to see what's been planned there in terms of the Inverness Green Freeport. There are opportunities, there are positivities that we have to take forward, and we need to stress to people what these are, and we can do that. So in those terms, I'm quite happy to accept your amendment.
Alison, my apologies, I should have taken you first, so please.
Thank you, Convener. And thank you, Graham, very much, and Bill, for accepting the amendment. That is really appreciated. There's not too much I need to address. We need to know one thing when we talk about no resources. Okay, the community, and I think Chris mentioned no resources. Other people mentioned no resources. There is resources. The community planning partnership, in total, its budget is probably over 2 billion. You know, 2 billion budget, including us, including NHS. There are things we can do, and often to address poverty, it's not expensive things that you need to do. We have a lot of assets that stand empty, like schools. You know, how much would it cost to open Merkinge Primary at a weekend to let people to go and have a safe study space, a warm area, or even to give them soup and a sandwich? It's these sort of things we should be doing. Councillor Atkins mentions housing. We actually are very good as an authority not putting families into temporary or emergency accommodation. Where we're not good as an authority is, and in my case, it'll be the same as many others. I can take you to 12 houses today in Hilton where people are in overcrowded situations, wanting 4 and 5 bedroom houses. That's what we're not good at. We're not good at addressing some of the maintenance issues like condensation and mould that are in the houses. That's what we're not good at. And these things impact health, and that's where Housing Committee should be focusing in on. You know, the HOIP is a wonderful thing, and my amendment wasn't meant to be critical, it's meant to focus it. I'm glad it's been accepted that way, under that way. I think the concern we've identified, the local partnerships convener, is something that we need to take forward and address. People do get burnt out, people do get tired, but people do become despondent if they have no money to actually make the changes that they want to make, and we need to address all that. But I think we've had a really good debate today, and I'm glad that we've actually collaboratively reached consensus on an item, and hope it continues to the next item too.
Members, since many of you are actually freezing to death, do you want a 10-minute break? And I mean really a quick 10-minute break. Okay. Please take your seats. Morning, members. We now move to item 5 on the agenda, which is the Highland Investment Plan. And I have Finlay MacDonald.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Just a short presentation on Highland Investment Plan paper that you've actually hopefully had a chance to go over. Quite a lot in this paper, a lot been happening around the area. You're not hearing me. It's just that. It is, yeah. Hear me now? I think so. Coming through.
The sound on that particular
It's not great. Well, I'll move down there, Bill. Thanks, Chair. So this is the list of Phase 1 pod projects that I've put up on the screen, and that's part of Section 6 of the actual report. Great. Right, okay. So what have we been doing? Well, we've consolidated the actual core capital plan with the HIP plan budget, and you'll see in your papers, members, that there's now a total of 761 million to be invested in Highland Council projects, not just building projects, but works across the whole range of services we carry out. So that's an exceptional number, and it's certainly welcome to certainly me and my team and the communities that we're serving. And item 5.1 sets out a bit more on benefits as well, what this budget will achieve going forward. What we've been doing, well, we're working with our partner, Hub North Scotland. We're going through a robust procurement exercise and securing the actual consultants and design teams that will deliver these Phase 1 projects. And we're also procuring our Tier 1 contractors that will deliver these projects. They are design and build over the next 5 years. So there's a lot of activity been happening since the last meeting, members. And we'll also be updating our delivery programmes for each of these projects and providing more detail into next year on when the projects will be actually delivered. So major projects currently on site. So we currently have Nairn Academy getting delivered via Balfour Beatty and opening in August 26. It's well advanced, it's looking good, it's on programme. Tain Campus opening February 26, certainly behind programme, but we've made arrangements with education to have that building open in February. We expect it to be handed over this year, and then we'll have it basically operational for 2 months before we do open, and we'll migrate the schools from Tain into the building going forward. Projects at tender stage, so we've got Broadford Primary at tender and Dunvegan Primary, and looking to open Broadford in summer 2027, and Dunvegan opening at the end of 2027. So a lot of activity going on in regards to these 2 projects for Skye. And just to reassure members, there will be stakeholder groups reconvened if they're not already in place for the new projects and existing projects. So there's regular consultation and updates with stakeholders to keep them informed on how the projects are progressing. So we're also involved in place-based reviews, met with a number of members certainly on this. In Dingwall, we've carried out an area mapping process that's looking at all the buildings we have for Highland Council as well as our partners, identifying what they are, what's actually getting delivered from these buildings, and where there's co-location opportunities with our partners. So partners are working closely with us, as well as Hub North Scotland, in identifying opportunities for reducing the estate across Highland, not just Dingwall and Thurso. So a fair bit of work going on there for the right reasons. Ultimately, what we want to do is, where we can, reduce the number of buildings, and we'd rather have jobs in place rather than have buildings that are not well maintained in some places going forward. We're also doing a depot rationalisation project. There's a number of depots, probably our worst estate across Highland, so that is underway through Scott Delgarno and his team, looking at all our depots and where that investment will come and where that investment will go for the future. Thurso, we've got a Thurso Transformation Delivery Group just set up that's working with external partners in Thurso, looking at projects across the whole area and where there's maybe potential for joint procurement opportunities, delivery opportunities and co-location. Certainly well received with the group there, and we've got our next meeting in Thurso next Thursday. So good developments. I'll be able to update members on the next HIP update report coming out of Thurso and the progress being made. And on area reviews, we'll also be heading into Alness, Invergordon, Brora, Dornoch and Golspie for place-based reviews starting in January 26. So a bit of work going to happen, and we'll certainly be involved and engage with members on briefing what that means going forward on the asset mapping process for the future. Community leisure and sports facilities, well, we are going to be engaging a consultant to carry out work to develop a sports strategy across Highland. There is one in place based on an ASG level, but our view is that having done the work in the asset mapping with the HIP projects we're currently working on, we feel we've got to look in an area by area place, pull that strategy together. What does that mean for needs per area? What does that mean for sports in each area? So this work will commence early next year. There'll be a lot of engagement with local clubs, sporting bodies, etc., to understand what the needs analysis is, what regional facilities do we require for the future. And the sporting bodies have made it clear that they want to see us having the strategy in place, and that allows us to make then grant funding to support capital projects in each of your areas going forward. In the paper today, we're asking for approval for works to Inverness, the Aquadome and Leisure Centre. So there's various building repairs and works required, flumes, concrete decks, etc. to be done. Queen's Park Stadium, the running track is failing, and that's used on a Highland-wide basis for competition. So we're going to resurface the track. Invergordon, on a partnering approach, looking to put a synthetic pitch in for use by certainly the Invergordon FC. The school would have 50% minimum use of the actual synthetic pitch through term time. And then we'll be looking for, as I said, Invergordon FC using the pitch, and Ross County coaches coaching for girls and ladies, women throughout the year. And Inverness campus, we're looking to put a synthetic pitch into there as the first phase of a master plan approach to the Inverness campus going forward. The Royal Academy, so if approval is given today, members, we will hopefully get to a good place on this. We're looking at February 26. We'll be handing over the new campus to the Tain group. In April 26, we'll be demolishing Craighill primary buildings, clearing that site, and that'll be turned over for housing development going forward. August 26 is the estimated completion of the track separation works, and that is subject to utility providers actually working with us to make sure we can achieve that, because we have to put separate electrical supply and water supply into the building. Then by October 26, hoping to have the demolition of the existing Tain Royal Academy buildings completed, which then, thanks Derek, and then that'll allow us to have the track building on that site as a standalone building. And as we mentioned in the paper, excuse me, that's up for a period of 5 years while we work with the actual group to look at funding options going forward. So this has been mentioned today already, Construction Skills Academy in section 12 of the report. Significant eye-watering numbers we're talking about investment across Highland, various jobs, opportunities, suggesting 16,000 additional people required across Highland to deliver the work that's required engineering, transmission. Certainly our projects will come to a peak within the next 3 years, where all the trade's going to come from. So we're recognising that along with other organisations, and as we mentioned, the Chamber today, Workforce North has been launched with Skills Development Scotland, HIE, UHI, other key partners like Highland Council ourselves, and the Inverness Committee for Green Freeport. So recognising what is coming down the line and how do we prepare for that, and what we've got to do, as well as around the housing challenge to prepare for houses for people that will actually relocate to Highland. So it's going to be the powerhouse for the future of the Highlands. There's 5 specific work streams set out in the paper today, members, and I've set them out at 12.3. I won't go over them in detail, but it's worth if you get time to look through these. And as we heard earlier in Chamber today, discussions and funding have been put forward regarding the establishment of the Construction Skills Academy, so providing opportunities for people across Highland to maybe change what they're currently doing, or youngsters for pathways coming out of school for a career in engineering, construction, etc. Supporting the Highland Housing Challenge at Section 13, it's been mentioned this morning again in Chamber about build to rent option and how we can support that mid-market delivery. So there's certainly a report being pulled together on that, and we're also working with Hub North Scotland on a housing needs and demand analysis, which will support Alison's Highland Housing Need Demand Assessment, which is underway. So there is work ongoing on various strands on the housing need for Highland. So we'll work together on this, and that'll be brought back to committee to a future report. And the local housing strategy, I've just put it back into the slide there from the actual report. But for us on the Highland Investment Plan, there will be sites that will come out of, we will demolish buildings. So there'll be an opportunity to support housing delivery across Highland for the future. So we'll be working in tandem with our partners and our housing team and saying, well, where's the needs? Where can we support you with sites that we don't need or we're coming out of when we're rationalising the estate going forward? We'll have our adult care provision at Section 14, so work currently underway on developing a master plan for the Blairmore site in Fort William, and that's in conjunction with our partners, Hub North Scotland. So the master planning work focusing on the opportunity to have the local links for the proposed new hospital site and adult and social care services, and looking at local housing solutions as well on that site. So good opportunities potentially for the site we're looking at. The proximity to the new hospital, as I've said, and again road links, etc., will support us should we agree going forward for future supported housing accommodation as well. So there's working with certainly NHS Highland, there's an opportunity to deliver something really good for the area, a positive outcome given the challenge we've had across various areas in Highland with our care models. And of course we will continue a consultation with local stakeholders and groups on the development of this care provision in Lochaber. That's me. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Bremner.
Thanks again, Convener, and once again I'll move the recommendations. I believe that you're happy to second them. The paper details the update in to the Highland Investment Plan, in particular the continued work that is underway in progressing phase 1 of the plan, including work on procurement, delivery of the major projects and developing master plans, and thanks to Finlay for that excellent presentation that we had there just now, detailing a lot of information that's in the paper. The Highland Investment Plan and the funding mechanism was detailed to members in May of last year, and the whole, it's great to see that how it's moving on now with the progress to date detailed in the report that's with us. Whilst much has been referred to in respect of the headline benefits of the plan, including sustained increased spending and investment in our road asset and considerable increased investment in our school estate and investment in other infrastructure projects, the report refers to proposed capital investment in community and leisure and sports facilities in various areas of the Highlands, I'd also be keen to look at revisiting the sports and leisure strategy within Council to assist our continued approach to investment and development of similar facilities in the future. And it was really good to actually see the combined impact of what the core capital investment and the Highland investment plan going forward actually now looks like. Because sometimes we can forget about the core capital plan in favour of the Highland investment plan, yet there's a lot of work going on delivering that. So you can see £1.2 million is proposed to enable the Tane Royal Academy Community Complex to be retained as a separate standalone building for a period of up to 5 years once the new building is operational, and a master plan to support the delivery of the Lochaber Care project at the Blarvore site in Fort William is also proposed. There's other details in respect of progress and developments contained within the report, and I'm particularly pleased that from St Clements and Dingwall to projects in Tane and Lochaber, and other developments that we know that are continuing in Thurso, work related to the Highland Housing Challenge and work in respect to the potential development of a construction skills academy, and others referred to in section 6.1 and section 8 of the report. There is a lot going on now in respect of Highland Council's investment in a number of areas all over the Highlands. There are other phases, as we know, and I'm keen to see progress being reported in respect of updates to the current phases as well as preparation for future phases of the Highland Investment Plan. But I'm really keen that local members are briefed regularly about projects that are happening in their own areas, and as our officer was saying there just now, the team is committed to that. I know that has been happening in my own area, and indeed was with local members at the Focus North conference, where Finlay made an excellent presentation there about the investment going on in the far north, and it really was well accepted by an audience of industry partners and agencies of over 100 attendees. And as I mentioned in the previous agenda item, I was really also pleased to attend and speak at the local Workforce North event with the Deputy First Minister here in Inverness this week, and the particular contribution that the Highland Council, through the Highland Investment Plan, is making to supporting and developing skills development through the Highlands. The opportunity provided by the Highland Investment Plan will continue to support skills development through the supply chain to deliver many, many projects, not just now, but as far as I can see it, through the Highland Investment Plan for at least the next 20 years. Thanks very much for the presentation that you made there, Finlay. It's an exciting time for us here in the Highlands.
Members, 27 of you have already indicated that you wish to speak, so can I suggest that brevity and lack of repetition might be an idea in this debate? Councillor Crawford.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Convener. Thank you also to Finlay MacDonald for all of that good, solid work and that very easy to follow presentation. Thank you so much. I would like to focus, if I may, on the Phase 1 school update that's been provided. Thank you for that. I would like to seek a reaffirmation, if possible, please, regarding the delivery dates for these new schools that we were given when we go back to the original March, the 27th of March paper that was presented to us. And the reason I'm asking for that is that certainly in my ward there are concerns about potential project slippage. So I wonder if Finlay might be able to actually give me a reassurance on that. And so specifically my ward covers Bewley. It's also the catchment area for Charleston and also Dingwall Primary School for some. So I'm seeking a reassurance. At the time that this paper was presented back in March, I think, it was very warmly welcomed. I flagged up at the time a very healthy sort of element of scepticism that I felt there was amongst people in my ward, that, we were concerned regarding the delivery date. So, for example, for Bewley Primary School, the delivery date that we were given is January to March 2028. But the reality is that we have yet to agree a site location. So I just want to flag that up. And back in March, which what now 7 months ago, I had flagged up that what people in Bewley want is just a school, a safe, secure, warm school, not necessarily with a whole load of bells and whistles on. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I see that Bewley Primary School is now referred to as a new build community pod in this paper. We just want a safe, secure school. So we're 7 months on, and I suppose really what I'm looking for is a reassurance, if I may, from Mr. MacDonald that the delivery dates that were given back over 7 months ago are still 100% on track, and that I can go out and reassure parents and teachers in and around the Bewley area and so on of that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Finlay, and thank you, Raymond. I don't disagree with anything, really, and this is an excellent report. There's a lot of exciting projects going on across Highland. There's an area that I want to try and improve upon in the report, so I've got an amendment to put in the chat, and it relates to the housing challenge. You know, we see the housing challenge and the call for sites as being important, and we had 250 sites come back. However, vast majority of them were in Inverness or the Inner Murray Firth area. And the amendment says, look, let's just get a report on the school capacity condition and the future role pressures on those schools, because we all know the situation at Culloden, IRA, and some of the capped primary schools across the city that we've had in the past, just to get a report back to council. And the second element of the amendment addresses the problem of developers not having the appetite to want to build houses in rural areas, even, not always just rural areas, even in some of our small urban areas and towns like Fort William, where the cost of building houses is just so high they don't want to do it. And if we're going to be serious about putting housing to address depopulation into rural areas and Fort William and other places, then we've got to come up with better ways of encouraging the developers to do it. And the second part of the amendment just calls for a report to be produced that comes together with the budget papers, Convener, March next year, and says these are some options available to you if you want to try to encourage or give incentives or whatever we need to do to get house building going in the remote and rural areas. I think there's a division in this report, isn't there, between stuff that started and projects that haven't started at tender stages, and to try to encourage and ensure and remind the community that it is coming. Sometimes there's that disbelief until they see the foundations going in. It's almost reminds me a little bit of Alice Through the Looking Glass, where the Queen actually says the rule is jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. And we have to overcome that with our communities to show that it is actually coming. Because if we don't, the leader of the council will probably turn into the Wicked Queen, as in Alice in Wonderland, and everyone will be the worse off for it. So I think what we need to do is ensure that we get that message over to communities, that it is coming, it is happening, and to actually demonstrate and evidence that, I think, in a better way than we're doing now, or a more obvious way. And I think we just need to give some thought about our communication on that, maybe sharing in one community what's happening in another community that is slightly ahead. So maybe taking what's happening in Nairn and Tain and showing it to other communities and saying, look, you know, this is what's happening in other areas. So I think we probably do ourselves a little bit of a disservice on that, but I'm really welcome some of the sports stuff. I think we do need to look at the arts a bit more as we move through this. I think it's probably the next thing. It's great that the sports, so maybe the next thing we can look at, Raymond, is how we can get some more investment in arts and culture stuff coming through. So, but there's a lot to be taken from this. There's a lot of good stuff in this, and it will benefit many Highland residents, many pupils on this. So, you know, I think it's a question of how can we take it to the next level and how can we make it even better. Thank you.
Councillor Gunn.
Yep. Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Finlay, for that excellent update. It covers the whole of the Highlands. It'd be no surprise I would like to concentrate on Thurso. And I really want to thank you and your team for the work you've done to engage with all the list of groups that are on 7.2 there. There's a lot of work there. It's great to see all that groups being involved in it. And now you're moving on now to what I think is a very important stage, is when you're going to bring the public along with you. I'll give you a word of caution there. When I'm down the street speaking to people, there's still many folk very disappointed, not through the council's fault, but they really thought they were going to get new health hubs and work done on the Caithness General Hospital. I think it was 60 million quid it was going to cost, but unfortunately the Scottish Government decided to deposit for 2 years, so there's a feeling there it might never happen, but we have to get that signal over that this is going to happen, and I think it's important that the Community Council now, they've been formed, and as was mentioned, Matthew and Strew and myself, we attended a meeting there the other night, first meeting, and they brought along the Murphy's Construction, who have plans for a village in the area. And there was about 100 people there. And it was a great opportunity for Murphy's to answer the questions, to put what they were hoping to do. And the interaction between the public and them was really good. And I believe, Finlay, you're coming along to the next Community Council meeting. And I'm quite sure there'll be a lot of people there that will do a similar thing, asking questions. So I feel it's really important that we do bring the public along with us. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Thanks, Convener. Members, I'm delighted to see this HIP update at the Council today, and it's really encouraging to see the progress that we're making and the substantial investment that's going to happen over the next 5 years right across Highland. And while I'm delighted to see where we are across Highland, I'm particularly interested in what's happening with our schools and our sport and leisure developments. Firstly, of course, I'm delighted to see the plans for Broadford Primary and Dunvegan Primary move forward, with the Commissioning Board agreeing to appoint Morgan Sindall as the preferred contractor for Broadford, with work starting next month, and also with Dunvegan following the same design principles as Broadford, getting further approval to get into a pre-construction services agreement with Morgan Sindall. I think that's really important. And I think that by doing this, we're taking a really strategic approach to the two projects, which will allow for exploring opportunities for cost savings and efficiencies relating to economies of scale. And I'm hopeful that they will be appointed for both projects. So great news for Skye, and I'd like to thank officers for where we are with these. I think it's important to say that I'm very supportive also, I think as Councillor Christie said, of community leisure and sporting facility plans outlined. And these largely show a degree of match funding. And we need to be providing upgraded and new sporting facilities, in my opinion, right across the Highlands. Of course, to do this, we do need to upgrade our sports and leisure facility strategy. And the two-stage approach recommended in the paper needs to be finalised sooner rather than later. And I think it also needs to work closely and be part of the school estate strategy that we're also developing. And it'd be quite good for me to maybe understand what we think the timescales are for these strategies. Finally, I'd like to give my backing to the allocation of funding to enable the Tain track facility to be retained, so that stakeholders can plan what they do next. The results of the consultation process that took place in Tain around track have to be honoured, and the consultation process shows that people are really interested. And I think Councillor Schwartz and Dundas should be congratulated on the reflective and proactive way they have worked with their community to get to the stage that we're now at. Finally, it's fantastic to see the plans for the Construction Skills Academy and the involvement of the stakeholders we have. This is something that is really important, given the developments we're going to see right across the Highlands over the next 5, 10, 15 years. And I'd like to congratulate Finlay and his team for where we are, and I look forward to seeing further progress updates. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener, and I'll just concentrate on a couple of options in this report, and I absolutely agree with the leader and everyone else. This is a fantastic proposition that's been put in front of us today and our communities, and I wanted to concentrate at 7.1, the pod for St Clement's and Dingwall Primary School, and the upgrade or the update of the two workshops with stakeholders that need to take place. the feedback I've been getting so far, and I know speaking to officers, it's not finalised and far from it, is that the concern from the initial stakeholder engagements is that it's an 8-room school for St Clement's, when at the moment they have a 10-room building, and their concern is that whatever happens, wherever the school is finally situated, that the new build will not be big enough, and that what will happen is, if it isn't big enough, as what's happened in other schools, is that rooms that were maybe used for other breakouts and libraries and others will then be used as classrooms. So I think I want to highlight, I know Dingwall Primary are happy with the initial meetings, but St Clement's are concerned that whatever the outcome is, that it's not going to be a big enough school for them, and we have to ensure that they are fully updated on whatever the outcome's going to be, and that there's enough schools, and that we don't, as a council, score a known goal here for whatever the new build is going to be. The Centre of Excellence Disability Sports, I know that Highland have been championing that, and I think that between that and an upgrade of the Dingwall Sports Centre will make a huge difference for the people of Dingwall and the surrounding area. But what I wanted to highlight is, and I know that I've mentioned this before, and it was touched on, there's other areas, Coninbridge, Maryborough, Muir Ward, that have got some form of sports facilities in our ward, and every ward will be the same, and they cannot be forgotten. They're looking to upgrade their facilities, and Tor, which is part of our ward, doesn't have any facilities whatsoever. So I just want to touch on that. So the next bit I wanted to talk on was page 80, which is the community benefit plan, which talks about what you're going to do in each of the areas that you're putting forward these developments. And I wondered what mechanism is there for including what the communities want within that? What is that criteria? Over the last 6 months or even longer, more and more of my community groups are saying they want to speak directly to developers that are building schools or housing in their area, rather than sticking to the Highland Council criteria restrictives for what developer contributions can be used for. And I feel that if we don't get this right, then community groups will be speaking direct to developers and developers to them. And my last point is on brownfield sites. We have a lot of brownfield sites for housing, and we need to encourage the redevelopment of these, and whether that's more money from Scottish Government or not. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Rosie.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Finlay, for your presentation. I would like to focus on sectors 9.1 and 9.2, and you have indeed answered my question, Finlay. I think the opportunity to examine provision of sport and leisure is a really good opportunity, and I was really interested to hear you mention that you already identified a consultant to progress that matter. So I guess we can maybe follow up with yourself. There could be a communication piece to do in Keith, as we have fantastic offerings already, but I know that there will be a real desire to get involved. One other question, more on a political nature, not for an officer, and I guess most relevant for a leader, given the origins of the Thurso pod and how it relates to, and this relates to recent updates provided by my ward colleagues to Thurso High Parent Council. Now, I was interested to hear Leader of Opposition make comments about how we need to be more positive in presenting this, and I agree with them, but, you know, when Parent Council is being briefed with comments such as stating that there could be a change of Scottish Government next May with different priorities, and then advising that there could be a new Highland Council in May 27, and that itself would provide some uncertainty. I don't think that is at all useful in the context of this. It's so disappointing that a negative narrative exists, given the opportunity we have here. We've got solutions in the Highland Investment Plan and Thurso Pod that presents, solutions to a range of problems that we have wrestled with for a number of years in Caithness, and they've been aired today. We all too often we mention depopulation without giving any solutions. Here are some real solutions. So, I think we cannot overemphasise. We need to confirm again and again for any doubters that the Thurso Pod, it's not a whimsical notion on an election leaflet anymore. There is a definite mechanism and a plan that will deliver the Thurso Pod. And I would ask a leader to join me in encouraging members, particularly in Caithness. Let's get right behind this and engage in a positive and innovative manner. So thank you very much, Convener.
Councillor McGilvery.
Thank you, Convener. The administration seems to have appropriated the wisdom of Mark 4:25. Whoever has will be given more, whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. I note the further 1.2 million to be allocated to the track facilities in Tain, in addition to the enormous 80 million or so invested in the new Tain Academy, with a further 2.6 million assigned to various sports facilities. In regard it's an election year, it's a marginal constituency, I can perhaps see where some of that comes from. And of course, Inverness continues as a beneficiary of council largesse, as it should. We live in a different world in East Sutherland. The PE facilities at Durham Academy are shameful, they're a disgrace, they're from a previous century. The last administration wasn't greatly bothered about Durham Burns, and this one seems to have followed suit. Seafront properties in Golspie are in serious danger from coastal erosion. Much plaintive hand-wringing from various agencies, but nothing is happening. We're told there's no money, it's only Golspie. The windows of the council on Brora Community Centre are falling in, and Brora childcare provision is now being undertaken on a hand-to-mouth basis by parent volunteers, and the administration can soar effortlessly above such mundane matters. It's only Brora. The harbour at Helmsdale is tilting up badly to the danger of fishermen's livelihoods and boats. There seems to be no great urgency in dealing with that. It's only Helmsdale. In this ward, the Highland Investment Plan is seen as a menu of pie in the sky, followed, as Councillor Christie says, jam tomorrow. And the credibility stakes is up there, neck and neck, with the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. The council, to its credit, delivers munificence to many communities, but I'm sorry to say only sustained neglect to East Sutherland. Come up and see for yourself sometime, Convener. Thank you.
Always happy to come and see you, Jim. Finlay, would you like to answer some of the questions that we've had up till now? There's quite a few.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to Councillor Crawford's questions around delivery, we've been working a lot of work with our delivery partner, Have North Scotland, on engaging design teams for all our projects. So we haven't sat back. We've been looking at site options for Bewley, having dialogue with that with local members as well on how we take that forward. Delivery dates. We're currently working with Hub North to look at these delivery dates, where we're working hard to achieve the dates we previously set out to members, but we will update members as we get this, our design teams fully engaged, accommodation schedules pulled together to give a closer definition, a better definition of when we will be delivering these projects. So we haven't sat back, we have engaged, we have got people on board, 46 consultancy teams who have been engaged in that procurement process. So it has been all systems go from the council side to get to the position where we can start work as quickly as we can, starting through the procurement planning process. So for officers, there's been a lot of work carried out and along with our partner up north. Councillor Gunn's points well made in regards to the communication. I've had dialogue this week with our comms team in regards to how we can look at a strategic communication for the actual programme, as well as project-specific communication, and that's key, because if not, there's a vacuum, and as Councillor Guns mentioned, things just get spun out of control. So we have to be on the front foot. We're going to go up to Thurso next month and meet the public, and we want to do that across all the pod areas to make sure we are engaging, we're listening, and we've got one set of comms going out instead of different I suppose, views on what might have been discussed at a meeting, just to make sure there's consistency. And that's the same with the transformation delivery group for Thurso, working with us, external organisations. They're keen to have one version of comms going out for each organisation for the right reasons, so we keep people informed. Otherwise, it's the wrong information going out, so it's certainly a point well made. Councillor McLean, in regards to the community benefits, at section 11.2, we do set out per project what these benefits will be. So again, we're quite happy to speak to members as we develop these projects on what the benefits will be, either in jobs or something for the community that can be achieved, because rightly so, it's a massive programme. And I think that was all the main questions we had. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for this very positive report. It's great to see investment across the Highlands. However, referring back to the earlier item and climate change risks, where is the commitment to meet the Council's net zero strategy and targets in the HIP? Apart from passing references to climate change, I see no action to embed net zero in the HIP projects. The climate change and impact assessment is a core component of the integrated impact assessment tool for all council projects and activities, and plays a critical role in ensuring that council meets its statutory obligations in relation to climate change. So I've got a few questions around this. Have climate change and impact assessments been undertaken for all the HIP capital projects and all projects? Are the climate change and energy team fully involved in the design and procurement phases of all these projects? When major capital projects are designed, are the whole life carbon costs being considered, or are these projects still focused on best value at the procurement invoice stage? It is important that the climate change and energy team are involved in the design and procurement phases of all the council's capital projects, to avoid costs arising later on that will avoid issues arising later on that will involve increased costs to resolve. The climate change and energy team can help ensure sustainability and circularity are embedded in capital projects at the design phase, and that design phases are linked with operational phases. If net zero is not embedded in new project designs from the beginning, they will not impact positively on net zero. And in the long term, the council will reap the benefits and cost savings when net zero is embedded in every project. And in relation to section 10.2, the Tane Community Complex, I note that new LPG boilers are being proposed. So again, have the CCET been consulted regarding sustainable low carbon alternatives to LPG boilers, and if not, please, can they be? The Council's net zero strategy sets out a clear commitment to embed climate change considerations into all aspects of decision making, and at the moment I'm not sure that this is happening. So with regards to the HIP, please can there be a commitment to ensuring that all capital projects undergo climate change and impact assessments, and that the climate change and energy team is fully involved in the design phase of all the HIP projects. And I would be prepared to propose this as an amendment if necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Finlay, for the update. I mean, we were talking earlier about hope. I mean, this is more than hope. This is something, I mean, I don't care, I don't if everyone else feels the same way. It gives me an enormous amount of excitement, because we know that this is going to change so much for so many in the Highlands and really make this a great place to live, or even better place to live. I have to agree. I agree with Councillor Christie that, you know, sharing stories across different wards will really help generate this sense of excitement and keep our communities on board. Particularly, the Tane campus will be a really good example of that, with this the shared campus model. I mean, if that's shared with, you know, other wards and neighbouring wards and further afield, for the benefits of sharing, I think would be a really good message. But apart from that, I'm going to be shamelessly parochial. Fortrose Academy is obviously a phase 1 school. In our ASG or area, whatever you want to call it, I mean, it has precious little in the way of sports and facilities and leisure facilities for the hundreds of children that attend school in my ward. And I just want to reassure my community that, you know, the synthetic pitch prospect is here in writing. Obviously, they will read that there are other synthetic pitches going up. But when we're presented with opportunities for partnership and public-private partnerships, I think we do have to take them. But that does not mean that my community and our local school, and for all the hundreds of children that will utilise that, are not going to get their pitch anytime soon. Thank you.
Members, I've got the last speaker I'll be taking will be Councillor Coghill, but that's some considerable time away. So if you haven't put your hand up already, then you're wasting your time. Councillor Balance.
Thank you very much for this report. We've consistently supported this programme of investment, and so I welcome the fact that it's moving forward. I trust, in relation to Bewley and the earlier comments from Councillor Crawford, we have a stakeholder meeting on Monday, and I trust that that will be able to tell us what is officers' preferred location. We're looking at 3 possible locations, and for us to be able to have a discussion on that and finalise the location as the first step. And also to discuss the possibilities around a pod in Bewley, because there hasn't been any discussion about that, and as to whether or not to continue to use the Phipps Hall and develop that, or whether to add it to the new school. So I think those are questions that we really want to be answered as quickly as possible. But in general, as we support this, I've just got 3 questions relating to the report. Firstly, relating to the synthetic pitches, this council is a member of CHEMO, the grouping of Northern European coastal municipalities which campaign, amongst other things, to reduce plastic pollution in our seas. And it's been campaigning for many years now against microplastic runoff pollution from artificial grass. And it's produced guidelines to minimise this. So, given that our subscription supports this campaign, can I have reassurance, please, that each one of these pitches will be designed in accordance with CHEMO's guidelines for design and procurement specialists? My next question about that is, will these new pitches be open to the public? And if they're not, we really are missing a trick. And finally, we know that under the Charter for Renewables, SSEN are offering to build workers' camps which can then be demolished and handed over to the council for use as housing, as fully serviced vacant sites. But have we asked SSEN to build accommodation which can be handed over to us as housing which just needs modification and improvement rather than complete demolition and rebuild? Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
I'm very pleased to note the budget allocation to Queen's Park running track. I was recently invited to a number of meetings with elected member colleagues there, where the state of the running track was highlighted to us. I've also had sight of the reports which state that Inverness Harriers are likely to lose their registration to host regional events if the surface is not sorted. A club who recently celebrated their first Olympian, Megan Keith, who was this week announced as one of Team Scotland's first athletes for the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Losing this registration would be dreadful for the runners from throughout the Highlands. And I also welcome the proposal to upgrade the Aquadome and Sports Centre. There are proposals for a number of all-weather pitches within this plan, and I'm happy to support any improvements to support sport and leisure facilities in Highland. Ensuring people in our communities live well independently for longer is fundamental to everything we're trying to achieve. But we need to take informed decisions using the best information available as we agree future Highland Investment Plan projects. In 2019, the City of Inverness Area Committee agreed a proposal to use developer contribution towards an all-weather pitch at Inverness campus. In another paper at this time, it was also agreed to progress a feasibility study into the potential of developing an east of Inverness sports facility that would meet the needs of a fast-growing population from the campus out to the new town of Tornagrain. The sports strategy reported to Education Committee in 2023 specifically stated that the ASG area proposals would not be a suitable strategy for the city. A strategy for sport in the city has never been progressed since then, and it's something I'm really passionate about, something I believe we desperately need. But what is better than a strategy for the city of Inverness, a Highland-wide one that takes into account the needs of all our communities and areas? We need to really understand what sports have the relevant facilities and support. Sports like football, shinty and rugby, for example, appear to be well supported, but we need to look across the Highlands to understand where there are gaps in delivery. Basketball in the Highlands is flying right now. We have young people reaching exceptional levels in gymnastics at Scottish and UK level, both of which have no dedicated training facilities, and there are many other sports that would thrive with additional support and recognition. A great example of what could be achieved is the proposed Centre of Excellence for Disability Sport at the Dingwall Community Pod. Therefore, I'm very pleased to see the recommendations to review the 2023 sports strategy in section 9. I hope this will consider all sports and facilities, including public and private, professional and amateur clubs, and all offerings of community fun and fitness within our village halls and community spaces. I also support Councillor Christie's suggestion regarding the arts being included going forward. Finally, given where I'm sitting, I have no choice but to support the proposals for track, and I would like to congratulate Councillors Ross and Dundas for running an excellent campaign.
And with that, Councillor Dundas.
Thanks, Convener, and thank you, Finlay. We got there eventually. There's no doubt that the Highland Investment Plan is offering a much-needed opportunity to invest in our roads, schools, facilities and infrastructure that our communities expect and deserve so they can go about their daily lives with ease, dignity, access without additional financial burden. In particular, and it will be no surprise, I welcome the investment being proposed today to the Tyne Royal Academy Community Complex track to ensure the facility continues to operate for a further 5 years, allowing the track steering group to have the breathing space to explore and put in place funding for a new facility. Track is a cornerstone of our community and it has been for over 50 years. We could not accept for the lights to go out and the doors to close when our new campus opens in February, without the opportunity of putting a new sports facility in place. Fellow members, you will know from your own wards and communities the benefits sports facilities bring, most notably to public health. They help combat obesity, heart disease and much, much more. And in times when the NHS waiting lists are challenging and mental health crises are deepening, facilities like track are not just amenities, they are preventative tools. Beyond physical health, the social impact is profound. Our young people need a safe and structured environment, and track provides this. It keeps them off the streets, away from antisocial behaviour, and engaged in something positive. It teaches discipline, teamwork, and resilience, and where they can form friendships and build their confidence. It's also about inclusion. Track welcomes everyone, from toddlers, children, young adults, pensioners, athletes, and those with disabilities. It's a place where people feel they belong, and in an age of rising loneliness and isolation, that sense of belonging is priceless. So I welcome the recommendations here, and I want to thank Malcolm, Finlay, Robert, and Susanna for their support over the last 6 months to bring this to this stage. Their willingness to listen to the members and supply us with the information that we were requesting has assisted to the progress we have made here today. And your work has not gone unnoticed within our communities, and they pass on their thanks as well. Thank you.
Councillor Gregson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, excellent piece of work. Very well done, the team. And I think we've got a great consensus in here about the Highland Investment Plan. And lots of positive projects across the region, which is fantastic. In particular, I'd obviously praise the work on Inverness High School and to the Aquadome and Queen's Park and the Leisure Centre in Inverness. And would also wish to, as so often, agree with Councillor Finlayson in endorsing the Construction Skills Academy as a very positive move in terms of developing our workforce to meet the needs and opportunities of the future. Very important aspect of this plan. I'd also support Councillor Christie's two points in the amendment, that we might look at the school capacity, etc., as we go forward. And also we need to address the need to disperse development rather more than it has been at the moment, rather than just allow development to happen where developers want it to be. And you end up with a sprawling Inverness and other areas being deprived and depopulated. Well, they are, Ken. Thank you.
Councillor Grafton.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you very much for the report. I'm delighted to see that the Loch Abercur project is on the list. That's very pleasing. I'd like to ask for an addition to that point. It's point number 2 and item 7, agree to support the delivery of the Loch Abercur project. A lot of people have talked about the inclusion of the community and taking the people with us. In the planning decision 2018 for the master plan, it was mentioned that there should be the establishment of a Blarmore community liaison group. I'm asking to put that into point 7 as part of the ongoing agreement, and also that we actually consider a community managed or provided care package as part of the considerations. Not that we go that way, but that we actually include the consideration of it. Some of the community are very keen to take that forward and to look at it. I will pop the addition into the chat if I have to make that as an amendment, if you could advise me which way to go. Thank you very much.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Finlay, for this report. It's very positive, and it's good to see the improvements that will happen in communities across Highland. I just wonder if there is a little bit of flexibility to include a project that's maybe not been considered before, maybe not in phase 1, but hopefully in the not too distant future. It won't have anybody around Inverness will have noticed the problems on the B9006 in the last while. Over the last 10 years, this has been taken as a secondary route to arrive from the east to Inverness. However, there have been several accidents between Nairn and Inverness in this summer, which has impacted the B9006 quite heavily. And believe you me, for 2 Arctic lorries to pass on that road is extremely difficult and causing more problems for us in the future. So I just wonder if it would be at all possible to consider the B9006 for some sort of upgrades at particularly narrow pinch points in order to alleviate the problems until such time as the A96 is delivered. Thank you.
Councillor MacDonald.
Convener, thank you very much, and I welcome this report as well. I've got no intention of repeating what's already been said right at the beginning of this debate. It's so eloquently put by Councillor Finlayson and McLean. But I do welcome the investment in sport and the plans that the officers are developing to push this forward. Anything that encourages sport will get my full support, and I think it's a remedy for a lot of social issues if we focus on it. But no sport should be abandoned or left behind. And my plea is for the officers to do some research on the synthetic pitches, because it's quite normal for people to believe that a G2 or 2G pitch is better if you get a 3G pitch or a 4G pitch or a 5G pitch, but actually a lot of sports can't be played on 5G pitches, so it's not actually a good thing for some sports, especially if there's sticks involved in it. So my plea would be to do some research and make sure that these pitches are available for all sports. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. The investment plan is quite an ambitious programme of capital projects, and it rightly recognises that the need that we've all identified for modern schools, leisure facilities and community assets. And I think it's really good to see that it commits the sums to deliver that, because I think delivery is one of the big points that comes up in this chamber time and again. And I feel that's something that is sometimes put at risk when we hear comments from Kate Willis and the Greens. You know, we hear more delays, more bureaucracy, more red tape or should I say maybe green tape. But what I'm hearing from my communities is, you know, forget about all this bureaucracy, this red tape. Let's just get these things built. Let's get these projects out of the ground. Because if you're stuck in a damp, mouldy classroom, sweeping flakes of asbestos off of your jotters, you don't give a flying flamingo if your new school's net zero. You just want to be in it this side of Christmas. That's the reality for many in our community. So to that proposal, I think, you know, let's work at pace. Let's deliver the schools, deliver value for money by building as quick as we can. And let's deliver something that's going to make everybody happy, because that's it. That's what we're here for. Winner, winner, bottle of wine with your dinner. Everybody's happy. Get the schools built. Get rid of all this red tape nonsense. And I think, you know, talking about delays, it'd be helpful for the council to reaffirm its commitment to the agreed timescale for delivery, because we heard from my colleague, Councillor Crawford, the fact there is some slippage. And given the levels of construction inflation and some of the difficulties that we've seen, mainly caused by this Labour government's inability to get to grips with inflation, I think, you know, we've got to really be realistic with people about what timescales we're seeing. And I think, you know, seeing the work with Broadford Primary School finally progressing is really good news for our community, and that's something that's very much welcome. But, you know, I think we need to maintain the pace of these projects, and where we can pull back some of the slippage that we might be seeing, because every day that these bills go unpaid, the bills go up because of inflation. It's a simple fact of life. So, you know, we don't want to be delaying or deferring these projects, because every delay just risks the project not happening, and that would be something that nobody in this chamber wants to see. So I think, in the best interests of the taxpayers and our communities, and indeed the integrity of our investment plan, we need to start building as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up Councillor Willis's questions there in regard to the climate and energy team. Yes, they are engaged with the design proposals, and they'll continue to be. We are designing buildings to pacify standard, so the lowest energy consumption that we can deliver. So we'll continue down that route, and we've got technical standards to actually meet as well. So the team are well versed on what we have to do to make them low carbon buildings for the future. On our LEAP projects, we already have a model of whole life costing to actually just demonstrate how well buildings are performing going forward, and that will be actually applied to our HIP projects as well. So the teams, the QSs, are aware on what we need to do in regards to that. So we're certainly well and truly tied into net zero, and ultimately for us it's reducing the cost of owning and running buildings. We have to, we totally get that, and we'll continue down that road as well. Councillor Balance, there's a meeting on Monday evening in regards to the Pewley pods, and the site options will be certainly discussed there on Monday for the way forward. In regards to the actual synthetic pitches, we actually had a discussion last week with the SFA in regard to alternative beads that are on the market, and they're doing trials in Scotland at the moment. So I'll be quite happy to feed that back, maybe to members, to see what that's telling us for the way ahead for synthetic pitches. So we'd want to be part of that output from SFA and others. So we'll certainly keep members appraised on that. Public access, yes, we'll consider public access. That's what the pods are about. Public access to sport, and why wouldn't we? So yeah, that'll be included as well. Question from Councillor Robertson on the road upgrade. You want to take that, Malcolm?
Yeah, just to assure Councillor Robertson that, you know, as we move forward, the benefit of the Highland Investment Plan is that this will be constantly evolving and growing over time. I think that the established way of dealing with projects like the one you suggest will be through the normal allocation of roads capital through area committees, and that's been agreed and is part of the so I would recommend that it's raised prior to the next committee item on capital programme, and it can be planned into the Inverness area capital programme budget. In terms of the synthetic pitches, just to follow up slightly, in terms of public access, we will have public access, albeit these are, as members will be aware, you know, the risk of damage to synthetic pitches is very real, and we do need to be aware of that. So there has to be appropriate security and booking availability. But I think as part of the overall sports strategy, that is definitely something. It also feeds into our future operating model. You'll see reference in that report to enhancing access to different types of facilities. So it's definitely something we'll be looking at. In terms of workers' camps, I'm pleased to say that the report to E&I committee, the next E&I committee, will provide details on the types of housing delivery that will be provided by hopefully by SC. It's not just worker camps, it's actually new build plus refurbishment of our existing stock. So hopefully we'll get a bit more information at E&I on that, and hopefully it'll give you good assurance on that. I think in terms of the Blarmore project, there's two different things here. One is what the future model of care is, and that's being dealt with separately. What we wanted to do, as part of this, was make sure that the master plan is there, so that whatever solution comes out, because there's a lot of debate and discussion to go on what that future model is. But what we wanted to be sure of was that the Blarmore site could accommodate whatever solution was coming through, that the appropriate servicing, that the appropriate linkages, that the appropriate access arrangements were in place. So that's really what the master plan's about. It's more about the, if you like, the physical infrastructure planning side, as opposed to what the model's going to be. But I can assure you that's part of that process. When we get the consultant appointed, a really important part of that will be public engagement. And we'll do that through the existing, Fort William 2040 model, or indeed, specific consultation on the emerging master plan. And I think possibly some of the Sutherland members will be aware we're doing a similar exercise in Kinlochbervie at the moment on the harbour. And that's really involved the community just as a stakeholder group. And perhaps that's the model we'll follow on this, if that gives you reassurance. But I can absolutely assure you there will be public scrutiny of this. Sorry, Finlay, I don't know if you had anything.
Was it Chair?
Members, we're going to have to break for lunch now, so can we go back at 2 o'clock, please?
Is he?
No, I thought it was on the special meeting that was like. They must have just gone to the pub. Laura didn't ask. We just assumed you'd gone to the pub. Stuart said that you disappeared. Stuart, can we now call the roll, please?
Yep. Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, members. So, members, starting with those of you in the chamber, I ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when you get the op. Okay, so I ask you to press the green button to confirm attendance, please.
Did we come to all the questions? With all the questions? There's still time. You said there was so many more people to ask questions. Yeah, there's still time. There's so many, no girlfriend. I was asking about a fire at the garage. Matthew? Well, again. You pressed? Yeah, I pressed it. Current speaker, don't tell it first.
Oh, okay.
So if everybody in the chamber has voted, thank you, members. We'll shut that vote down. Thank you. And then go to those members on Teams. If you could confirm your attendance when I call your name, please. And I'll start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair.
Present.
Councillor Coggle.
Present online, thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Here, thank you.
Councillor Mr Jarvie. Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Afternoon, present.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here.
Councillor Morrison.
Yes, here, present, thank you.
Councillor Niven.
Afternoon, here.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Present, thank you.
Thank you, members.
Members, we now resume item 5 on your agenda. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you very much, Convener. Well, first of all, can I say that this Highland investment plan is absolutely amazing. And I mean, thanks to the staff, the amount of work they've put into it. It's, as I said once before, it's the most exciting one and that I've ever known. And you know, I know that there's be problems taking it all forward, but I'm just wanting to thank the staff for all the work, and thank you, Finlay. I welcome the update on St Clement School and Dingwall Primary, and I won't go into it in details because Councillor McLean has said exactly what I agree with, and it's exciting to watch it going forward and at a pace, but maybe not as fast as the people would like. But we'll get there. But what I wanted to ask, what I say that I was disappointed that Highland Football Academy, I understood that it was going to be this meeting. So I would appreciate an update. I was expecting an update, as I say, on the leisure centre and especially the Highland Football Academy, which needs investment to sustain and upgrade it. Although the Football Academy is based in Dingwall, it's for the whole Highland area and it is well used and loved, and I don't know what the young ones would do without it. If work is not done, it could mean a closure, and that would be dreadful. In fact, it doesn't bear thinking. So I would appreciate an update before we have a next meeting at Tuesday, the 25th of November, and I would appreciate an update, or if you'd like to come along and attend. So anyway, I'll speak to you later about it. Thank you very much.
Margaret, probably several of our members who support Glasgow football teams could do with the football academy being extended a bit further south. Councillor Gill. Councillor Gill.
Apologies, Convener, I didn't quite hear you there. I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said. The report is good. It shows a lot of really good progress, and we are looking forward to seeing some real good progress going forward for the new buildings, etc. I'd just like to mention that 13.4, the local housing strategy, where it says that everyone in Highland has access to a quality home which is affordable, attainable, affordable, and supports the local economy in a sustainable, connected community where people wish to live, work and study. What it doesn't say is everyone in the Inner Firth. So can we have some proposals on how we're going to put housing into the more remote and rural areas around the north and west, Betty Hill, Tongue, Durness, Scowrie, Assint and other parts of the Highlands that we all recognise cost a little bit more to build houses, but where the houses are absolutely vital. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. I will be brief as I normally am. I don't normally have a script written out for me. I just have bullet points. Richard's actually mentioned about the quality of house, and I was going to mention that as well. I just wondered if this is just all for new builds, or is the quality of housing going to be upgraded in all houses throughout the Highlands? I'm really delighted to see about the sports facilities, and just, you know, we would like a track in Wick. You know, because a lot of our runners are running up and down single track roads with no lighting and everything. I am actually having to pull in quite often to let them pass. So a track in Wick would be really nice. I have actually got a Harrier in the family, so I'm pleased to see that there's going to be a new track at the Queen's Park. Going to art now, I've also got a drama granddaughter as well, and she was actually doing a drama play at Eden Court for her Nat Fives, and you know, there was actually a girl having to travel from Skye to there, so if the arts could get put out more to the remote areas. My drama student's quite close, but going by Skye and bringing it into Eden Court is quite a lot and quite expensive. Same with the Highland football sports thing. I know it's for the whole of the Highlands, but parents are having to go down there maybe once, twice a week from Caithness up and down. It's a big expense and it's a lot. So if there was more of the football facilities spread up north as well. But I think this is absolutely a vision and I very much welcome it. And I'm sure so does the whole population of the Highland. Thank you.
Councillor Goins.
Thank you, Convener. I just firstly want to address some of the points that have been made about housing. We have the E&I committee in a couple of weeks' time, and in that there will be a paper on master plan consent areas, and some of these will certainly not be inside Inverness, so that should help. But in terms of Councillor Christie's earlier point and some of the other points that have been made about rural housing, we are aware that we've got a housing challenge, and there are about 4 things I would just like to mention on that. The first one, very quickly, is new affordable homes, that the Alban Housing Association has agreed to build many hundreds of homes in rural areas. We also have energy efficient designs for the new homes in rural areas, so that it means that the heating, etc., will be far more affordable. We're also looking to upgrade the stock of housing that we have in rural areas too, and that again is a big incentive. But one of the key things that we're doing in terms of planning is that we have rural exemption sites and as exception sites rather. And what these are sites that would perhaps not normally get planning, but because they're on the periphery of a village or something like that, then we can look at them sympathetically. And that would retain the character of the village itself. So just to give you some reassurance that the rural side of Highland is certainly not being ignored. Convener, I want to turn to some of the things within the paper itself, which is I'm also delighted to see the progress, especially around our community sports and leisure infrastructure. At Inverness campus, we're moving towards this brand new floodlit synthetic pitch, something that is really, really needed in that area. It's been an area of some sustainable growth and it will continue on into the future. With £912,000 already secured of a £1.5 million programme, I'm delighted to see that we are supporting that today. Also, the Aqua Dome as well, very much needed improvements to that. And also Queen's Park and High Life Highland are working very closely with communities on that. And again, up in Invergordon, we have the new synthetic pitch up there. But moreover, all these projects together, these projects represent powerful investment in Highland well-being in our future communities, because what they do is they bring people together, they enhance communities, they build community capital, and that's what really is a very, very important part of life in Highland. They also promote healthier lifestyles as well. So looking ahead, we're also looking to lay the foundations for economic transformation through skills, with the £100 billion investment expected across the Highlands and Islands, particularly in renewable infrastructure. And we face this once-in-a-generation opportunity to take advantage of that. But to seize it, we're going to need to address the critical workforce challenge. And that's why the Highland Council, alongside its key partners, are supporting the creation of the Construction Skills Academy. And this initiative will deliver hands-on training, apprenticeships, career pathways to equip local people with the skills needed for the future. So just to conclude, it's all part of a wider strategy, My Future Highland, aimed at building resilient, skilled workforce and ensuring our communities thrive in the decades to come. Thank you very much.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks to the officers who compiled this report. I don't know about you, but I truly do believe in Father Christmas. If I look at the stuff that might be going in our neighbouring ward with track, I really welcome the swimming pool being retained for a further 5 years, and the synthetic pitch that's been proposed for Invergordon Academy. I take on board the comments of Councillor Balance about microplastics, and next time we're consulted on this, I shall be asking the questions. I am interested to hear about comments about the different types of pitch, because when we discussed this, one of the key things that I was looking for the ward was that actually it was available to all sports. And I would hope that officers maybe try to look at, as they've committed to, look at seeing whether they can share these synthetic pitches with all sorts of different sports. And I would emphasise as well the booking arrangements for when the public might be used, and to ensure that we can develop as much access as possible for the public. I have heard that actually moving the goalposts is a problem if you have multi-sports, but I suppose we're all used to the goalposts being moved. I just refer to paragraph 7.3, and it says that it's proposed that detailed work in Invergordon and Allness and in other areas and engagement will commence in November 25. Despite the leaders' experience, I don't feel that local members in that area have been consulted enough to actually even go to the detailed stage now. And I would look, as a matter of urgency, I know we've got an appointment in November, on November the 17th, the week commencing the 17th, but I think there should be better engagement with more members on some of the upcoming HIP projects. And finally, many people have spoken about the Construction Skills Academy, and I really am struggling with the numbers here. of 16,500 people or thereabouts, the new jobs at the peak. The current Highland unemployment rate is 3,000. In the two wards 6 and 7, we have 400 people unemployed. Obviously, all one too many. But there's also the danger that these jobs that we need to have all this, the housing and the green Freeport stuff, is actually going to take jobs away from the public sector. And this is a real danger, and I don't think I can't see much here about how we're going to address this problem. And perhaps more attractive jobs in the private sector can take away from the vital public services that we need delivered. And remember that for every person that actually arrives in the Highlands, which we need, let's not make a mistake, it actually costs us money as a council because we don't get suitable recompenses from central government. Thank you.
Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks a lot for the officers for this report. And like everyone else said, I wholeheartedly welcoming this report, and it is a transformation and improvement. Now, like I said, I agree with it, and I welcome it. There is a small observation that I have to share with you, which I came across when we had to deal as ward members regarding the synthetic pitches. So I would like to bring into notice the potential improvements that we can make in our future engagement with members and the communities with an investment improvement, with any of the investment improvements. When we make decisions of investment projects, can we kindly make an effort to engage proactively going forward with communities and members, as we had a recent situation where we were, as members, had to make what seems like a forced decision due to lack of communication and timely engagement in my ward, and the pressure that put us all was a bit unacceptable, I would say. So if this is my observation and reflection on this matter, I would kindly request if we can have engagements proactively and going forward more engagefully with all the members. That would be much better. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. Since my recent reprogramming, I'm no longer meant to disagree with my colleague, Councillor Christie. But I am disappointed with his comments this morning in referring to this report as an Alice in Wonderland report and casting the leader of the council as a wicked Queen of Hearts. I can tell, Councillor Christie, from where my advantage point sat here in the front, I glance across to my two most senior SNP councillors and I see no wicked queen, more like Tweedledum and Tweedledee. And so maybe I can ask Councillor Gowans, because I do actually appreciate you standing up and making the comments about affordable housing, which I think were important and well made. Maybe between the two of you, you can update us on what action the Leader of the Council has done to progress my call for a rural housing deal, as backed by Council at our last meeting in September, because I believe that getting both the UK and the Scottish Government and partners to unlock many of the financial hurdles about building new homes in rural areas will make an enormous difference. And I am somewhat surprised that Councillor Gowans hasn't jumped up to chastise Councillor Collier for bemoaning the lack of member engagement, as you did with me before lunch. Because I think she makes an important point that maybe I wasn't so articulately making, or you misunderstood me before lunch. And that brings me on to my second point, because I'm delighted to hear from the Leader of the Council about the prospect of a Blairmore master plan. But I had to check my own memory, and I had it confirmed with my colleague, Councillor Willis, that I think the first we've learnt about this Blairmore master plan is actually with the papers that have been released today. And that's even more extraordinary when we're told of the possibility of including possible infrastructure for the Loch Harbour Care project within it. And we met with officers just last month, and there was no mention of this being included in the Blarmore Master Plan. And the important point that I'm making is if you don't like us coming to this chamber and complaining about the lack of engagement with members or with our communities, then please trust us to have those discussions and involvement from an early stage rather than leaving it for us to find out about these details in a paper or presentation at full council. And I wish Tweedledum and Tweedledee my very best.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Convener, and I've 2 points to make. Firstly, I'd like to show appreciation from myself, my colleagues and people of Nairn for the delivery of the new academy opening in August 28. It's very much appreciated, and let's put a mark down there. The second thing is, and it's regarding community sports and leisure facilities and the proposed review of facilities and provision. Now, I'd be very interested, and I'll pick up details out with the Chamber with Finlay of when this is going to happen next year. But as you can imagine, we from Nairn will be very keen to contribute to this review. The good news, Finlay, is that while we'll not be looking for a new pitch, we will certainly be looking for a level pitch. So on that basis, I look forward to engaging with you. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie. That would be Barbara. You still with us, Barbara? No. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report. I only have 5 points to make, Chair, so I'll try and make them very quickly. First of all, I welcome Councillor Bremner's remarks about briefing local members about projects. I think that is both useful and needed. Some cases there'll be, of course, cross-ward briefings. For example, Charlton Academy serves both Inverness West and also our friends in Aird and Loch Ness, and similarly Inverness High School is in Inverness West ward, but serves mainly central pupils. So I think that engagement is much needed. I think on paragraph 8.1, can I just welcome re-establishing the stakeholders groups? I think that's part of the engagement process, but I think that's welcome, and probably would have worked better if it had happened a wee bit sooner. I think the council needs to push on with engagement, and I know officers are faced with a kind of engagement mountain in terms of the number of projects, the amount of engagement, new pods, new schools, school replacements and so on. It's just an unenviable amount of engagement, but it's necessary. But my main point is, I think, and can I thank Councillor Finlayson for just flagging up the importance of looking at leisure and recreation projects. I think in a way there's an issue, there's a problem with them because Highland manage them day to day, so perhaps the issues don't filter back to the council, at least certainly not at committee and council level in the way they would if they're directly run. And of course they remain council premises, although operated by Highland, a subsidiary company. So I think they probably haven't had the profile that they need. Just 2 specifics on that. The Aquadome, members will know that the Vortex Flume has been closed since the 18th of August 2023. It's day 804 since the flume was last in use. I hope that we won't, for example, reach day 1000 with the flume still out of use, and it's an important part of that particular sporting facility. And on the Queen's Park Stadium, thanks to Councillor Reid, she and I visited the running track there. I think there is an issue there that the report that High Life commissioned from Labo Sport back in April last year is quite clear that the track needs serious refurbishment in order to maintain its current standing at its current status. At the moment, it's a full UK athletics level 2 track. If it doesn't meet that standard, we can't have national and major sporting competitions held there. And it's really, I think there's probably a bit of urgency about getting that done. Because if you look at the report, the track was upgraded to synthetic in 1986, upgraded again in 1996, and the report says it is unknown if any further refurbishment or remedial works have been carried out since 1996. I think the answer is actually no. I suspect very little's been done to that track in the last 29 years, so it desperately needs done. And I think we owe it to all the young people who are doing so well at field and track sports in the Highlands to refurbish that. I think that's it. Thank you, Chair.
And last but by no means least, Councillor Coghill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Finlay, for the report. 3 small points. So, firstly, welcome the position on track in the neighbouring ward, and well done to the local members for helping drive that through. Excellent. Also welcome the potential for the synthetic pitch at Invergordon, although, as has been mentioned, it came as very late notice to members to feel and felt like they were, or we were getting sort of bounced into a decision without full community consultation. But we're not, don't look at gift horse in the mouth. Delighted to see it coming through. Can we be assured that planning will be sought this year so that we are prepared to engage in securing the external funding for this next calendar year? It would be helpful to know. And also welcome the initial steps being programmed for Allness and Invergordon within the HIP. Local members have been promised community engagement in this since, well, in April, and then put off till May, and then put off till September. And in the paper it's saying it's now going to be November. And I think on Finlay's slide it's suggested it might be January. So I'm just wondering when we might get off the starting blocks, so to overuse a sporting phrase. Thank you.
Just picking up on Councillor Graham's comments, we do have regular meetings with HLH, Councillor Graham, so we have regular discussions on assets, etc. But we are looking for approval today for the funding for resurfacing the track, so we'll certainly pick up on that one. In regards to Councillor Collier's points, certainly we will clearly improve on earlier dialogue on projects going forward for the HIP. Councillor Coghill, yes, we have engaged with Hub North in regards to the area review, so it was just whether we can get that achieved before Christmas time or not. Hence the reason I said in the presentation January, just to cover it. But we're in dialogue currently right now for commencing the area reviews, but we want to get to members first. Councillor Gale's highlighted this on community councils to give them an overview of what we're actually going to be doing going forward. So hopefully that answers that. Questions, Malcolm?
Yeah, just on the Dingwall situation with the Highland Football Academy. So you will see and I suppose it applies to all the projects here. We have been busy over the last 5 months getting the arrangements set up with our partners in Hub North, and they've done a huge amount of work to set up the supply chain in terms of designers, consultants. The tier 1 contractors will do the actual work. So we're now in a position where we're ready to go, beginning to get everyone mobilised, and the issues in Dingwall will be brought together as a single investment package. So that'll include the disability elements, it'll include the upgrade to the existing leisure centre and the Highland Football Academy, because we are taking that place-based approach. And similarly, with the engagement with Hub North, what we do have now is a really good way of having everything put on the table, so having a proper place-based approach to it, which I think, I hope will avoid some of the issues where members are hearing things that, perhaps later on in the process than they might necessarily do, because we'll have that place-based approach, and it's the recommendation in the report for us to prepare that overall strategy specifically for sport and leisure is designed to make sure we've got a level playing field, if I can use that term, across the Highlands as a whole.
I'm not even going to attempt to follow that, Malcolm. So in response to Councillor Edmiston's points, which I 100% agree with, as regards the pressure that expanding the major construction projects may have, both in the private sector and its consequence potentially for the public sector, what's really needed is a real radical expansion of our supply chain, our construction industry supply chain. So I'll draw your attention, Councillor Edmiston, to the appendix to this report, which was actually agreed by Council in June, but we put it back in here just in case this came up today, because it was done in relation to a housing paper, but it also pertains to the Highland Investment Plan. And that gives you a really clear, detailed breakdown of what all the partners, including Highlands and Islands Enterprise, UHI, Skills Development Scotland, and our private sector partners and our Green Freeport company are all committed to doing. So they're complete sign-up from all of those partners. And one of the reasons we've decided to procure through Hub North in the way that we have is to make sure there's a real structured approach through procurement to building our supply chain, from our Tier 1s down to our Tier 2s. And that furthermore, that is then sort of, also matched by the Council's future contribution to apprenticeship programmes. We really need to meet our own replacement demand for staff in the next few years, so we need to ratchet that up. And in order to really trigger it, we decided the best thing for us to do is to utilise the funding within the Highland Investment Plan and make a statement to the private sector and public sector partners that we're prepared to step forward and institute a Construction Skills Academy as a focal point for all of this. And we really hope that will open the door for public-private sector partnership. And if it doesn't, we'll go ahead. But we actually believe there are private sector partners out there who may wish to come forward and work with us. So that hopefully, Councillor Edmiston, responds to what you've asked. But I'll just draw everybody's attention, if it's okay, Convener, to Appendix 1 of this, which is your plan on the page for the regional development of our supply side solutions to our workforce needs in care, construction, engineering and various other things that we will need in the Highlands. Thank you.
Councillor Willis, do you have an amendment?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. And I think we've had a really good discussion and debate on this. It's been really positive, and it is great to see how the Highlands is moving forward. My amendment just seeks to address, in particular, for south of Inverness, east of Inverness, along the A96 corridor and the Inner Murray Firth, the apprehension and sometimes fear that many residents are having when they hear of the call for sites being 250 and the vast majority of those sites being in that area. They're asking, how are the health services going to cope? Culloden's doctors already closed their books. How are schools going to cope? Some of the schools have been capped in Lochard, Home, Inches in the recent past. How are we going to cope from a transport perspective? And my amendment just says, can we get a report to come back that can be considered in the extent of this? And that seems quite a reasonable request to put forward, to get a report to come back, to show what the condition of schools are, to show their capacity, and to show the pressures on the rolls. The second part of the amendment is actually helping rural and remote areas. Councillor Gowan says, we are doing stuff in rural areas. Alban are building this, Alban are doing that. But, what's actually happening is that developers are not particularly interested in building in Fort William, Ullapool, around the northwest coast, because it takes too much money. It's too expensive for them to build a unit. And the second part of the amendment says, let's have a look to see what we can do to help on that. Is there anything we can do in partnership with these developers so that it's built, so that we actually do sustain communities. Because, as Richard Gale says, 10 houses in Betty Hill is probably more important than what a couple of hundred houses are to Inverness. It will sustain that village well into the future. So the amendment is about getting information to address depopulation, to allay worries and concerns in the community. So I ask you, in terms of the first amendment, don't walk away from the residents of South Inverness and East Inverness and down the A96 corridor. Let them understand, get the reports so they can see. Make sure that we're actually doing things transparently and openly. Because at the moment, they are concerned when they see all these reports coming forward of the hundreds and hundreds of houses that are thrown up between Nairn and Inverness, right the way across to Ness Castle, down across the West Link. It is unbelievable the amount of houses that are being built with little to no infrastructure that's going to accommodate, and we don't know how far that's going to go into the future. So that's what the amendments are calling for. I hope you'll be able to support them, because there's a lot of people that are very concerned about this, and it'd be the right thing to do to get these reports and information so we can either take action to mitigate any problems, or we can show and give assurance that there is no problem. But one way or another, we actually have to do something on this. Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, Convener, and thanks also to everybody for the many positive contributions made by members through the debate. There's obviously a lot of recognition that what we're doing here is a very exciting time for the Highlands, and in terms of what we'll be delivering over the coming years. But as I said, for me, ensuring that communities and local members are well informed and engaged is really important. So please, if you are thinking that there's something you've got to let us know about that level of engagement, do let us know, and we'll see if we can address those points. One of the key factors in delivering the Highland Investment Plan and the integrated work to deliver the core capital plan is the work of the strategic committees. And we have, for me, I've said this before, the Corporate Resources Committee, we really have to channel the work of the Highland Investment Plan through the appropriate avenues. Different officers are dealing with different parts of the development of the plan. If it's housing, then I expect that to be worked out through the Housing and Property Committee, and if it's to do with school roles and capacities, that's also, and building conditions, I would expect that also to go to Housing and Property. The housing challenge is also considering how we overcome the challenges of the cost of house building and developing in our rural areas. And actually, for those of you who know, that I've actually raised that at COSLA, the Chief Executive knows this, about the building cost and work and the support work that we're looking for from government to be able to aid us in that. And I think we've got to be careful that we're not tasking full council with the work of the strategic committees. And for that reason, as I've mentioned to Councillor Christie, that I wouldn't be accepting the amendment. However, the points it focuses on, that amendment focuses on, can be incorporated in the work of the appropriate committees. Councillor Gunn, as you're probably aware, I was at the opening of the William Smith House with Murphy's there, and part of the work of the partners, including Highland Council, with Murphy's and others, is well noted. And they and others are aware of the chats that we've been having for us to have with them and other developers right throughout the Highlands to invest in terms of how they can corporately contribute to boosting the Highland Investment Plan through the Social Investment Charter. And I look to having those future discussions with them. Councillor Willis, thank you for withdrawing your amendment, because I know that you're aware that the climate change impact, I was speaking to you about this, is currently one of the impact assessments for Council, so we'll confirm that. I'm happy to meet with you to discuss how we can improve any focus on the climate change and energy team being involved in the design phase for the Highland Investment Plan projects, because, as you know, we have to meet national standards for buildings, and the points that you made are incorporated in those. So thanks for withdrawing your amendment on the clarification of that. Councillor Grafton, I don't think I need to include your amendment because, as the Assistant Chief Officer for Place said, the master plan is looking specifically at the physical infrastructure capacity and development opportunities of the Blarvore site, rather than focusing on the care solution itself. So there will be consultation on the master plan once the consultant's appointed, and close integration across the consultation that will be carried out with the wider project. The master plan decision, though, is here for agreement today, as you know. I really don't think that there's a need for another group to be set up in view of what I've just explained there just now. I hope that covers the points that your amendment makes, and that you would be able to withdraw it. And thanks for the chat that we had just before lunch there just now. Councillor McEwen, over the past few years, a new swimming pool in Wick and the new sports facilities there, the £350,000 upgrade of the synthetic pitch in Wick, which is due to complete this month, next month, the upgrade of the swimming pool and leisure services in Thurso, which happened just over the past few years to the tune of £1 million, and you want a running track. I agree. So let's too quick. So let's write our letter to Father Christmas, and let's join with Councillor Edmondson because he has a personal relationship with him, and let's see what we get back. Councillor Baxter, just at the exciting bit. Councillor Baxter, who was playing the Sheriff of Scottingham. I had to get that bit in. I'll catch up with you with exactly what I've been doing in terms of what you were talking about, the rural housing deal.
Raymond,
okay.
that means stop.
Yes, that's right. But I needed to get the Sheriff of Scottingham in and get him the Tweedledum and Tweedledee bit. Thank you.
You never told us that, Andrew.
Oh, I've also been the Dane.
Widow Twanky you are.
Thank you, Convener. So, just to confirm, members, I think Councillor Grafton has advised that he's withdrawing the proposed amendment. So that we won't be considering that. And again, Councillor Christie, could I get details of a seconder of your amendment, please? So, members in the chamber, we have a motion from Councillor Bremner, seconded by the convener, and that is to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Baxter, and that's to add 2 further recommendations, and they are available in the chat. So, members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, you press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Christie, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. Thank you, members. We'll close the vote in the chamber now. Thank you. Then go round those members on Teams. If you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, the amendment from Councillor Christie, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair. So Councillor Campbell-Sinclair. Hello, Councillor Campbell-Sinclair. Can you hear me, and can you confirm you wish to vote for the motion from the council leader, the amendment from Councillor Christie, or to abstain?
Apologies for the delay, Stuart. I'm having problems with my computer, but I support the motion from the leader.
Thank you. Councillor Coggill.
Amendment, please, Stuart. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie. Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Councillor Robertson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, the motion received 39 votes, the amendment received 30 votes, and there were no abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Members, item 6 on your agenda. I now have a presentation from Mr Gunn. Death by.
This one here. Good afternoon, members. This is an update on the future operating model to item 6 to your papers. And myself, Ruth Fry, Paul Reid, and Derek, happy to take any questions and comments you have at the end of the presentation. So, members, the report basically starts with a case for change, and there's been audit reports, both internal and external, from Audit Scotland, outlining various challenges and opportunities, including that of financial sustainability. But I would also add, within workforce planning, for example, where the report about a year ago did identify some opportunities for us that we could build on that could actually help to shape the council for the future. As well as the feedback to engagement on the 2024 budget, where there was a growing and increasing need for services delivered at a local level, there's also the ambitious Council's operational delivery plan in May 24, which you may recall had 6 portfolios, of which was the corporate solutions portfolio being one, and within that portfolio there was a future operating model project that you agreed in May 24. Members, there's various national and global drivers that will be forever here. The only constant has changed, as I say, in local government and beyond. They range from ageing communities and youth migration, where we've got an ageing workforce within the council. There's an increasing emphasis on equality and accessibility, including gone are the days where services are accessed Monday to Friday 9 till 4. It's now very much a 24/7, 365 culture that we work in, and we need to respond to that where we can. There's also climate change and our commitments to net zero, but also within funding constraints and customer expectations, where you heard from Mr Porter's earlier report on medium-term financial planning. But there's also, members, ultimately, that there are, in the very nature of macroeconomic factors, beyond our control. So, for example, you see inflation at 3.8% and has been for the last 3 months now. And it's not predicted to get to the target of 2% until the end of 2027. So these are challenges for us that impact us, that perhaps we don't have much control over, but we need to respond appropriately. So what we've done, members, in February 24, you allocated £205,000 to take forward this concept of the future operating model. We've undertaken extensive engagement and research, and that's detailed in Appendix 3. And that includes services with roadshows, workshops with our partners, document review, looking at all our various strategies and policies across the council and make sure they're actually aligned. We also undertook site visits, for example, to Merkinch nearby, but also further afield, such as North Lanarkshire, to learn from other examples of how they've looked at their models to respond to the very same similar challenges and drivers of change that we've got. The outputs are what we've put forward to today is what the definition of the future operating model is, the vision and the design principles, and they're detailed in section 7 of your report. But also what's important, members, I would say, is the assessment framework. So what we do is whenever we look at various new, whether it's new assets, whether it's new ways of working, we continually look at the framework to ensure that we future-proof the organisation, not just for today and tomorrow, but way beyond that. I think the most important thing in this, members, is this is indeed the future operating model. It is not just about today. It will take time for us to get to where we'd like to get to. But starting the steps now is important. I make no apologies for a busy slide, and it's deliberately so, members, because as well as the response to the Workforce Management Audit Scotland report, for example, we had to up our game on various things in terms of all thing HR people when it came to strategies. And that's what we've done through the governance of the Corporate Resources Committee. And what they do is they give you bedrocks, the fundamentals in which you can deliver change, but consistently across the council, but flexibly as well, recognising the different needs in the various areas and communities. So there'll be a range of impacts of this over a period of time for our staff and our communities. More availability of roles across Highland and flexibility in work-based and touch-time spaces. So I'll give you an example. We're doing some of this now where many of the posts in my cluster, in the corporate cluster, are advertised that they can be based anywhere in Highland. Because why not? You've got digital access, why not? So recently, the new post of assurance admin in Donna Sutherland's team has been appointed, and they're based in Fort William. That's just one example of many what we're trying to do. But for communities, it's been able to access services more seamlessly, but also not the council services, but working with our partners, whether it's NHS, police, fire, communities, third sector, working more jointly together. Because ultimately, members, I think, and I think most people think, is that the customers receiving the service are less bothered as to who the actual supplier is. They're actually most bothered that they actually get the service at the right time, but in the right place as well, wherever we can. So we cannot do this in isolation, but we do have to have an element of showing leadership, and this is what we're trying to do here. So there'll be various project types, members, across it, and this is detailed in the paper. They're, of course, asset-based, and we've deliberately shown asset-based at the bottom because ultimately sometimes people think, oh, this is driven by our new schools, etc., about how we can make best use of them. And that's absolutely part of it. There's absolutely no doubt. But there's also collaborative and operational ways in which we can do. So, for example, within operation, Paul, in his role as Chief Officer, including fleet, is working with other partners to see where we can share fleet, ultimately. So rather than just looking at it through a Highland Council lens, looking at it through it as a Highland lens. Big organisation, I think Councillor Christie, you mentioned earlier, where CPP budgets over £2 billion. Well, let's try and look at these more constructively and work better together. So there'll be overlaps between the various strategies that we've got, including the HOIP. So how do we actually do this, members? So after you agreeing to pay us or award us £205,000 one-off, which hope this report tries to evidence what we've done with that money, what you've also agreed in the 6th of March 25 papers is an annual recurring of £500,000 to actually take these projects forward and deliver for you. The programme manager has recently been appointed and will report directly to Paul Reid. This will be a cross-functional, locality-based team. We estimate probably maybe 8 or 9 posts will be funded with the remaining sums of money. These posts will be located across Highland. Not Inverness centric, Murray centric, absolutely. They will be where they need to be based, ultimately. And one way in which you can do that is the development of digital transformation led by John Shepherd, our CEO of Business Solutions, is that you can then make location less of a dependency in order to do the job. You can access the work electronically, and that's really important. You're looking at things like community development, working with existing community development managers, our FM, business and finance, looking at finance, not just in terms of monitoring, and appreciate the discussions that we had earlier in terms of the revenue monitoring, but what we also need to get better at, members, I think, is actually asking us about what's the value for money that we're actually getting for this. So not just what you're saving, it's not just what the outturns are in terms of revenue forecasts. You've invested 34 million in February 24, for example, over a 3-year period for the delivery plan. We need to reassure you what we're actually doing with that 34 million, as well as delivering the savings. This model will help you do that better. As well as looking at across the families and social work services, we need to work across a variety of CPP partners to take forward, ultimately, services to the same people in our communities. So members, having the courage to invest this sum of money, part of my role, part of everybody's role, is to show the valuation of what that money is. Or you could read that slide as the benefits realisation slide if you're talking in project speak, or you could say more simply, what are you getting for your buck? What are you getting for this $500,000? What do you expect? Well, one of the ways in which you do that is you have to have an element of benchmarking. See what is the current performance standard? And there's an appendix in the, towards the end of your paper for this report that outlines the initial work in that. But whatever we do, members, we need to be able to demonstrate that we're actually delivering value for money and it's actually making a positive difference. And that's difficult in some parts of council services. It's easier than others. The transactional services like council tax benefits planning perhaps can be more easily measured than how you deliver a social work service. But the fundamental principle of delivering value for money you need to demonstrate. So you need to understand what the outcomes are, what you're trying to achieve in the first place. And these are just some of the lists, some of the examples what we aim to do on a project by project basis. If I may, the last one in the IIP, the Investors and People Accreditation achieved, you may recall we have commenced rolling that out initially within the corporate cluster. And I'm really pleased to say that we've exceeded over 80% response rate of engagement from our staff. And I think that is exceptional. The next best thing now what we need to do is continue to engage with our staff at local level across the whole council, listen to them, work with them to affect the changes that their very comments are making. It's less for us that we agree or disagree with our staff. It's to listen to them, listen to communities and work together. And also, agreement, disagreement, that's not a bad thing. It depends how we manage it and how we share it. And that's what we're aiming to do. So, members, that's the end of the presentation. The next steps are detailed and towards the end of your report with recommendations at 2.1. And Derek, myself and Ruth and Paul are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Stop sharing. Councillor Bremner.
Thank you once again, Convener. I'll move the recommendations, and this time I believe that Councillor Gowans will actually second them. Members, for a long time we have now known that the way that we do things has to change. The demands in the public sector are ever increasing, and the world around us is changing as well. People rightly expect to be able to use the same technology they use for everyday life, for their banking or for ordering your groceries online, to interact with council services as well. They want to live in thriving communities with good jobs available locally, and they want to live at home independently for as long as they possibly can. And we know that the climate is changing as well. Councillor Willis will be happy that I've included that statement. And we need to act as custodians to the environment and to reduce our carbon footprint. Despite these inarguable challenges, councils until now have tried to get by making incremental cuts and keeping the same old ways of doing things. Here in Highland, we intend to lead the way in changing that. This report sets out not only why we need to change, but also how. It reports the extensive research and engagement to date, and excitingly, explains how the future operating model will be taken forward through a range of pilot projects. Very soon we will start to see the future operating model making a difference. We will see more joined up services and more support for charities and other bodies to access Council's facilities or to deliver local services. We will see more jobs devolved across the Highlands, and helping those jobs across the Highlands will be helping working age people and families to stay in remote and rural communities, something that we've been very much talking about today. We will start to see services being delivered in different and innovative ways via joint working, via new local points of development, as we're calling them, through the Highland Investment Plan, through mobile services and through new technology. And we will see staff who have more time to spend on the work that they actually like doing, supporting and enabling those who make up our Highland communities as the Council becomes a sector leader and an employer of choice. Members, the future operating model is at the very heart of not only the type of council that we want to become, but the type of communities that we want to have prosper here. I hope that everyone will welcome the paper, and I look forward to hearing your comments. Thanks very much.
That's a balance.
Thank you very much, Convener. And thank you very much for this report. I just want to concentrate on one particular section in 8.4. The Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation divides Scotland into 6,976 data zones. And in the most recent SIMD, Merkinch in Inverness came 8th in Scotland. Merkinch is the 8th most deprived area of Scotland. Forget Glasgow, Paisley, Greenock. Think Merkinch. Worst access to services, least jobs, lowest incomes, most crime, least access to education, worst housing. We come number 8. If we care as a council, we must invest in the community of Merkinch. It's not in my ward, but it is a priority for the Inverness Community Partnership. And as was highlighted in our earlier discussion, investment is absolutely vital to make a difference. So I'm delighted to see in 8.4 a reference to Merkinch. It says, working with local partners to simplify systems, improve access to facilities and increase income. I would simply ask what exactly that means on the ground, please. How much money is going to be put aside for Merkinch, and how will the community partnerships be involved in planning this investment? Thank you.
Members, on that particular point, just try and remember that SIMD definitely does not pick up the vagaries of rural poverty. It is more, I suppose, an urban measure, and rural poverty is very poorly measured.
I accept that point.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Mr. Gunn, for introducing the report. There's an awful lot in here that we should aspire to and actually promote and push forward at pace and urgency. When we talk about the public, and I showed this report to someone that has got no connection to the council, and they could not make head nor tail of this report. Now, I know this report is written for us, but if we are to try to make people understand in communities and out with the council what it is, we're going to have to change some of our language, some of our phraseology, and some of the things we actually, when we say and do, to make it clear to them. When people engage with the council, they want to engage in the way that they choose, by the channel they choose. And for older people, that often still is telephone or in person. So, and we see in previous items that the number of people over 75 is going to increase rapidly over the council. So whilst we talk about technological solutions, we've got to bear in mind there's going to be a lot of people that just do not cope with 24/7, 365 days a year. Get your apps out on your phone and away you go. There's still an awful lot of people that will want that face-to-face contact. So we've got to have that channel, we've got to have a telephone channel, and we've got to make sure we answer the telephone in a time frame that's acceptable to the caller. Now, people will debate how long that should be. And we need to be doing with email, we need to be doing web chat. Younger people prefer web chat. So we need to make sure we've got various mediums for people to engage with us, and all that needs to be factored in. We also need to change the culture of our staff and communities and residents and workforce. And all that has to be fed into this mix as well. It's not as if we switch a light, switch and a light comes on. This is going to take time to actually get through, to actually change. And I see the Chief Executive nodding. I've told you before, don't nod when a councillor speaks, because they can get you to agree with them. So you've got to bear in mind that we've got to change that culture and attitude from so many areas to get this to work. Nobody can argue with the bed it evolved, but that goes back to the other items we've had today of how do we build houses more cheaply in rural areas, houses to buy predominantly. So, this whole thing links up. So the sequence of the reports today, I guess, is no accident that they actually do fall one after another into a theme, a pattern. So they are intertwined and interlinked. I do worry about one issue, and I'm not going to debate it or whatever. When you say you'll improve town centre vacancy rates, that certainly isn't the case in Inverness. There's an awful lot of vacant units presently in Inverness, and I think just by going for the future operating model, I don't think you'll totally turn Goldsby High Street, or I was in Fort William, there's a lot of empty units there. I don't think they'll be turned round overnight or even over a couple of years. So I think we've got to look for different uses for some of these premises. And I think we also have to see the role that schools play in this. And I think schools need to come through more strongly in this. There's no, to my mind, there's no reason whatsoever why someone shouldn't be able to go into a school in Ullapool or wherever and be able to talk to someone there and book a bulky uplift. Why can't somebody walk into a council building and book a service they actually want rather than ring up? So we should need to upskill our staff to be multitasked, so they can actually cope with far, far more than they are at the moment. This is the way to go, but what we've got to look at as time evolves is what's the unforeseen or unintended consequences of this? What actually is going to be, there's going to be some detriment to get to this, and we've got to carefully plan our way through all this to make sure that we do provide the service that people actually want. And I think what we're going to do is find a way to convey this in a much more clearer way, which is the point I opened with, because at the moment, I think members of the public would struggle to understand what a future operating model is and half the things in here that we're trying to convey to them. We understand it because we're immersed in it, but I think we need to do a piece of work on that, and I'm sure that the officers are more than capable of doing that. And I certainly agree with Councillor Barnes that areas like Merkinch and pockets in Hilton and in rural areas as well, where the deprivation and poverty is masked from our site, we need to actually do. And maybe we could actually see what studies, convener, there are. I think there's some good studies that were done, and I've forgotten the lady's name, but Alison Clark will remember it, from a university that actually targeted some of these areas and how we can measure them better. Thank you.
Councillor McLean, Kate.
Thank you, and thank you for another splendid report. Guess what? It brings me hope again. I'm really seeking assurance about a very small point, but it could save us money in the long run. You're talking on page 92 about it's I think 8.1, bullet point 4, booking arrangements for facilities. And I'm making another plea for Merkinch, where I'm acutely aware that every week or so I get a complaint about young children climbing the fence at the all-weather pitch because they can't get access. Now, this pitch was developed with public money to be available to everybody in the community. There's something goes wrong with the booking system, which is run by Highland. So when we're talking about inventing new ways of booking things, perhaps there is already a way of booking things, which is the Highland way, but it seriously needs tweaking so that, for example, you don't need janitors to run around with keys to make sure people get access. It's got floodlights. Why aren't they using it till 10 o'clock at night? Because there's nobody to be a key holder. So I think we need to look into that, and I think, Alan, it would probably save us money in the long run if we did. Thanks.
Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Convener. I must begin by saying how thrilled I was to read this paper. I find the proposals for this future operating model, I refuse to call it a FOM, which I think is insulting to it, really very exciting. And before I explore those ideas further, it's just worth mentioning, just in passing, that there have been murmurs around of an alternative way forward for Highland, dividing the council up into 2 or 3 different bodies. I'm not going to summarise the reasons why that would be disastrous, except to say that they would be more expensive and probably more inefficient. But I mention it merely to demonstrate how much preferable these proposals are to any way forward along those lines. I think the concept of more devolution to local communities, both in terms of how services are delivered and in terms of the possibilities offered to local people to become more involved in certain decision-making, it provides exciting prospects, and the vision of services more responsive to the needs of local people, and the possibility of local people being more involved themselves in the council and its decisions by being more involved, who have greater possibility to influence the decisions that are made. It's an exciting future, I think. I can see that area committees may well be busier and may well have more decisions to make. And if all the principles outlined in Appendix 4 were to be applied, what a wonderful Highland we would have. It doesn't forget climate change. Every project, every project must contribute to sustainability using low carbon solutions, adaptive infrastructure, and circular economic principles. Everything is thought of. It's a wonderful prospect. I really commend this.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report. I think the report is very positive, and it's shown us a clear way forward, and I think the way Alan presented it was first class, so thank you for that. Just a couple of points I would like to make. I mean, first of all, one of the things I like about it in particular is the integrated working between different groups. I mean, for example, things like for grass cutting, simple things. We have amenities grass, we've got education grass, and we've got planning grass. And we've got 3 different lots of people cutting different grass in the same area, which makes no sense whatsoever. And then we've got roads and amenities, and during the winter time, the amenity staff could be helping out with the roads and the gritting and everything else. There's so many things we could work together to achieve different things, so that's all very good. A couple of concerns I have. It's in 1.1, it talks about in future every local area will benefit from a network of services as well as physical hubs where citizens and staff can connect. Well, back in the good old days, we used to have service points, and that's where that happened, which is wonderful. We don't have them anymore. But I'm not naive enough to think that we're going to go back to that model. But what I do want to see is where people can get, if people who don't have access to the internet can get access, and by using council buildings for that. And schools were mentioned, and all schools have got high-speed access to the internet, and we should be encouraging people to use a room or whatever to access services through that area. Now, I know we have libraries at Highland actually operate the internet access, but they're not available everywhere. So if we're going to really be inclusive for the whole of the Highlands, then we really need to be looking at making sure that everybody got access to that service. The only other thing I wanted to raise was, I'll just find it down here. In 5.2, it says it's in response to a survey that was undertaken, or an engagement exercise it's called here, and responses were received from the public, which, and one specific thing, closed schools with low numbers. And that filled me with horror, because schools with low numbers feature a lot in the Highlands. And these schools, even if they have low numbers, are part of the community, and the community works around these schools. And I think we need to be very, very careful how we do that. I can only assume that people who suggested that live in areas where they don't have small schools with low numbers. And I can think of a number of communities who would be absolutely horrified at the very thought that we'd go down that road. Thank you very much.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I agree with quite a lot of what other members have said. I think this is a long-needed piece of work because no one sitting in this room today would say that this council is as efficient as it could be. It doesn't spend our taxpayers' money as wisely as perhaps it should. And I really hope that this piece of work is going to bring together some of the common sense elements that we have all seen, that our communities have all seen for a number of years, and really make those targeted efficiencies. But, you know, I think one of the things that we've got to be careful of is this doesn't become the future operating model, doesn't become a term for stealth cuts. We need to make sure that where we are making efficiencies, that the Treasury's Green Book is taken into account. We need to make sure we're aware of what the social and societal costs of any of these efficiencies are, because it might be that this council saves a couple of pounds, but we shift that cost, we shift that burden onto the very people that we're providing services for. So I think we've got to make sure that that doesn't happen and make sure that the appropriate assessments are in place, so when these things happen, we know that we're making the right decisions, because nobody wants to see frontline services put at risk. Now, Councillor Gale has commented on grass cutting, and that's an issue that affects nearly every ward in Highland, from Wick to Nairn to Skye, and near enough everywhere in between, especially here in Inverness. And we hear time and again that our amenity staff are under pressure, they're short-staffed, they don't have the resources to carry out some of this vital work, which is a very visible sign of, you know, what this council is providing. A public realm is something that we should all be proud of. Now, I was very disappointed, Convener, to be informed this afternoon that council amenity staff are driving around Inverness cutting down Union flags and saltires, the national flags of this country. Now, this is all in the same time when we're hearing that our amenity staff do not have the time to blow leaves off of paths to prevent old people from slipping and falling, and also to clear the drains so that our streets do not flood. So I think when we're looking at efficiency, we've also got to look at the priorities that this council is chasing to ensure that they are indeed aligned with this country's priorities and our constituents' priorities. Thank you.
Councillor Edmonds.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report. Just a few things I'd like to just pick up on. Maybe I missed it, but it says that further discussions will go on with ward members. That rather implies that we've actually had discussions as ward members. I can't recall that happening, but I might be mistaken. In 5.2, it talks about better use of existing staff rather than outsourcing. Now, particularly in my ward, there's an instance where actually outsourcing would have saved the council a shed load of money. We're all used to buy one, get two, you get two. You buy two, get one free. The council seems to do it the other way around when it comes to bridges in our area. You buy two and get one. So if they'd outsourced services, then we could have had the drawings produced and the bridge delivered. Okay. So one of the other things that struck me in basically the year I've been here now is the inertia, and we really need to try and get a bit more nimble and get away from the inertia that's endemic in the way we do things. And although I see this as an attempt to try and solve that problem, it is really quite a challenge. We need to involve people, as my colleagues have said. They're not used to using technology all the time, and it's not necessarily the most efficient way of actually dealing with things. It shouldn't be just assumed that technology is the most efficient way of doing things. It can be more efficient to actually have a real conversation with the person and actually get to the bottom of things. So I'd be grateful if you could take those comments on board. Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start by echoing my support for Councillor Gale's comments. The looks you get when you try to explain to the public that this path is owned by the council and that path is owned by Cairn Housing, and that the education department somehow owns this burn, despite the fact it's not near a school, has never been near a school, and no one will ever put near a school near there. They look at you like you've grown an extra head. I'd like to thank the team for the questions in Appendix 4. It's rare for the administration to make the opposition's life easier, but the questions at the end column will be lovely for checking against every project the council ever does to make sure that things fit the principles in this paper. Overall, I think this is clearly a good direction to head in. We do need to change. But looking at the council's own PESTEL and SWOT analyses that you've put in Appendix 2 and 3, or 1 and 2, I think it might be actually, there's a comment that we need to look at ageing communities that have distinct local needs. And I worry that, particularly with the head down digital technology, that we are going to leave behind some of our older population. We've held a lot about the need to look after an ageing population that is going to ever keep growing on current projections. Example, in the recent storm, people's falls alarms that they have on their wrists to tell their neighbours that they've fallen over and need a hand up, they stopped working in some places because the power went down. And people ended up in hospital because they spent 12 hours on the floor overnight. Now, these are edge cases. There's not many people that fit those, but that's clearly quite a big need that we're going to have to predict. And I worry that without careful analysis, we head down a path where things like that start happening. That happened because the analogue signal's gone. And I don't think anyone in London who said, oh, we should shut down the analogue signal would have thought about that happening. And I worry that we're going to miss things. I appreciate it's going to come back in lots of internal committees and that it's our job to help you not miss these things. So I hope that we'll all be doing that. The one thing that did strike me as slightly odd is in the weakness that we've highlighted that this could end up having a complex internal structure. Now, I might be missing a point, but I thought the point of this was to help change our internal structure so that it was easier. I don't really understand how it ends up having a more complex internal structure. So some development of that thought would be appreciated. Thank you.
So just a few questions, I believe. So first of all, just in response to that final point, the whole point of the SWOT analysis is to bottom out things we think could be potential negative consequences and make sure we avoid them. So it's simply down there for form to see we've considered everything. We certainly don't want that to happen. Mainly the questions I think I had were from Councillor Ballance around about Merkinch, where I suppose my response is what we're really trying to do here is make the facilities come alive. You can have investment in a place, but if it's not accompanied by an operating model, it will simply be a set of buildings that isn't fully serving the need of the public. And the whole point of the pods from the beginning, the Highland investment plan from the beginning, was it should be a sort of an impetus to do things differently. So all of the sort of siloed behaviour, all of the things that have impeded the delivery of services locally for communities, this is a chance to drive them out. So what you'll have around the sites we pilot activity initially is you'll have someone who will do the community engagement. You'll have people there who can really make the facilities change in light of that community engagement. You'll have people there who can provide business support for key partners to allow them to align budget and to find ways to kind of co-invest. And you'll also have people there who can provide critical family supports. And that will be a potential recipe in the future for making our facilities come alive for the community. But going on to Councillor McLean's point, obviously we need new systems, but they won't necessarily happen too quickly because they may involve quite a lot of policy change and redesign. And one of them is booking systems, but that has to be accompanied by approaches to charging and concessions. And then, of course, we have to think about things like access. And the thing about access is sometimes there's no budget to cope with the wear and tear that might be associated with opening up facilities entirely. So there's a lot of work to be done. But members, what you're seeing in this paper is the first step to honouring commitments that have been made in previous pod reports, to making sure that all communities benefit from the Highland Investment Plan and the pod approach. So it's to bring that future operating model, to try and make our facilities come alive for the communities. And the last point, given the points in Alan's presentation about investors and people, is we have a lot of staff who are travelling large distances in Highland, and we want to enable them to be able to benefit from our facilities more. So digital touchdown to increase the access of our staff to digital, welfare facilities, a chance to sort of like touch down in places where, when potentially they are travelling those large distances, that's part of their ask of us, and it brings them closer to us, and it connects up the Highland Council with its staff and with its communities. So hopefully I've answered the questions I was asked. Thank you.
Councillor Beard.
Thank you, Convener. And on a communications front, we know that quite a number of us have had difficulty getting through on the call centre, and there are some outfits that have a repeated message going round that you know, they might be having to wait here a little while, but the quickest way of doing that is to send an email. And when you do that, you get the message saying, we aim to respond to you in 5 working days. I think if we're getting that kind of message, I think this will put people completely off here. We should be able to, if you've got something that you want to speak to someone on a one-to-one, there and then, you should be able to get that communication, not be brushed off that it's 3 or 4 days later before you're going to get your answer. Thank you.
Members, can we agree with the recommendations? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Members, item 7 on your agenda is the Visitor Levy Update Report. Now, before we go into the details of this, this is not a decision whether we do or do not progress with a visitor levy. So just kindly bearing that in mind with your contributions. Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, Convener. I'm happy to move the recommendations. I believe that you are happy to second. This paper provides an update on the progress of a visitor levy scheme for Highland, and I think it's worth reminding councillors how we actually got to this stage. The visitor levy for Scotland has been discussed since approximately 2018, with legislation finally being passed in 2024. What prompted those initial discussions was the shared understanding and the concern that our tourism industry is one of the key cornerstones of the Highland economy, yet it is under threat through decades of chronic underinvestment, but with a steady growth in visitor numbers. What should be our shared success has proved complex to manage, and this is widely recognised at all levels of government and with our many partners and stakeholders. As a council, we have continued to support our tourism, transport and our leisure sectors, but I am sure we all recognise the risk we run by relying on government funding streams that merely prop up our tourism industry, and the uncertainty that brings not only to our tourism industry, but also our ability as a council to cope with the impact and the deterioration of our infrastructure. Today's update provides an overview of the rigorous approach this council has taken throughout this process. We have undertaken an independent and impartial economic impact assessment. This is currently nearing completion, and we look forward to sharing that with elected members. And you know, we should note that the economic impact assessment was at the request of industry, and that comes at a cost. However, this has been a rigorous, transparent and inclusive process. It's worth noting that there has been misinformation and some confusion spread by some who may not quite fully understand the complexities and the flexibilities of the legislation or the long-term and sustainable opportunities, the targeted investment in our visitor economy that the proceeds from the levy could actually provide. Some have commented the current legislation is likely to change very soon to the
to the efforts of active industry lobbyists and could provide flexibility on a flat rate in addition to the percentage rate already provided in current legislation. Any potential change in the legislation, if it's proposed, would be well into the next parliamentary session. Edinburgh, Glasgow, Aberdeen have all agreed to introduce a visitor levy to ensure they have secured an invaluable source of funding to de-risk their tourism offer, and many other councils are in the stages of early engagement and consultation. As agreed at the last council, we intend to bring a full paper to the December meeting that will set out the next stage of our proposals for Highland to allow members to make a truly informed decision on this very important matter, not just for our council, but also for our valuable visitor economy and residents. This may be our opportunity to build a fairer, more resilient tourism economy, one that benefits everyone who lives here, and one that everyone and a place where everyone will visit. Thanks very much for the time to be able to make that contribution, Convener. Thanks.
Councillor McLean.
I'll move the recommendations. Yes, I did.
You did
move the recommendation. Tweedledee.
So, I've got Councillor McLean down, so okay. Fine, it's neither of the two. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. I note your comments in introducing this debate that we're not being asked to make a decision today, but it's quite clear from the comments of the Leader of the Council that he's made up his mind on this issue, because things have changed significantly since we last discussed this at the September meeting. And that is the letter from the Scottish Government saying that they are prepared to consider legislative changes. And I recognise what Councillor Bremner says, that that could be some significant time in the future, within the next Parliament. But from his comments today, he's made it quite clear that he intends to bring a paper to the December meeting to press ahead regardless of any proposed legislative changes. And I think that is wrong. When we were first advised of the delay to the visitor levy report, we were told this was due to the sheer number of consultation responses. And I recognise that, and that officers were taking time to analyse them properly, and that's only correct. But when I asked Councillor Gowans at E&I in August, we were told at that stage, or we weren't told at that stage, that consultants were being appointed, and part of their responsibility was to analyse those particular responses, recognising that they are also fulfilling the role of an impact assessment. So as I say, since we discussed this issue at our September meeting, we've seen the Scottish Government welcomely indicate that it is open to legislative change, to give local authorities like Highland greater flexibility to include the option of a flat rate model rather than a percentage-based levy. That's exactly what many of us in this chamber have been calling for from the very beginning. This is a real opportunity to reassess and reshape any future visitor levy so that it genuinely fits our circumstances here in the Highlands, one that commands wider support, particularly from within our tourism sector. Our direct colleagues to the excellent contribution from Colin Marr of Inverness Chamber of Commerce, who highlighted by the Inverness Courier today. He reflects the view of over 1,000 Highland businesses, all whom are clear. They're not opposed in principle to a levy, but they do not support the version currently on the table. At the appropriate time, I will be tabling an amendment to the recommendations, and I urge members to look at it carefully. It doesn't close the door on a visitor levy. It simply ensures that when we move forward, we do so on solid ground with the right model and the confidence of those within our tourism industry. It asks us to move forward only when we have clarity on legislative changes rather than blindly going ahead with the current model based on the current legislation. So I urge councillors to support this amendment to make it clear we will not make a final decision until the Scottish Government's position on legislative change is confirmed, and to give us the chance to get this right for the Highlands.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. I've not seen the amendment, but I suspect I'll be happy to support it. Without speaking at any great length, I too was cheered and encouraged by the words from Minister Ivan McKee, which did indeed open the door to potential legislative changes, while the administration rejected the idea that there could be possible revisiting by the Scottish Government to my motion on the 18th of September. It's quite important we get this right. Hospitality and tourism are absolutely central to our economy and our societies, and I'd very much like to see the amendment from Councillor Baxter, because I believe we should be taking great care and consideration over this matter before pressing ahead. Thanks.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Now, I will be supporting the amendment as well. I totally agree with Councillor Baxter and Councillor Gregson. But I just want to make a comment when we are moving forward with this. Remember, people in the Highlands, we're not tourists and we're not visitors. So we really should be exempt from any levy. People in Inverness might want to come and visit Wick, and we have got beautiful hotels and facilities in Wick. Are they going to have to pay a levy up in Wick? I'm more concerned about people travelling from Wick for hospital appointments or to buy their kids' shoes and having to stay overnight. Are we going to have to pay levies in Inverness to go shopping or for hospital visits? So I just want to put this into perspective. I am not against a visitor levy because tourism is a big money spinner for us, but we are not tourists. The people of the Highlands aren't tourists, nor are we visitors. We are residents.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I think the transient visitor levy from day one has been a tragic tale of what happens when you've got a government in Holyrood beyond disconnected from the needs of the people of Highland. This was always going to be a solution that would work for Edinburgh and nowhere else, and we've been left to pick up the bits. That we heard from the leader there, this is bad legislation because it doesn't work for the Highlands, but business said that. Members in Holyrood said that. Highland communities said that, but guess what? The SNP in Edinburgh, they know best. So I'm really glad to see, for once perhaps in this term, that someone in the Scottish Government has took the common decency to accept maybe we got it wrong and maybe those people up in the Highlands knew what they were talking about. Because after all, in my own ward of Skye and Razzie is the second most visited place outside of Edinburgh in Scotland. But the visitor levy produced by the Leaders' Party done nothing for us except punish legitimate business. I've been out speaking to hoteliers, bed and breakfast owners and local residents, and not a single person has a good word to say. Not a single person I've spoke to supports the levy in its current form. Now, as Councillor Baxter said, that's not because the majority of people are anti a visitor levy. They understand that tourism is a major economic driver. It needs to be managed, but it needs to be managed responsibly, and that is not what this scheme does. Now, Ivan McKee has written his letter saying it will be into the next Parliament and that he can't really commit to anything before then. Well, that's good, because I don't want the next SNP government. I don't want them having anything to do with any legislation for this, because we've seen what's happened with the deposit return scheme. It's been an absolute mess. They take something to do with taxation, they try and make it Scottishy, and by Scottishy I mean progressive, and they break it. They make it over onerous for business, and they make it bad for rural communities. So I think that the fact that there wasn't an impact assessment included with this from day one is a source of shame, because we needed to know what was happening, and it is a source of shame that it's only took the pressure of business to make this administration U-turn on that.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you so much, Convener. Yes, I absolutely 100% echo what has just gone before in relation to this flawed piece of legislation. I think it is really interesting reading the words of the Minister, where he is essentially admitting that this is flawed legislation by saying that it will be looked at next year for a full review and I just think it's incredibly concerning that we have a Holyrood Parliament that is passing legislation of this nature. And I think we should really be looking at the MSPs that ushered this through. It's not evidence-based and it's poor law. I mean, like many others that are speaking on this today, I've spoken with a significant number of accommodation providers, actually across the Highlands over the last months, on this particular matter. And this month alone, I had one, I suppose you would say, small accommodation provider, a lovely guest house, a family-owned, third generation, saying if this goes through as it is currently drafted, I may as well hand over the keys. I mean, that's actually the reality of it, and it is essentially about jobs. So I am greatly concerned about it. And what I would also say is I absolutely support a straightforward, simple visitor levy, which is based on a flat fee, which does not have the administrative burden that this particular legislation would actually place on accommodation providers. That also needs to be looked at. It's not just the percentage element that needs to be looked at. There are plenty other aspects of the legislation as it's currently drafted that seriously is not fit for purpose for the Highlands. So I'm absolutely 100% for returning this to Holyrood for fulsome amendment so that it is fit for the Highlands. Thank you so much.
Councillor Christie.
You said my name, and it was such a sigh, convener. Are you coming to the end of the day that you've had enough?
It's been a long day, Councillor Christie, already.
We might get a tea break after this. So, judging by the leader's remarks, he's already made his mind up as to what his decision is going to be in December. And I think what we're seeing here is an administration dazzled by dollar and pound signs as to what they might get in from this, regardless of whether it's the worst possible mechanism to charge people, whether it's a scheme that nobody wants. And the last time, does anyone remember the last time that this administration went careering down this path of not listening to people, not listening to businesses, not listening to Hammond? It was Academy Street, and that ended well, didn't it, Raymond? That really did end well. So what we've got with this is an opportunity from Councillor Baxter's amendment to actually say, look, you guys go ahead, we will go ahead at a time perhaps when the flat rate is an option to us. Because what's this administration really going to do? Is it going to go for the percentage option and then change 6 months later to a flat rate just to get the money in and just to make people account in a different way for in their software that they'll need to buy to actually do the bookkeeping for this? Because that's what's being proposed to them. There's a chance here to actually say, let's just wait. Let's just pause. Let's just take a breath on this. Let's just go with Ivan McKee, who's come forward with a very sensible letter saying it is going to happen sometime, but not as quickly as you perhaps want it to. So many businesses have contacted so many councillors on this issue. I don't think I've ever been approached in my time on this council by so many businesses on one particular issue. And they're all saying the same thing. They're not opposed to the visitor levy. They're opposed to the way it's laid out at the moment. They're not opposed to collecting money and passing over. They want a simple system that is easy for them to cope with. The way it's set up at the moment, it's not easy for them. Some of them will actually lose out because of the mechanism if it's taken through a booking agent or not. Some of them will actually lose out and be subsidising the levy out of their own pocket. This is a chance to actually pause, take stock of the situation and make sure that when we do move ahead, we move ahead in a way that our businesses want, that we can justify and is easy for people to understand. And that's all we're asking for. It's all we've ever asked for. But to actually, say we're analysing 4,000 responses, but it looks like the administration's made its mind up on it, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
Councillor Jarvie. I think it's Andrew.
Thank you, convener. I'm glad Councillor Baxter brought the amendment that he has, because I was thinking the exact same thing when I saw the minister's letter. But I'm also slightly perplexed by, when the change to legislation that we're asking for to even consider this legislation is so simple and so short, why this has to be kicked into the long grass by the current government. Because all we're asking for is to add in, below section 4, in the description of the levy, a section 5, which includes the ability for that to be a flat rate. All it is one extra, section in the legislation stating it is either a percentage or a flat rate. Now that can be done by this government, by statutory instrument, within 3 months. So I've no idea why we're even accepting this response. It's welcome that the government are open to it, but why something so simple is being long grass, I don't understand. And I hope that the council leader can engage with the government on those terms of why can't this just be done as a statutory instrument and it be through the committee and changed within 3 months. There's literally nothing stopping it happening this term. But I was, like other members have spoken, somewhat disappointed in Councillor Bremner's opening remarks, because mine does seem made up. And what particularly irritates me is when many politicians, justify a pet project of theirs by saying, people don't understand the complexities. That's just like saying, well, you're too stupid to understand. There's more things going on. But, the leader of the council says people who criticise the tourist tax don't understand the complexities. Does the leader of the council understand the complexities of the industry? Because I've actually taken some time to go through the records on Companies House, the annual returns of many different companies in the Highlands. And the drop in income pre and post COVID is horrific. There's even, albeit not in Highland, one franchisee of McDonald's I looked at, who before COVID was making 1 million a year profit. Post COVID has been continuous £2 million a year losses. And that extreme flip from profit to loss continuously is common within anything within hospitality. The sector is seriously struggling under an increasing tax burden. And this, it's not just, it's a small amount. The biggest impact tax has is the psychological impact. When government increases tax on things it wants to discourage, like smoking, and cuts tax on things it wants to encourage, like saving. Tax has a huge impact beyond just the number amount on how people change. And, I myself, I've changed my views on the tourist tax. I used to be militantly opposed to it. Now I'm, potentially open to it in some way, shape or form, if that's done right. When I think of the ways of how it's been run right, I look at how the tourist tax was introduced in Liverpool and Manchester, where it was actually proposed and brought forward by hoteliers in both those cities. And they largely constructed all of it. And at a vote of the industry, 85% of tourist providers in those cities endorsed the tourist tax. So there is very clearly a model within the UK that shows us how this can be positive for the industry. Because like Councillor Christie, I can clearly remember when this legislation came out, the glee and joy in the faces of so many members of the administration and many officers too, of how this tax could prop up so many spending areas within this council. And any reference to supporting the industry was just merely a passing remark. This was just seen as a quick cash grab, a cash cow. It had nothing to do with the tourist industry. So this council, if it's serious about putting this in place, it needs to be genuine about what it is saying and actually listen to what tourist providers are saying and actually give them more of an opportunity to design what a tourist tax could be like by using the model of Liverpool and Manchester, who successfully implemented a tourist tax with the full support of the tourism industry. It can be done. It's not difficult.
Andrew, you have to finish now. Thank you. Members, before we go any further with this debate, in the September Council, we agreed a further report will be considered by the Council in December 2025, setting out the findings from that work, including recommendations on the way ahead for a visitor levy for the Highland area. In the meantime, officers will continue to engage with the Scottish Government and stakeholders. So that means, for Councillor Baxter, for any amendment to come forward, we will need to suspend standing orders. And can I have someone to move that we suspend standing orders? Councillor Christie.
Councillor Lobban, I'd like to move the suspension of standing orders that relate to the 6-month rule or whatever one it is, in order that we can carry on debating this and not be stifled.
Yeah. Is there anyone? Sorry, is there anyone who wishes us not to suspend standing orders? And the seconder, probably me. Okay, then we just go straight to the vote.
Are you going to allow them to speak on the motion and amendment? Why they want to move suspension standing orders, just going to go straight to vote on it?
I think we should just go straight to the vote.
You've got Andrew Marshall's hand up, that's what I'm saying, so. Maybe he's in the longer term, but yeah, but he's not moving.
Okay, I'll allow the mover of the motion to suspend standing orders to speak, followed by the mover of the motion not to suspend standing orders. Councillor Christie.
Sorry, before you do that, could you make a ruling on whether Councillor Bremner can actually move something as he's moved the substantive item, which we're still on? Mr. Fraser.
So, but that's a separate. It's the same item, but it's a different substantive matter.
Obviously, the officer's ruling, but I think it's wrong.
Well, it's actually not the officer's ruling. It eventually would be mine. So,
well,
and I agree with the officer.
Right.
So, Alistair, would you speak to your?
We have new information in front of us. We have a letter dated that was not available to us before from Mr. McKee, the minister responsible, saying there is a different path that we can take. Throughout today, Councillor Bremner has made great stance on the fact they say informed information to make decisions. We've got information here. We can make a decision. We should be suspending standing orders so we can debate it. I'm quite well aware the administration will whip the independents into line so that it will vote against, us. But we have the new information here that makes it a valid decision. So if we've got that new information, we should make a decision, and we should take the right decision, and we should do what the businesses in Highland want, not what the administration wants.
Councillor Bremner.
Okay, so let's have a look at this. You've just been told what the procedure was that we put in place back in September. You obviously don't like that, and therefore, right now, you want to suspend standing orders so that we have the ability to be able to take that paper to December, just as we said that we would, and we will debate it there. That's why we're not suspending standing orders. We're not going to be suspending standing orders at your whim, just because you don't like the way that that Council's already agreed its way forward. Thank you.
Indeed.
Actually, it's a point of clarification, sorry.
No, there is no such thing as a point of clarification.
Well, it is because,
there
it's important to know how we can deal with this in December under the 6-month rule.
Sit down. There is no such thing as points of clarification.
Okay, point of order then. According to standing orders, could Mr. Fraser please explain whether we have the ability to delay any decision that comes to this council in December under the 6-month rule without suspending standing orders?
The previous decision of the council was that we would bring this to a paper in December, and therefore you would have the ability in December to turn around and say that the members of this council do or do not want a visitor levy. So that is the fact. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. So, members, we have a motion from Councillor Christie, and that's seconded by Councillor Baxter, and that is to suspend Standing Order 34, which is colloquially known or commonly known as the 6-month rule. We have an amendment from Councillor Bremner, seconded by the Convener, not to suspend standing orders. Members, before we go to the vote, just to be clear with you that in terms of Standing Order 37, that So in terms of, so before we go to the vote, members, in terms of Standing Order 36, in order to suspend any of the standing orders, that would require the consent of not less than 2/3 of the members present and voting. So it's not a simple majority in this instance, it requires 2/3 support. So, members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to support, the motion from Councillor Christie, you press the green button. If you wish to support the amendment from Councillor Bremner, it would be the red button, and if you wish to abstain, it would be the white button. So again, members, so it's the green button for the motion from Councillor Christie to suspend standing orders, the red button from the council leader to not suspend standing orders, and the white button to abstain. Thank you. Has everybody in the chamber voted? Thank you. So we'll close the vote in the chamber now. Thank you. And then going round to the members on Teams, you confirm you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Christie, the amendment from Councillor Bremner, or to abstain. And I will start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair.
Stuart, I'm really apologise. I think I pressed the wrong button. Can we do it again? Seriously? Yeah. Do it again.
Okay, members in the chamber, we'll start this again from the start. Okay, members in the chamber. So, to be clear, we have a motion from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Baxter, to suspend Standing Order 34. We have an amendment from the Council Leader, seconded by the Convener, not to suspend that standing order. If you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Christie, it is the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from the Council Leader, it is the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it is the white button. And we'll start the voting shortly. So if everybody in the chamber has voted, we'll close the vote. Thank you. Okay, if I go round the members on Teams now, if you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Christie, the amendment from Councillor Bremner, or to abstain, and I shall start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair. Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please, Stuart. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie. Sorry, Councillor Mr Jarvie.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor McGilvray.
Motion, Stuart.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Niven.
Amendment, please, Stuart.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, the motion received 34 votes, the amendment received 33 votes, and there were 2 abstentions. Therefore, as I explained before we went to the vote, the motion, whilst it has the greater number of votes, did not achieve the required level of 2/3.
So, members, we will then continue this in December. There's a number of people wishing to speak, but it seems a bit pointless. So, now, item number 8 on your agenda, members, is the review of the scheme of delegation, and I will move the recommendations. I look for a seconder in Councillor Bremner.
So, thank you, Convener. Members, just a very brief introductory few words from me on the scheme of delegation. So, ahead of a comprehensive review of the scheme of delegation, we're seeking your approval today to a limited number of changes. Primarily, these are being brought forward to allow more efficient administration of approximately 200 short-term let applications, which would otherwise have to be reported individually to the Highland Licensing Committee. And we're also taking the opportunity today to update the scheme following agreement at the last council meeting on the process to be followed in consideration of short-term let control areas.
Is anyone otherwise minded? Can we agree the recommendation? Thank you. Next item, member, is the annual review of standing orders relating to the conduct of meetings. I'd like to move the recommendation, and Councillor Bremner is going to second it. There is one particular item in this which involves planning, and it was highlighted by Councillor MacDonald to me this morning. And it gives the indication in the papers that if you substitute on planning, then it comes to the next planning committee meeting, you would again be the substitute, and this could go on ad infinitum. I think probably what this needs to mean is that If you substitute in planning and it comes back to the next meeting, like for a site visit, then you only substitute for that part. Stuart?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you, Convener, and thank you to Councillor MacDonald for identifying that. And I think it's a consideration in light of the proposed changes to the quorum for the planning application committees going forward. So that's a clarification that we would work into the standing order.
I'm sorry, there's a couple of members put their hand up. There was Councillor MacDonald first, I think.
Chair, it was only I was only going to ask the question that you've actually already addressed there. I think that whole thing needs to be rewritten now, because as it stands, it means that as a substitute, you will be there for the whole of the next meeting. So if we're going to rewrite that, then I'm happy just to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. I'm not sure the planning one will work when I think about it, because the regulations say you have to be in for the whole of the meeting before you can vote on that particular topic. I'll leave that to you. 2 points. One is Standing Order 21.2. A point of order cannot be taken once the roll call for the vote has been commenced. When was the last time we had a roll call for the vote? We don't. I suggest that is amended to say when the convener or chair announces that the vote is to take place. That would then reflect current practice. Small point. Second one, there is no provision for emergency motions. It's 21 days before a meeting, we have to put in a motion. A lot can happen in 21 days. So we need to have some way of putting in an emergency motion, which the convener would then have the ruling on whether it's an emergency or not.
There is a provision.
Is there? Oh well, I'll have to practice my reading.
There is a provision.
So thank you, Convener, and Councillor McIntosh. I think in the situation that you set out, what we'd look at is taking or considering that motion as an item of urgent business in terms of Standing Order 8, and that be a matter for the convener's consideration. Yeah, so thank you, Convener. So again, just some very brief introductory remarks on me, sorry, belatedly after we've had a couple of contributions. So we undertake a review of council standing orders annually, and the report before you today proposes a number of changes. Members, the proposals reflect the outcome of discussions that have taken place at the Governance Review Steering Group. And I want to express my thanks to the members of that group for their support, participation and their guidance in bringing forward these recommendations today. Wish to highlight a couple of points. I've already picked up one of them, but in terms of motions and amendments, the Governance Review Steering Group are very keen to be informed by members' views in respect of the current motion and amendment process. A member survey was circulated, I think, in September. We only received 20 responses from the council membership. So our intention is to recirculate that survey and to encourage as many members as possible to return that survey with their views on the current motion and amendment process to inform the Governance Review Steering Group. The other item I was going to mention was in respect of the proposal to increase the quorum for the Planning Application Committee meetings. Going forward, the intention is that this quorum or revised quorum is applied to those applications that are already in process, already in train in the PACs, to avoid a situation where following, for example, recent site visits, we find that we have fewer members available to consider the application than might otherwise have been the case. So we wish to have that clarity included as well. Sorry, and just finally, we've prepared a glossary which is available as an appendix, and hopefully that's going to be a document of assistance.
I think you asked for that, Councillor Christie, did you not? Councillor Edmund.
Thank you, Convener. I've just got a thing. You might tell me something different regarding Standing Order 11, regarding questions. If we're going to extend it to 21 days, can you guarantee that we actually get an answer to our question rather than just a reply?
John, I can only guarantee that your question will go to the person you've asked the question of. What the answer you get is not under my control and not under the control of Standing Orders at the moment.
That's a shame. I think, in other democratic chambers, we have, I think, there's no provision in any of these standing orders for urgent questions at the discretion of the convener. And in other democratic chambers, they're encouraged to have executive accountability, response in governance, democratic oversight, public confidence, flexibility, transparency. And it would appear this administration do want any of the above, and they want to be unaccountable, unresponsive, undemocratic, inflexible, and opaque. So I would like to see some kind of provision in standing orders to allow emergency questions rather than 21 days.
Right, let's be honest, and among ourselves, these are not the administration's standing orders. These are the standing orders of the members of this council. So your accusation that this is about the administration, I think is totally false.
I apologise to this council.
And if you wish to move an amendment to standing orders, then you're more than welcome to do so. Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Convener. Since I raised my hand, Mr. Stewart has clarified the issue as concerning me.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener. I agree with the comments made by Councillor Edmondson about the difficulty for members in asking a question which applies to something which has happened in the last 3 weeks. These standing orders would make that impossible. And the other thing I would add to that is the issue relating to motions. If I put in a motion now, it will go into the motions drawer if it is competent. Under this rule, if I put in an urgent motion, it is up to the discretion of the convener as to whether or not it is considered. I think that is a significant change which we should be aware of. The next problem I have is 15.3 planning, which, if you'll bear with me a second, 15.3 says, the new wording says, if a member wishes to have a point of amendment, sorry, an application of a notice of amendment, they must notify the chair of the Planning Applications Committee before the end of the meeting that they wish to do that and that they have the support of 40% of members present and voting. Now, if an item is the last item on the Planning Committee, the vote is taken, and a member wishes a notice of amendment on that vote, there is absolutely no way that they will be able to ascertain that they have the support of 40% of the membership of that committee in time to raise their hands before the end of the meeting and say, I have that support. I think this is work. Cards on the table, I hate notices of amendment. I really wish we didn't have them at all. But I think rather than saying this, rather than making them almost impossible, we should either make them totally impossible or stay with them as we are. And yeah, it's 8.2 allows for the convener's discretion on motions which are on urgent matters. That is not the case at the moment. I really think that having to put in motions and questions 21 days in advance of a meeting is far too early. And as a council, we need to be able to be responsive to things that have come up in the last fortnight. So I will be opposing this. I'm going to listen to the debate to see whether to put in an amendment rather than oppose it, but I'm certainly not going to vote for these as they stand.
Sorry, Chris, 8.2 hasn't changed. It's always been at the discretion of the convener. So I don't know where you're coming from in that.
Okay, that's, that is now relates to any motion which refers to anything which is within the 3 weeks rather than the 2 weeks.
Do you want me to read it out to you? 8.2, it shall be in the sole discretion of the convener or chair to decide whether any business not specified in the agenda should, by reason of special circumstances, be considered as a matter of urgency, and such special circumstances must be specified in the minutes. That has not changed.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. I just think it relates to my central point, which is that 21 days to have to put in a notice of motion 21 days in advance is simply too long a time period. Thank you.
And I think you heard from Mr. Fraser that there is considerable debate about this going forward from right across the chamber. So I think that particular one is something that some members support and many members do not. Councillor Christie.
I think, Convener, Chris's point was probably borne out by the fact of only 20 people replied to the survey. So when the Governance Steering Review Group met, it couldn't do anything on motions and amendments because we took the view at that meeting that a response of 20 was not anything that we could make a decision on. So I think it's, group leaders and everyone else should be encouraging people to fill out that survey because it actually meant we couldn't progress it. None of us are happy across all groups and parties with motions and amendments. But until we get a consensus view or people feeding in a view, it's very difficult to know what to do. So if everybody feeds it in, then I guess convener the Governance Review Group will be summoned to meet, and then they'll be able to go through the survey and make a recommendation to a future meeting.
I think that's a quite logical process. Councillor Fraser.
Just a quick one. Back on this issue of planning again. If a councillor is to declare an interest, or we had this discussion, you didn't agree with me, declares an interest, there's no way, the only way you can get a substitute into there is he declares an interest and leaves the entire meeting, gives 3 days notice to get a substitute in, which means that the voters or your constituents lose their voice if he's not there, if there's no one there to represent them. That's the real issue. And I know it's difficult for one item only, but could the officials, not just now, but maybe the officials could look at this issue of lack of representation on planning if a councillor is to stand down or two councillors are to stand down?
But it is not normal for you to ask for a substitute just purely because you have an interest to declare. You would then, because if you're asking for a substitute, then you're not declaring an interest because you're not part of the meeting. So if you turn up at the meeting and you have an interest to declare, then you would have to leave for that specific item. But if you're asking for a substitute, what this would mean is the substitute will be there for that entire part of that meeting. And as we explained regarding the initial discussions, that would only apply if it was for a site visit, etc., and it came back, your substitute would only be substitute for that specific item.
Yes, you're partly correct. But that's what happened last time when I got a substitute and I didn't take part of the meeting.
No, it isn't what happened last time. Councillor Baxter.
Oh, there's nothing like a stooshy over standing orders late on a Thursday afternoon to get my heart racing and our constituents, if they're still watching, scratching their heads. But I am prompted to stand by the contributions by Councillor McIntosh and Edmondson and Councillor Balance over urgent business. And I do think, I'm not going to move an amendment today, but I do think that it is worthwhile this being revisited because, Convener, you will recall our previous arguments in the previous council over me asking for an item of urgent business And quite rightly, you as convener decide whether to take that or not, and me arguing that because you've declined to take that urgent business, my constituents are unaware that it's been raised because it's not being considered. And though whilst 8.2 makes sure that if you do take urgent business, those circumstances, because you've taken it, are specified in the minutes, the fact that a councillor has asked you to consider urgent business and you've refused it are not. And I think that's wrong. I think it should be minuted as such, and your reasons for not taking it should be minuted as such. And I would ask officers, with your approval, to consider that for future revision of standing orders.
I think that makes perfect sense. It's a matter of fairness. I think it makes perfect sense. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener, and I fear hell must have frozen over because I agree with Chris Balance. So there's a first and probably a last for everything in this meeting. I think his comments on the notice of amendment planning is a very pertinent one, especially when we see what's going on across the Highlands with the increasing industrialisation of our No, it is. So I do think there is a point here where accountability is under threat. You know, the democratic process is there to provide scrutiny, checks and balances, and I think this is, we're seeing a worrying trend of erosion with that in this. So I do agree with Councillor Balance, and if he was to be bringing a motion forward, I may be minded to support it. But going on to what Councillor Edmondson said on questions, I appreciate your comments, convener, that you can't compel members to answer the questions, but I find it quite disrespectful when they don't, so maybe there's something you can do with it on that. But I think with motions, you know, I'm really pleased to hear the governance review is welcoming more submissions in this. I think there is a consensus that the current arrangement doesn't work very well. I know from speaking with my own group that we don't think it works particularly well. But I think with urgent questions, you know, we do need to move that deadline forward, because if you look at even what's happened this week, there's a lot of members I know that would be asking urgent questions, you know, maybe of the Chair of Education, to provide reassurances that Milburn Academy will have appropriate safeguarding in places. I might want to ask you, convener, to make...
No, just stop, Rory. And as far as the governance review group, at least those who turn up to the governance review group, has worked fairly well. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, convener. I'd just like to discuss relating the, I think it's Standing Order 13, notices of motion. I think I have not been blessed with the joy of being part of the governance review group, so I can't make my points there. I'll make them now. That the current notices of motion do not allow compromise to be made between people who put motions and amendments in, and I think that desperately needs to be looked at. I think the amount of times prior to the current rules that people actually got together and brought joint things without a Stucci in the chamber was quite good. I think our constituents would like us to demonstrate compromise, and actually the current arrangements don't allow us to actually do that. If I wanted to bring an amendment and I wanted to say we'll have this bit of the motion, this bit of amendment, even though they've both been had impact assessments done separately, we aren't allowed to combine them. And I think that is something that we should try and review. Thank you.
But I think, as Councillor Christie said a few moments ago, that is something the governance review will take forward. And I cannot imagine that if any member wished to turn up to the governance review group, I'm sure we'd be delighted to see you. And I'll be honest, members, I can't read my own writing, so I don't know who the... It was Mr. Councillor Cameron.
On a point of order, convener, many of us who are not members of this governance group would love to come along, but we never know when the meetings are, so can that be publicised?
Well, I'm sure it is publicised in the diary somewhere, but I'm sure we will publicise it.
Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, on the planning notices of amendment, I am similarly not a great fan of them, but I also think that given that during planning meetings you're not allowed to use communication devices except for reviewing planning materials, it would be difficult for anyone to actually secure the support for a notice of amendment. So I don't think that that's workable.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. You would either be online or you would be in the chamber and you would be discussing an item that is effectively becomes part of the meeting. You would not be communicating with those outside the meeting.
Okay, I thought we were told not to use communication devices, but that's fine.
You would not be using a communication device. You would be contributing to the meeting. Councillor Oldham.
Yes, convener. I think I can possibly. I think what Mr. Councillor Cameron is talking about is the 40% thing, in that they have a very short time to do this. Now, to answer Councillor Banks's issue earlier, I think the simple way for him to do this would be if he wants to bring, if he thinks that he can bring a there were thanking those two amendments, so it's been a long day here. Then what he should do is say to the chair, can we suspend the meeting while I see what I've got? And that I would have no problem with doing that at all. So I think that solves that problem very simply.
And I presume the chair of Northpark would feel similarly.
Per chance.
So, Councillor Balance, do you have an amendment?
I do. I've just sent it to Lorraine the second. On a point of order, if my amendment is to ask the Governance Review Group to come up with a revised version as soon as possible, if we were simply to vote against the recommendation, would it have the same effect as requiring the Governance Review Steering Group to come back as soon as possible with revised standing orders, or would it just say we're not making these revisions this year?
It depends what your amendment says. I haven't read it.
Okay. My amendment is that this council defers consideration of changes to standing orders and asks the Governance Review Steering Group to note the concerns raised in this meeting and to come back with revised proposals as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, I would be opposed to, we deal with revisions to standing orders at this time of year, and a blanket refusal to deal with this, I'm sorry, I think is unacceptable. But I think the proposal that Councillor Christie made, which was in this particular item, that the Governance Review Steering Group will relook at this as early as possible, I think is the sensible way to go.
Convener, if I may, I think we wish to be clear, and perhaps I was in the introduction, but I think I've made reference to it in the report, that the current process that we are following in terms of motions and amendments is very clearly a trial. It's a trial that the Governance Review Steering Group wish to see continue in place until such time as we have members' feedback and views on the way it's operating, which can then be considered by the group and then form the subject of a further report with recommendations from the group to a future meeting of the council. So it's very much continuing as is for the moment, but recognising that there are probably improvements or changes that could be made.
So for the 50 odd members who did not respond, can you basically, I can't make it compulsory, but don't moan about something where you haven't made the effort to change.
Convener, can I just say firstly that I did respond, and secondly that given the recent comments, I will withdraw the amendment and instead move the direct negative to the recommendation and force a vote on this, please.
Are there any other amendments? Okay. And in this case, as is the norm, I instigated a procedure whereby the convener does not vote on matters of standing orders, so I will be pressing, which button is it, Andrew? The white one in the middle. So I will be abstaining. Stuart, I don't think there's a necessity for members to sum up. If anyone disagrees.
We have a seconder for Councillor Balance.
Councillor Ballas, do you have a seconder? Sure you do.
Thank you, Convener. Members, in the chamber, we have a motion from the convener, which is seconded by Councillor Bremner, and that's to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Balance, seconded by Councillor McIntosh, and that is a direct negative not to agree those recommendations. So, members, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from the convener, press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Balance, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Has everybody in the chamber voted that wanted to vote on this item? If so, we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then going round those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from the convener, the amendment from Councillor Balance, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Campbell-Sinclair. Councillor Coggle.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Crawford.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Andrew Jarvie. Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please.
Sorry, Andrew.
Amendment.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor McGilvray. Councillor Morrison.
A motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please, Stuart.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie. Convener, the motion received 48 votes, the amendment received 11 votes, and there were 8 abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Members, just for your notice, Councillor Campbell-Sinclair is dealing with a personal emergency at the moment, so that's why she's left the meeting. Members, can you have a 10-minute break? I'm sure you've had enough after this. Item 10 on your agenda, members, is membership of the council. As I said earlier, Connie Ramsey's not here today, and she'll be speaking, I would imagine, at the next meeting. But now's the opportunity for our newly elected member from Ward 11, Sammy Cameron, to say a few words. Sammy.
Thank you, Convener. Wow, what a day. You couldn't write this, could you? Right, my name is Sammy Cameron. I'm the recently elected councillor for Ward 11, Coole and Malik. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to start by thanking my election agent. Duncan McPherson, wherever he is. And also the people who voted for me. Put the glasses on. I'll work hard for those who voted for me and just as hard for those who didn't. I'm a native Gaelic speaker and I've lived in the ward for over 60 years and ran a family business there for 42 years. In my ward we have the Isles of Rum, Eigg, Muck and Canna and Inverie on the Knoydart Peninsula. Also included are Malig, Morag, home to the Morag the Monster and Scotland's deepest loch, Arisaig and Glenfinnan, famous for Prince Charlie's Monument and the viaduct which features in the Harry Potter movies. Although Ben Nevis is not in the ward, some of the best views of it can be seen from Corpach, Coole and Banavie. Commando Memorial at Spean Bridge in memory of the commandos who trained at Achnacarry. We have 3 shinty teams, Kilmallie, Lochaber, Glengarry, for men and women, plus Lochaber Rugby Club, who play their home games at Banavie. We also have care homes, Moss Park at Coole and Malig Macintosh Centre in Malig. So, yeah, obviously. The police divisional headquarters and the site for the new Belford Hospital at the Blarmore is in this wonderful ward of Coole and Malig. I've been looking around the chamber, and like the TV series, I'm trying to decide who are the faithfuls and who are the traitors. Thank you.
Faithful.
Well, I hope you enjoy it in the future, Sammy. Best of luck.
Thank you. Well done.
And don't listen to Duncan, because...
Which one?
I'll give you the choice. Members, membership of committees is item 11 on your agenda. And I'd like to propose Maureen Ross for the appointment of Vice Chair of the Climate Change Committee. I have a second. Are there any other nominations? Agreed. And if Duncan was a gentleman, he would lean across and put your microphone off. Item 12 is deeds executed, members. These are here for your noting. Item 13 is confirmation of minutes. I would like to propose that we agree the minutes of the meetings of the 18th of September. Can we agree those, please? And I'd like to, item 14, I'd like to move on block the minutes of the meetings that are with you today. Can we agree those? Now move to question time. There was a public question from Mr. D. Mackenzie, and that's been answered in writing. Members' questions. Question number 1 is from Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you, Vina, and thank you, Raymond, for your answer. You might not be able to answer this supplementary, so I'm happy for you to circulate it. Council places great importance on creating local jobs and community wealth building. Which of these contracts achieved that objective, and by what were their measures?
Yeah, there isn't a way I could answer that, but I can appreciate that we can find out the information that Councillor Christie is looking for and circulate it to the rest of the council.
Question 2 is from Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. With over 200 spaces cordoned off like a crime scene at Rose Street car park, and the answer given that the works are critical, Why is it taking so long to make the car park safe again?
I think I'd actually like to undertake my own review in terms of that and come back to Councillor Christie directly with a more informed answer. Thank you. By the way, I will circulate that to the rest of the council as well.
Could you give a time frame on when we could expect that, convener?
Well, before the next council, it's only in 4 weeks.
Not accept. I'd need it before the deadline to ask supplementary questions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's sensible. Yeah.
Question number 3 is Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, convener. To the leader, obviously there's now been time to research this. My supplementary question is, please, when approximately did you reply to the leader of Orkney Islands Council regarding the letter that she sent you, dated March the 6th this year? Thank you.
Council Leader.
Obviously, I'm going to have to look at that. I won't have the date available. What I can say to you is that there is a meeting of COHI at the beginning of next week. I'll be meeting the council leader there, and I'll be discussing it with her directly, and I'll come back to you in terms of the outcomes of our discussion. Thanks.
Question 4, Councillor Gregson.
The occasion of the 60th anniversary of the HIDB being introduced should be a cause for at least congratulation, I would have thought, for a key partner.
I don't even consider that a question. Question number 5 is from Councillor McEwen.
Yes, thank you for directing me to that, and I sort of knew that. I maybe didn't actually put my question right. My supplementary question is, and it's a cheeky question, Raymond, how long is it going to take us to pay this back?
Actually, I think in terms of the financing the Highland investment plan, there are indications in terms of how we are going to pay it back, and how along with the Treasury management and with all the other finances of the council, that we're actually going to. It's a fluid and an evolving payment programme. If you actually, and I'm happy to arrange for a discussion to be had with you to be able to help you better understand what that payment method and the payback system for the HIP actually looks like. Yeah.
I don't normally like to intervene, but you may want to actually ask Brian Porter. I'm sure he'll be quite happy to help. Question 6, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you to the Chair of Health, Social Care and Wellbeing for your response. Given the serious issues highlighted at Castle Hill, can you confirm whether the Council, with its partners, NHS and others like Scottish Care, will carry out a wider review of adults' care provision and support across Highlands, looking not just at regulatory compliance, but systematic issues like staffing pressures, management oversight and communication between providers and families? Thank you.
Quite a wide-ranging question there, so I think it's better that I take that away and get a full answer. But yeah, I'll leave it at that at the moment.
Question 7, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Leader, for your answer. My supplementary question is, last December, the convener stated, after a review of the medium-term financial strategy, that Highland Council has delivered around £200 million of savings over the past 10 years. If the council has delivered £200 million of savings over 10 years, how has the staff count gone up by about 800? And I can't let you take the 5th, but I can let you say something happy for you to take your time.
Well, you're talking about 10 years and a statement that was made by another member of the council, so I can't actually explain why that might be the case relative to what you're asking me here in terms of the numbers of staff employed by Highland Council. But then as far as this administration has gone, and for every budget that I've stood up at since I've been the leader of this council, I have said that we would look to protect as many jobs as possible within the Highland Council, so that when we look to actually make savings, we're actually not doing it by cutting the actual jobs of the Highland Council. I would suggest to you that a proportion of that actually reflects that. But in terms of the past period of time before I was the leader, I'm afraid I can't. You would probably have a better idea because you were part of the administration at the time. That many of these figures didn't shift, so you would probably have a better idea yourself. Thanks.
Question 8, Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you for the reply. Does the Chair of the Economy and Infrastructure Committee have so little confidence in the Highland Council being able to deliver projects on time that he has had to avoid committing to a date when I asked about these vital bridges for the community in Ward 6, who would welcome any indication of when they are to be complete?
Thank you for that, Councillor Edmondson. The answer to your question, firstly, is no. I do not have very little confidence. I have complete confidence. In relation to the Lethe Bridge, it has been assessed, and I can tell you that a tree survey has been identified and the trees cleared. We're working on a temporary bypass to design and minimise the impact on these trees, and a permanent bridge replacement is at a preliminary design stage, and for us to choose the most suitable option for that bridge. The earliest date the bridge replacement could be replaced will be the autumn of 2026 for that particular bridge. And the other bridge you mentioned, again, I think that's scheduled for April of 2026 as well. Hopefully that answers your question a bit more fully.
Yeah, thank you.
Question number 9 is from Councillor Jarvie. Barbara.
Thank you. I thank the leader for his response. He gave an answer for the officers, and I was asking him if he knew anything previously, currently, or going forward. My supplementary question, could the leader of the council please ensure Highland Council meets its obligation within the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015, Section 10, re the community identifying local priorities and needs via participation? This, within the Act, says it is to be promoted via councils and facilitated to support respectfully the community's participation in consultations. Please could this be with Scottish Government and related public sectors like the Crown Estate, Marine Scotland, Nature Scot and other relevance regarding the impact and process of the Murray Firth Flow Park. This will democratically enable the raising of current concerns.
Barbara, you're actually making a speech. Ask a question.
That was my question.
Well,
to take it's within the Community Empowerment Act.
Okay.
It's to use local knowledge and public participation, and the Highland Council is obliged to support communities in participating, taking their voice forward, because so far...
No, Barbara, you've asked your question. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm playing fair. You've asked your question.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie, Mrs Jarvie, I think I failed to hear the first part of your question for a start, so everything that followed behind it. No, I'm not asking her to repeat it. Barbara, would you mind sending, you're obviously reading that out, so if you wouldn't mind sending that to me, I'll arrange for an answer to be given to you. It will be in writing as well, but I'll copy it to the rest of the council as well for... Okay, I'll just send it to Councillor Jarvie. I'll come back to you if you send that to me, because I have... Yeah, there we go.
Okay, thank you.
Question 10,
Bye.
Councillor Gregg.
In the spirit of a certain act now, I've tried to read all the A to Z links provided at the web link here. Apologies if I have missed one, but I couldn't see that we automatically share data with the Fire Service, Scottish Water or SSEN. All of these provide services to help older people, such as the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, Assessment Service and the Priority Service registers run by the electricity and power companies. Would we be able to review whether we can automatically share our data with these to help older adults access these services easier?
Don't see why not. You're asking for a review. I don't see why that wouldn't be possible. Thank you.
Question 11, Councillor Willis.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Gowans, for the answer to my question. Please, can you confirm unequivocally that the 5% increase applied to parking permits on the 1st of April will be subject to the 50-50 strategic local split agreed in the council parking strategy, and that it will be shared with local area committees where parking charges are in place, and in particular with the Loch Arbour Area Committee, which currently does not receive any of the parking revenue generated in the Fort William area? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Willis. As you are aware, we are still having dialogue around this, which you're part of, and it would be inappropriate, indeed disrespectful of me, to preempt what these discussions might lead to. So thank you very much.
Question 12, Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Raymond. I know that SNP rather enjoy their camper vans, but given this scheme was launched without fire risk assessments, flouts a 6-metre safety standard, and is failing its income target, alienating local residents and undermining honest business, does the leader now finally accept this ill-judged amateur scheme exhausted public patience, and that before it causes any further embarrassment or damage to the reputation of this council, it should be scrapped in its entirety, which is a fitting end to another SNP misadventure?
Councillor Leader.
No.
Question 13, Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, and my apologies to Councillor Mackenzie for inadvertently giving him a chunk of Councillor Gowan's huge empire. So my supplementary is to Councillor Gowans. What reassurance can you give to householders and businesses that appropriate resources will be given to council officers to proactively manage our tree estate where it is endangering their properties?
Councillor Gowans, I'm afraid. The question was misdirected.
Thank you for that. I am completely unprepared, as you might expect, because it wasn't directed at me. But what I can tell you is that there was a tree policy that went through the E&I committee. In fact, it went through twice because Councillor Christie, your colleague, asked for it to come back with some amendments. And that is part of that policy, and I'm quite happy to circulate that. I appreciate that you weren't actually a councillor at that time, seriously, and I'm quite happy to give you a copy of that.
Question 14, Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the answer, Councillor Gowans. Stagecoach's services are unreliable and inadequate in Inverness, so I'm pleased that work is ongoing in terms of a local bus service strategy across the Highlands, and I hope they'll be finalised soon in case Stagecoach treats us in the same way as they've behaved elsewhere. I'll ask, will these plans include proposals for improving public transport in Aird and Loch Ness, and when will they be submitted to E&I committee for scrutiny?
Thank you very much, Councillor Balance. I think we're all aware of some of the deficits around our bus provision and providers, Stagecoach, etc. However, I am aware that council officers have been in dialogue with Stagecoach. These discussions are ongoing, and I know that Stagecoach are coming up with a new plan for January 2026. We don't have the details of that yet, but I'm hopeful that it will include Aird and Loch Ness.
We now move to notices of motion, and motion number 1 is from Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. What a better place to speak of local democracy than here in the Highlands, a region whose proud people have shaped the very idea of self-reliance and community life for centuries. Now today, my ask is one simple thing: to give the people of Highland the right to decide whether this vast authority stretching from Caithness to Loch Arbour, from Nairn to Skye, should remain as one, or whether powers should be returned to smaller, more local councils. closer to the communities they serve. Now, members, this is not the first time such a proposal has been brought to this chamber. In each of the last 2 council terms, similar motions were narrowly defeated. Each time, may I add, arguments were strong on both sides. Each time, division in this chamber mirrored the division across our communities. And each time, we made the same mistake, believing that this question could be settled by councillors alone. Now, I think that moment has passed. The decision should no longer rest in the hands of a few dozen members gathered here in Inverness. I think it should rest with the people of the Highlands themselves. And that is why I propose this motion, not to break up the Highlands, but to give it back to their people. For too long, many of our communities have felt remote from the centre of decision-making, and that centre, members, as we all know, stands here in Glenarkett Road. Too many Highlanders it has come to symbolise not unity, but distance. From this chamber, decisions are taken that affect families in Thurso, crofters in Sutherland, shopkeepers in Dingwall, and parents in Portree. And yet to them, Glenarkett Road feels as distant as Edinburgh, or sometimes even London does. And that's not the fault of the people who work here. Many of our officers, in fact all of our officers, serve with great dedication to the people of the Highlands. But this is the fault of a structure that's grown too large, centralised too far away from the people that it exists to serve. Highlands are not a single uniform place. They're a collection of proud, distinct communities, each with their own voices, their own history, and their own sense of belonging. Now, it would be failed to try and fit them all into one identikit Highland personality. We know that won't ever work. When the old district councils were replaced in 1996, it was said that the bigger would mean better, that efficiency would follow from size. And yet many of our communities now say what we gained in structure, we lost in connection. The old districts of Ross and Cromarty, Lochaber, Caithness, Sutherland, Skye and Lochalsh were not perfect. By no means were they perfect, but they were local. They knew their people, they knew their schools, their roads, their challenges. They governed not from a desk here in Inverness, but from among those that they served. And that is an essential of local democracy, not power concentrated in the centre, but shared among our communities. Twice this chamber has said no to reform. Twice it has said no, even to considering returning to smaller councils. So today I ask a different question, not what should happen, but who should decide. And I say, let the people decide. If the people of Highland wish to keep this structure, let them say so. If they wish to return to something smaller, more responsive, more local, let them say that instead. Either way, that decision will have legitimacy because it will be made not for the people, but by the people. That surely is a purest form of democracy. The Highlands have always valued fairness, honesty, and indeed independence. It would be wrong, it would be un-Highland to deny the people their say on how they're governed. So let us, members, show that we have faith in those in our communities who has sent us here. Let us not decide this matter in a divided chamber in Glenarkett Road, but let the people decide it in their towns, in their islands, in their villages, and in their homes. Thank you, members.
Councillor Gowans.
Well, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. It's a bit odd to have a Conservative councillors talking about democracy and referendums in the same breath, but however, we shall move on. I think I've set out the reasons why Highland Council should remain as a substantial body in my amendment. But moreover, today, it's been a long day, members, and today we spent a lot of that time looking at the Highland Investment Plan. The Highland Investment Plan, which we all thought was, endorsed, we would not be able to do something like that. That would simply go if we had fragmented councils. Lots of councils dotted around the Highlands that lacked the strength that Highland Council does. We also have our investments that we've made, capital investments, large investments, and things such as Corran Ferry, £62 million that we've managed to amass for that. The Green Freeport we've attracted to our area. The city-region deal that has benefited everyone across Highland. The Uig Ferry Terminal. the Neighbour Bridge. There's many, many things such as that we've been able to do simply because we are a very large body. Think of breaking up Highland Council and think about the component parts of that. You would have these very small councils that would need their own chief exec, their own senior officers, all their own planning departments, etc. Do you really think, Councillor Stewart, that the people of the Highlands would welcome having to pay or have that burden instead of having to? You're saying that you would, so you would be quite happy to for the people of Highlands to spend money that they could be spending on services just to have a smaller council. We also have to think about the economies of scale, which is absolutely critical to this, because it's not just the scale across Highland, how we share things, such as our road network, 7,000 kilometres of road, and how on earth would a small council in a place like Portree manage to do all of its roads, whereas, you know, obviously it's getting the benefit of the income tax, the council tax from Highland. But it's not just about sharing these services, it's also how we share services across council areas. We have very close partnerships with Murray and Aberdeenshire, etc. And all of that is because we're part of Highland Council. So that's why I've decided to move the direct negative. And frankly, Councillor Stewart, I think this motion is more about your electoral aspirations than it is about serious.
Point of order, relevance to the debate.
Okay. Anyway, I think you know what I was going to say, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Yeah, this motion's an ever popular consideration. We don't need a referendum to tell us what many in our Highlands would love to see. A greater focus on governance in their own area. We know that our own budget considerations, our own budget consultations, discussions in our communities, especially with certain age groups, they let us know that. The world, our nation, and our Highlands have changed considerably over the years and even decades. I would imagine that our young people today, they don't even recognise the world and the past in the way that many of us knew it. Talk to our young people today about county councils. They won't have a clue what you're actually talking about. I've been a councillor for a number of years now, and I've been the leader of the council for coming up for 4 years. And I see clearly how, if it wasn't for the fact that we can see the benefit of the Greater Highland pot across areas of the council, where the need is greatest, we wouldn't have roads infrastructure investment at 6 times the original base capital amount. 70 million of a new campus with all schools in Wick replaced, I'm talking about my own place there. 100 million being invested doing the same in Thurso, even going back to the millions that transformed both Wick and Thurso town halls. If we didn't need to make those massive investments, we'd be able to consider a more contained, self-financed form of governance and all the bureaucratic spend that it would require to run it. But those investments were possible because we have a corporate voice when it comes to being a corporate body. It's by having the backing of a large voice in the political world as well that we are able to secure investment and status, the flow country, the green free port, renewable investment, and not just in one area but many areas right throughout the Highlands. Our Highland area is full of cultural diversity. I know that, and we are very proud of it. But we don't need to be in our little bubbles to reassure ourselves of our own area identities. Being part of the Highlands, we have the ability to be part of a strong mix of cultural differences that allow us to support each other when it comes to corporate promotion of all of our areas. Our own individual, well-held, passionately held cultural, geographic and dialectal differences, but corporately identified and supported as such by governments. We need to continue our own council-supported work on greater internal devolution to the area committees, support the amendment for all our generations, but in particular for the future of the young people of our Highlands. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Stewart has just reminded us that it is not unusual for each council to consider this question. And I have a fairly long memory, but I had to refresh that memory. I looked back to when it was discussed the time before last. So that was in 2021, and Councillor Burt might be interested in that debate. And I would refer you to the minutes of the meeting, because that motion had some interesting people voting for it. Councillor Brebner, Councillor Brown, Councillor Knox, Councillor Graham Mackenzie and Councillor Rosie. They all voted, along with me, for the proposition to ask the Scottish Government to review Highland Council boundaries. And then last year, we watched them do the complete opposite. So what's changed? Other than the fact that they sat there looking stony-faced, it looked as though they had been kidnapped by Councillor Loban and the independent group and told what to do. But of course, what's changed? They are now in an administration. And I also looked back at the motion to see what we actually agreed in those minutes, and it was an amendment put forward by Councillor Finlayson that was agreed on the day. And it said that the Council agreed to engage with the wider public in the Highlands to consider on what basis the existing Highland Council area could be adjusted to improve our local democracy. Did that happen? No. We were then promised devolved budgets with the aim to establishing the most localised form of democracy possible. Did that happen? No. What has happened with all these engagements, strategies and aims? Do we now have the most localised form of democracy? 4 years later, and no difference. That's no surprise, because after last year's motion that was defeated and the amendment moved by Councillor Willis, we were told that we would strengthen our area committees. Yet it took 9 months for the working group to meet. And the outcome of those 2 meetings is to look at combining area committees, and nothing much else will happen until after the next full council elections in 2027. So we still have powerless area committees. We still have planning decisions made here in committee in Inverness instead of in Portree. We still have councillors meeting in Abbeymoor with no say over area budgets. And we still have reports sent to Caithness and Sutherland asking councillors to note their contents. Let me pause for breath. I was winding up my last sentence. Okay, I will sit down. I was winding up and using my last sentence, but I think I've made my point, Convener.
Councillor Oldham.
Curiously appropriate timing, since I was going to talk about the very thing Councillor Baxter has been talking about, which is arising from that motion before. I now chair an area committees review working group, which is the council actually doing something now which we can actually implement. If done right, then this could allow more decisions to be made, to genuinely be made locally. I've also been asked to point out by my colleague to the left that since that motion came up, the BIER committee, which I can never remember, Black Ireland, whatever, so we have in fact already made changes as a result of that motion. Anyway, going back to that area committee review working group, I am disappointed that no members of Councillor Stewart's group have chosen to take part in this review group, and instead of proposing a referendum which would cost the council money, would only be advisory, whereas what we're doing could actually result in changes that would mean that more decisions were made locally throughout the council area. For this reason, I'll be supporting Councillor Gowans and Councillor Willis's amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Yes, I for one have always advocated the breaking up of the Highland Council, give me back my district council. But I regret that this plan of 180,000 or 600,000 or whatever it is, 220,000, it doesn't really matter. Cost is just not on, it's not viable, and I'm not prepared to support it, unfortunately, which is a pity because I would support anything else. You can use a local referendum for any policy when you think of it. So why for just breaking up the council? I don't think that's really the way. Political pressure should come from the communities of the people from the politicians knocking on the doors and being told by the people they want to break up the Highland Council, or councillors go out in the community and have their meetings and say this is what we'd like to do, and stand up and get support from the community, but not a referendum. If you want to talk about breaking up the Highland Council, let's have a meeting out the back here in half an hour when we finish, and we'll just get a list of names and we have a long course of action. Because nothing's going to happen until after the general election and the election next year. And even then, I did speak to the last chief executive about this, and he said, well, the Scottish Government had no intention of looking at council boundaries just now, so you're really on to a loser at the moment. But I just live in hope.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener. As has already been mentioned, we debated a similar motion almost a year ago. It's getting a bit tedious, but I suppose it provides a good PR. It is a shame that the Tories, rather than trying to build community cohesion and collaboration to strengthen resilience across Highland, focus on division and dissent. I am supporting the amendment because living in and representing Loch Arbour, which outside of Fort William is a highly rural area with very low and declining population, I am concerned that if Highland Council is broken up into small areas, my area and other rural areas in Highland will suffer without the clout and resources of Highland Council. We regularly discuss the Highland Investment Plan and have done so again today, as mentioned by Councillor Gowans. This plan involves investment of over 2 billion in projects, not just in Inverness, but in rural areas across Highland. In the last 3 years in Loch Arbour, that place over on the west coast, Highland Council has built a new Invercoe bridge at a cost of 5.5 million, completed the 11 million Cool Flood Protection Scheme, rescued Moss Park Care Home at a cost of circa 1 million, and found 60 million for the Corran Ferry. In the last 10 years, 4 new primary schools have been built in the Fort William area and a new community centre in Cool, at part of that at a cost of 14.6 million. Along with significant extension and remodelling of Loch Arbour High School. I find it difficult to see how any small rural council in Highland could leverage this amount of funding in their area. We also need to consider the growing impacts of the climate and ecological crises, surprise, surprise, in Scotland, and the ability of local authorities to deal with them. As climate change intensifies year on year and the Highlands are battered by more frequent and intense storms, the Council is regularly having to react quickly and spend more. 1 million has already been mentioned in relation to one storm, to repair damaged roads and other infrastructure. Would a small rural council, for example Loch Arbour, have the resources to quickly rebuild and reopen roads that have been washed away, such as the section of the Kinloch-Leven Upper Road, which was washed away by 3 landslides in 2023. Think carefully before voting to break up Highland Council. Will multiple small local authorities in Highland really improve resources and funding for rural communities? I don't think so. Instead of dividing communities, let's work together to build community cohesion and resilience across Highland. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvie. Barbara.
Hello, sorry, I'm on my phone, laptop's going bottoms up again. I urge elected members to support this motion, as I'm aware other councillors here back to the borough from the borough days for locals. And it's also incomers that move up here feel that one council in such a big area, they feel it would be much more efficient, and this is what people reflect to me. Nairn had a 20-minute town, which is a well-supported green policy. However, locals feel left out, as this rural coastal living is very different to city status living. Therefore, how can broad decisions be made by the same for all the people? We're only 18 miles from the city, but we have more in common with the likes of Caithness and the West Coast, hours away. Interesting that Councillor Gowans, Nairn wasn't on his mention list yet again. We as councillors are elected to listen, And this is what people have been saying to me before I was even elected. And there's still, it's brought up in conversation. So I am listening. So that is why I have signed this motion and I'm taking forward it as a publicly raised issue. So here I am. The motion is not regarding the outcome which is being discussed today. It is as if it's assumed with the language of conclude in Willis and Gowan's amendment. The question is to offer, the motion is to offer a question to the public to let them decide, should the Highland Council be reorganised into smaller local authorities? It's a quick yes or no. Why shouldn't we let our locals become empowered? If councillors are truly confident that we are a model to be envied within our council, delivering the best it can from coast to coast, then you should have the confidence to allow the public to vote with their instincts and what they have experienced and what they wish for. And they will happily vote accordingly. Therefore, freely support this people's voice because it's a people's-led referendum. Many thanks.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. I think if we're serious about localism, we have to listen to views. And one of the things either cursed or blessed with having 11 by-elections, or how many we've had now, is you get the chance to go around many places in Highland and ask people their views. And nearly everyone I've spoken to does not identify with the Highland Council when I've been out knocking doors, speaking to people. They identify with the area they are. And the further you get away from Inverness, the more critical people are of everything being Inverness-centric. And as an Inverness councillor out in the depths of places, trying to explain to them, it's not the way, you know. It's difficult to get them to believe that everything is not spent in Inverness at all. And I think what you've got to realise is that folk in Inverness, now when I've been out talking to people in Inverness, I started saying, why can't we have our city council back? So I think that the dimension has changed totally now. And I think by having an advisory referendum, it does no harm to seek the opinion. It's advisory. It's not mandatory. It does no harm to ask people's views. You know, Councillor Cameron says it's pointless. He obviously doesn't care what the people of Merkinch and Central Ward think. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a ludicrous statement. It's about doing things. Now, the costs that are associated with that, I think are probably need to be a bit of scrutiny. It could well be that if you had an advisory referendum on the same day as the Scottish elections, the buildings there, boxes are there, staffs are there. You could actually easily have a referendum, I would suggest, much cheaper than the rates that are set out there, with a reasonable turnout that will give you a view. I think it's perfectly sensible. And I remember having a seminar in this very chamber years ago where we talked about the use of advisory referendums by councils in the United Kingdom. And we've always shied away from it. But if we're serious about localism, why would we not actually do something? Or is it that we know better than the people of the Highlands, which I think the administration probably has always taken that view.
Councillor Jarvie.
Thank you, Convener. I'm always disappointed when we have these debates where a motion's brought before us that's very open-ended. It's not assuming a conclusion or what outcome of authorities we're going to have. It simply asks, let's open the door to that and ask what people think. I think it's a very, very good way of going about it. And I just can't understand why people are automatically assuming that if the people vote yes to this and the council adopts it, that we're suddenly going to revert back to county councils. I think it was made abundantly clear in the last debate we had about this that no one wants to see a return to the county councils and having so many small councils, and yet it keeps coming up as a reason why not to do it, despite the fact I think the one thing that everyone agrees is that we don't want 8 councils in Highland. So that option's not even on the table, yet many people in chamber today are going to vote against this motion precisely for that, something that isn't going to happen even if it's accepted. And I would just ask, one question of all of those who think that the Highland Council is the best way to do it, to break it up, is too small. How many councils have asked us, how do we become so big like you? How do we copy how big you are? We have one ward. Ward 1 is half the size of Wales. If the way the Highland Council is currently arranged in its size, why has no one else wanted to change to it if it's so good? It doesn't work. Let's let the people make their voice clearly heard, and then if that's what's endorsed, then we have the serious discussions about how that would actually be arranged, because this isn't assuming anything. But the one thing that's abundantly clear, in 30 years of the Highland Council existing in its current form, no other authority in this entire country has expressed a single desire of copying the size, scale, and mass of this council.
Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thanks very much, Convener. I thought it was a wee bit early for the pantomime season, but however, obviously I'm wrong again. Councillor Stewart frequently makes the point of looking after the public purse, and yet now he wants to spend taxpayers' money on a referendum that probably would end up meaningless if it was got the go-ahead. Some of us remember, of course, well the days of the District Council and the Highland Regional Council, and I, for one, was fortunate to be serving both of them. I would suggest that today the Highland Council, even as it is more cost-effective than the old days. I would totally agree with Councillor Gowan's points there about investment from Highland Council that all the areas have had, and the fact that the present council has, we've agreed today, a really good Highland investment plan that wouldn't happen with smaller councils, I would suggest. In my own ward, where a lot of people who perhaps are not as informed as they should be, we've had a superb high school for 10 years now. That wouldn't have happened if we had a local authority. We've got 2 primary schools which are about to happen on Skye, which I would suggest would struggle to happen even today with a small council. And we've had major investment in our roads certainly over the past 2 years. It was interesting just to hear Councillor Christie's comments there about that the administrations knows better. I mean, Councillor Christie's been a member of many administrations over the years, so he obviously knew better then as well. We have, to be honest, we have a hard-working ward business meetings, which of course Councillor Stewart fails to attend most of the time. So much for his version of democracy. We take decisions at our area committees and at our ward business meetings which affect our area, and we represent the concerns that members of the various councils, community councils that we attend, we represent them at committees, the Highland Council. So I, at the moment, do not see any benefit of having a referendum. I think that if anything is going to happen, it would be at government level, like Scottish Government. So I think this is, again, an attempt to raise one's profile when the election coming up in 2026. So I would ask members to reject this motion from Councillor Stewart and support the amendment. Thank you.
Members, we've reached the time limit for debate, so Councillor Gowans.
Thank you, Convener. I've listened to the debate, and I have to say that I suspect, like a lot of people in this room, I'm not aware of any groundswell of opinion of people that are demanding the breakup of Highland Council, or certainly something that hasn't hit my mailbox, that's for sure. I think that if you were to break up Highland Council into a raft of much smaller councils, and all of the substantial additional bureaucracy that would inevitably bring, with the ongoing cost burden to our residents. While like all councils, the Highland Council must navigate financial challenges, and we are far better placed to do that with our size and influence and when we enter much larger forums. As I've pointed out in the amendment, we have a relatively small population, we have a very large geographical area. This means we need to share all of our collective skills and resources, not just across the council, but through several arrangements that we have with other neighbouring councils too. We need to be attractive to them. As a large local authority, we have been able to attract that significant funding and investment into Highland. City region deal, Corn Ferry has been mentioned, £62 million. Inverness Castle, £40 million. UIG, the UIG link span, the cool flood defences, £11.2 million, and so on. And not to mention the green free ports. Do you honestly think that Highland Council would have had green free port status if we had a plethora of small councils? I think the answer to that is obvious. Dealing with a single local authority is attractive to investors as it de-risks their investments in large projects that span Highland and beyond. Highland Council provides a stable platform for investors and a reliable platform. And so the advantages are really quite obvious. We really need to consider the financial costs of running a referendum that would have no legal basis and the cost to the Highland taxpayer. How would that look when we are needing to spend money on services? Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. If the Highland Council is to endure, it must endure with the consent of the Highland people. And if it's to change, it must change by their will. This motion is not about dividing the Highlands or breaking it up. It's about returning power to the people. It asks a simple, honest question. Should the people of the Highland region have the right to decide whether to restore smaller, more local areas of government, areas more in tune with their communities, or should they stay with this? Now, Ken Gowan started this thing quite strong, and he started arguing for better together. And he says it's strange that the Tories are arguing for a referendum. Well, Ken, we gave you a referendum, and you lost. So you're scared to lose another referendum to us. It's okay. We understand. We don't understand. We won't hold it against you. Now, we also hear Councillor Gowans and members of the SNP saying the people of the old boroughs, the people of Highland, if they were to go on their own away from Glenarket Road, would be too wee. They would be too poor, and the people themselves would be too stupid to decide what's right for them. That is an absolute shame. Now, going on to another thing that dear Councillor Gowans said to us, and it was, well, I don't think there's a groundswell in support for this. Well, I've been out speaking to local residents all across Highland, and not a single person has a good word to say about this place, except the councillors sitting in here. Now, Raymond, you said during your contribution, you know what the people want. And you probably do. You know the people in Caithness don't want to be governed from Inverness. Well, give them a choice. Let them have their say. When you go to COSLA, you say we can get a good deal. That's not what people in Caithness see. Look at the state of the roads. It's a shame. It is a source of shame. We are the 5th largest local authority by population in Scotland. So the other local authorities, they're not getting such a good deal as us, right? That's the inference we're getting from this administration. Yet time and again, on a basket of measures, we have the worst public services in Scotland. Something somewhere doesn't ring true with me. Now, Paul Oldham's contribution, well, Paul Oldham, if the people want to stay, let them stay. If the people want to leave, let them leave. Now, I understand Councillor Fraser's a big supporter of going back to the boroughs, and I hope that he can support us to make that ambition a reality for the people. Now, Kate Willis, I don't know if you'd spoken to anybody in your community, but the people in Lochaber that I've spoken to, a lot of them want to go their own way as well. Now, I won't touch on Councillor Miller's contributions because it's one of the worst that I've heard in this chamber today. And now, in summing up,
Can we please be quiet? No, even if you don't agree with what the member is saying, he's entitled to say it. Carry on.
And I'm sure a lot of them don't, Convener. But what could be more democratic than trusting the people of the Highlands themselves to decide how they are governed? This is a call for a referendum, the most peaceful democratic means which by a people, by a community can express their will. If the people want to return to this Highland region, so be it. But if they wish to return to a structure that restores community voice, local pride and democratic accountability, let them do it. Now, I've heard my final comment about the money, that this is a waste of money. You just need to look at the papers today. This administration drops more than £180,000 down the back of the couch, and it takes until next year's budget for someone in the opposition to find it. Thank you.
Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. Members, we have a motion from Councillor Stewart, seconded by Councillor Barbara Jarvie, and that's within your papers. We have an amendment from Councillor Gowan, seconded by Councillor Willis, and again, that's within your papers. So for those members in the chamber, when it comes to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Stewart, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Gowans, press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, press the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Members, has everybody in the chamber voted that wanted to vote on that item? Thank you. We'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then going round those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Stewart, the amendment from Councillor Gowans, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please.
Councillor Crawford. Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Motion.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Motion, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor Morrison.
Abstain.
Councillor Niven.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, the motion received 22 votes, the amendment received 36 votes, and there were 7 abstentions. So the amendment is carried.
Thank you, members. Members, motion number 2 is from Councillor Cross and Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Convener. This again is a new experience for me, so I hope I get it procedurally correct. I'm sure you'll keep me right, Convener. The motion that I'm proposing is to call on the Scottish Government to commit to dualling the A9 from the Tor roundabout to the Donut Bridge roundabout. Without a commitment, we have at the moment, we've heard today so much about the Highland investment plan, we've heard so much about the green Freeport. The dualling of the A9 will be absolutely critical to be able to get the best out of what we've been talking about. If you look at the A9 from the Ardully roundabout going north, that particular stretch up to the Everton bypass is, sorry, not the Everton bypass, the Everton junction, is a pinch point. That at that point, if that road blocks there, the whole of the north is cut off.
going further north as you go past Everton and Allness, significant areas there on either side of the A9 are allocated for industrial sites. Carry on past Invergordon, similar issues, and there are housing issues as well, which will border that A9 corridor. So if you don't have a commitment from the Scottish Government to dual it, then the planning that we need to conduct in order to pursue the Green Freeport and the economic growth that we anticipate, it's going to be in the dark in terms of what that route ultimately is going to have to be. So there's a lot of points in favour of it. Where I live in Invergordon, I actually overlook the A9. I see in the dark, in particular, I see time and again, several times every night, ambulances blue lighting into Inverness. I see a similar number blue lighting back out again, going north. When I first observed that, I thought, oh, these ambulance drivers are wanting to get home quickly so they can have a longer break. Far from it. That was a really bad judgment on my part. They're going back blue lighting because they're on another call. And how far up the A9 are they going? We had the blood bikes people here at lunchtime. I mentioned to them what I was going to propose in this motion, and they said, great, good luck. The danger of that road, there are several accident black spots on that simple stretch of road. Think also, I'm not fully up to speed with the issues of the hospitals in Caithness, but I do understand there's an issue about maternity provision in Caithness. And that road is important for getting from the far north to Inverness as quickly as possible. If we don't do that, we're going to undermine the potential of the Green Freeport within the context of Easter Ross. We're likely to be developing properties that may then not be sustainable because when we eventually get to the point of doing this road, they'll be in the way. We need to be able to plan the whole picture. We need holistic thinking. And if we don't get that commitment from the Scottish Government, then it's also going to indicate that they're not committed themselves to the great success of the Green Freeport and our Highland investment programme. We have to have that commitment. It's crucially important. I'm happy to engage in the debate and see how this goes. Thank you.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener, and congratulations, Councillor Cross, on speaking to your first amendment, first motion. I'm only sorry that I don't support it. If the Freeport does what it says on the tin and does create over 11,000 jobs, we are in cloud cuckoo land if we think this can be managed simply by building more roads, encouraging more traffic to go faster to reach a longer queue at the Keswick Bridge. If this expansion happens, we need to encourage modal shift by investing in our public transport network. We have to build a public transport system which is up to the job, which is quick, comfortable, reliable travel between Inverness and the main Freeport hubs and each other. Remember, there's a theory out there that this is a green Freeport. And yes, there is climate change as well. We need to get real about climate change. We need to stop paying lip service to the need for carbon reduction while constantly calling for budgets to focus on more private transport, more roads, and more pollution. I would like to ask if there is anyone in this chamber who has travelled the far north line who thinks it is fit for the 21st century. At present, it can take longer to travel from Wick to Glasgow than from London to Glasgow and back. But that's not the real problem. The real problem is unreliability, and unreliability is mainly caused by single track with no passing places. So if the first train out from Wick is 20 minutes late at Muir of Ord, it has to wait there for a further 40 minutes to get clearance to travel on to Inverness. And that's the train which takes people to hospital appointments at Raigmore, by the way. The Delmore Loop, some 2 miles west of Inverness and just, I think, in my ward, would solve this problem. The design is finalised and easy to build, as it uses a stretch which was once double track. The 45-mile stretch north of Helmsdale has just one passing loop. One late-running train can cause 30-minute delays in the other direction, with knock-on effects for the rest of the day. Network Rail spent £11.5 million in maintenance this year, but that's just replacing old, ancient, worn-out track. There has been no investment, no improvement for 50 years, and there's been no significant investment in the line for over 100 years. The scheduled journey time now is slower than it was 20 years ago. Network Rail needs to think about this line and about Inverness Station. Yes, we need to look at road safety on the A9, I've got no problems with that, but let's look strategically. Rather than calling for a blanket dualling of a long section, presumably to happen sometime after the dualling south of Inverness has happened, i.e. not in my lifetime, we need to be campaigning for safety improvements where they are needed, like the Tomich Junction, and this is affordable. It can be done within Scottish Government budgets, and it can be done within 2 or 3 years. Dualling will take decades. What we need is action now. So my amendment is practical. It's strategic, and it calls for improvements which can be made relatively quickly. It supports a balanced spend between road and rail. It delivers realistic solutions in constrained budgets, and it starts now, not in the never, never future. I move my amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Bremner.
It's going to be a bit impossible for any councillor in the north to be able to not support road improvement heading up beyond Inverness, even including the commitment that we have from the Scottish Government in terms of the dualling of the A9 to Inverness. So I'm not going to be, I'll be supporting the motion, but it goes without saying that I have a huge amount of sympathy for what Councillor Ballance is actually saying, and he knows that. And I notice as well the hand up on the screen there of Councillor Robertson, and she'll probably anticipate what I'm going to say, and that is that she and I very much share the consideration of improvement in rail services, not just from Perth to Inverness, and from Inverness to the far north line heading up to Wick, but also even out to Kyle of Lochalsh, and the accessibility of Glasgow to Fort William and Mallaig. So I feel, you know, in terms of if we're going to have a Highland voice in any sort of representation and improved rail services, I'll be happy as the leader of the council to continue to promote, and I'm happy to write to make your points known, Councillor Ballance, so that we don't have an either or here, but we can do both. We can support the motion, and I can look to effect as best as I can as leader of the council, restating what we discussed in a motion that Councillor Robertson will know about previously about the investment in rail services. So I don't think, you know, we need to have a kind of debate on whether it's one or other here. I'm happy to action the amendment, but I know we've only been given it here as one or the other. So I'll be going with the motion, but I'm happy to take action in terms of what the amendment is requesting.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. We've been here before. I'm going to try and stick largely to facts. The first point is really particularly for Councillor Ballance, though I understand what he's talking about. Dual carriageway roads are safer. They possibly allow more economical driving, and on occasions, and this is one of them, they really do help communities achieve major ambitions such as reducing depopulation or achieving the green free port. I believe that the A99 further north than this is actually closed at the present time as I speak because of an accident. Dual carriageways are safer. If you drive the road in East Ross, consider those junctions. Chris, you did mention the Tomich Junction, but you could have mentioned the Skeoch Junction, the Roskeen Junction, or many, many more. They are dangerous, and they would be a lot less dangerous if the road was dualled. It is an absolute statistical fact that cannot be ignored. Large sections of that road are dangerous. The end of your motion tagged on a bit about sorting out the immediate danger spots. There's miles and miles and miles of the road that need to be improved. Not necessarily all dualled further north, but improved. I'm saying this with confidence because I spent a period of time as the police inspector at Alness and personally spent time standing at places like Atomic Junction dealing with these road accidents. It's a fact. It's also a fact, and I think I'm agreeing with you on this point, that the Far North Rail line is literally an antique. So yes, as the council leader referred to, why not upgrade both at the same time? My suspicion is, and I do not know if I'm correct or not, that replacing the Far North Rail line would cost a heck of a lot more than dualling some of the A9, but I'm not certain on that. I would like to just say, and I am particularly speaking to my friends in the Highland Independents, this motion has been brought forward by a member of the opposition, Councillor Cross, and I really just wonder if it would have been diluted down, watered or changed if a member of the administration had brought it. There is a long track record, and we joke about it, and it's fine, and it's fair, of motions from opposition members being altered or amended. We've talked about it a lot. Richard's motion is politically free. The amendment, I sense, is driven partly by an ideology I quite agree with about trying to improve the environment. But I think there's a bigger picture here, and there are times when dualling roads is of enormous benefit. And I think we were talking a minute ago, and I'm going back to the previous item, Councillor Gowans, I have a huge amount of respect for you, and I agree with you a lot. To say there is no groundswell of opinion in the North for breaking up the council is the most extraordinary thing I've heard today. There is an enormous groundswell, and dualling the A9 is part of it. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener. Many of you will remember on a Thursday night they used to do a TV programme called Tomorrow's World. And recently I saw an episode of it, and they said that in the not too distant future we'll be able to put in a map on our car and it'll direct us to where we're going to be. They didn't know then it was going to be called Sat Nav, but that's what it was. And they were able to talk about it and said, you know, you finished that programme and then it went on to Top of the Pops to see who was #1 on a Thursday night. But it was great because you knew that this was coming in the future and it was something good. And you know, once it arrived, Sat Nav, it was fantastic. So I want you to imagine for a minute that it's Tomorrow's World. We'll go back 10 years ago, and it was a First Minister of Scotland said, the A9 will be dualled all the way from Perth to Inverness. So imagine that has happened. Okay, so that has happened. So like satellite navigation in a car has happened. And now that it's dualled all the way from Inverness to Perth, where would we be looking next to dual it? We'd be looking to dual it from the Tor roundabout, because it's dualled all the way across Keswick Bridge, from the Tor roundabout all the way to the Dornoch Bridge. And what better reasons than the UK government give us money, which they said was the former European money, and I mean it took the Prime Minister to come up here, Rishi Sunak come up here, First Minister was here, they were all saying, look, it's us that's giving you the money for it, and we're going to help with the Green Freeport, because we want to invest in jobs for the future. 24,000 jobs, how many homes you're going to need, you know, we're going to help with the whole thing. Now, that's what we're trying to get at here. I like what Chris Balance has done here, and fair play to you, Chris, but I've got to say the £11 million spent on replacing worn-out track on the Far North Line, Highland Council welcomes the recent spend, but really, to put it into perspective, they're only spending it on the track because they have to. It's like putting tyres on your car because the old ones wore out. That's the only reason. For no other reason have they said we're spending £11 million on replacing worn-out track, other than the trains won't be able to go over it any further. We've had a fire chief here before, and he's told us that the cost of a death in a house in a fire in Scotland, or in the Highlands of Scotland, is around £800,000. And I put in a written question to the Scottish Government, how much is the death on the A9? How much does it cost? And they couldn't give me a conclusive answer, but it was certainly higher than it was. And I gave them the example of a house fire, 800,000. So we reckon that the cost of a death, every single death in the A9, is £1 million. Around about circa £1 million. That's what it costs. So for the people that say, but you know, we haven't got the money for it, but you've got the money to bring air helicopters, the air ambulance, police reports, fire and rescue services, a whole lot, and those people that are injured and maimed, and you know, the rehabilitation and everything with their injuries, and those that are severely injured and it's life-changing injuries to them. So we have to take a cost on that. But it's not just the £1 million cost per death on the A9. and on our rural north roads. It's the human cost. It's the emotional cost. And try to put a pound sign on that. It's life-changing. We can't. When I first came into the council here, the late Graham... Oh, sorry. Thank you then. Right.
Members, it is now after 6 o'clock and there are still a number of speakers on this. Are you proposing that we move to the vote?
I'll propose to move the vote, yes.
What's the procedure for that?
Is it unanimous that we move to the vote then?
Is there anyone opposed to us moving to the vote?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Members, we have the motion from Councillor Cross, seconded by Councillor Rees, and that is within your papers. We have the amendment from Councillor Ballance, seconded by Councillor Willis, and again that amendment is within your papers. So for those members in the chamber, when we come to vote for the motion from Councillor Cross, it is the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Ballance, press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, press the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. So, members, can I just check, has everybody voted that wanted to vote in that vote? Okay, thank you, members. We'll close the vote in the chamber now. Thank you. And then turning to those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Cross, the amendment from Councillor Balancer to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Coggle.
Motion, please, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford. Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Motion.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Motion, please.
Councillor McLennan.
An 82 abstention.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please.
Councillor Robertson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, the motion received 54 votes, the amendment received 9 votes, and there were 2 abstentions, so the motion is carried.
Members, that is the end of today's proceedings. The meeting is suspended and will reconvene. You will be informed of when that reconvening will be.